3, 2, 1, when you're live.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lakeside Stadium for the 2024 edition of the On the Track Nights. And what a fantastic day we have. Joining me with commentary on the live stream is Tim Crosby. How are you, Tim?
Going well, Glenn. Just enjoying looking at the crowd on the infield. Starting to build already. So a little bit of a different weather forecast to last year. And certainly we're seeing some good scenes out there already. Yeah, so I'm going to bowl. Definitely a strong field lining up in this first event, which is the combined under-15 and under-16. Ones to watch here, Eliza Lawton, state champ, national cross-country champ as well. Also, Leah Waters, she's in the under-15s. She's got a 9:58 time for her. Also, Jessica Cann, the girl from New South Wales, and Tilly Williams, the Victorian. Watch out for them in the under-16s.
Got the go to introduce, stand by, so Glenn's coming back in the bowl and out of live stream. In music on 1, in 3, 2, 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our events this afternoon, this is the under-15, under-16 females 3,000 metres Australian All-Schools Championships. On the inside, the under-15 competitors. In station number 1, we welcome from Victoria, Elizabeth Craig. Station number 2 from Queensland, Lola White. In station number 3 from Queensland, Piper Anderson. In station 5 from South Australia, Eden Grant. Station 6 from Victoria, Cassandra Savati. Station 7 from North Queensland, Millie Groom. In station 8 from New South Wales, she won the under-15 1,500 metres last weekend in Brisbane, Eliza Lawton. Station 9, rounding out the under-15 age group from Western Australia, Leah Waters. Then on the outside, the under-16 athlete, station 10, representing New South Wales. She was first in the under-15 3,000 metres at the 2023 Australian All-Schools, Philippa Quoll. Station 11 for Victoria, Tilly Williams. Station 12 from WA, Sophia Brown. Station 13 from Victoria, Serena Bryant. Station 14 from the ACT, Elise Swoboda. Station 15 from New South Wales, Jessica Khan. And in Station 16 from Queensland, Helena Butler. That is the field for the combined under-15 and under-16 3,000 metres.
GT out, and then Tim will be in the bowl and on live stream. Copy.
So underway now in the first of our events on the track, and it is that combined under-15 and under-16 All-Schools Championship over 3,000 metres. 7.5 laps awaiting these young ladies, and as they come through and under the bridge, we'll see them, the outside lane starting to drift across. Watch for Lawton to go hard early, and we're seeing, I think the Waters has already made her move across, and it is Lola White, who is leading the way. So the Queenslander White, Lawton just tucked in on the rails in second position at the moment. To the outside of her is Waters from Western Australia. So good start here. So I've got my stats man, Ross Pentland, doing all the hard work on the calculations here, Ross, and that was a 34 opening 200. So the girls have settled themselves nicely, and you can see down the back straight and under the 10th the first time, it is still Lola White from Queensland leading the way. So just coming in with a 10.16 personal best. You can see Lawton just sitting second position. So she'll just hug the rail there for a while, taking that shortest possible route as they go through the first 400.
Up in 74.
So 74 seconds. So in the mid 9:30s at the moment would be the projected time. And certainly some separation in the field already as they come through. And they will get 6 laps to go. So Lawton, definitely one to watch. She's a 4:27 1500 runner. 9:25.91 for Eliza at the recent New South Wales 3,000 metre champs. So stunning time there for the young lady from New South Wales. The meet record 9:27.55. Abby Rockcliffe has that from New South Wales set in 2015. That's for the under-16s. And 9:43.53 Patricia White from Queensland. In 1987 has the under-15s. So 77-second lap there. As we can see, that lead bunch, still about 10 to 12 of them. A few little gaps starting to form through the field. But White from Queensland still the favourites, just happy to let her do the work. So Waters, she's a sub-10-minute runner. And she did that at the Australian Junior Champs, running 9:58.94. Also a finalist in the 23 Australian All Schools in the 8 and 15. So Waters definitely has the form over the shorter distances. Now we're seeing a little bit of a break from Lawton. So Lawton made her move relatively early as they're going through the 800 metre mark. So less than a kilometre in, and we've already seen a decisive move. So let's see what the response might be here from the other young ladies here in the under 15, under 16. As I said, meet record 9:27.55. If Eliza really goes through it, that meet record could well go here this afternoon at Lakeside Stadium. So now it's a real battle for who wants to go forward next. So the 1K coming up now. So 3:09, so that's 9, just under the 9:30 mark there. So 76-second lap there for Eliza. Piper Anderson from Queensland is the next one to make the move through. So Anderson sitting in second position. White also from Queensland in next position. And they are all in the under 15 competition. But Lawton now out by about 15 metres over the field. A little bit of pushing and shoving as they go around that top bend. As we see, Waters just getting herself tangled up a little bit. So the break now out to 20 metres. So it is Eliza Lawton, national cross-country champion down on that wonderful day in Launceston earlier this year. And she shows that she has plenty of ticker as she comes around under the bridge once again. So to be good across the track and also in the cross-country, Lawton certainly a talented young junior athlete, and now we can see her just going for it here. So 4 laps to go, Lawton. Another little change here. And Helena Butler now leading the way in the under-16 competition. So the Queenslanders doing well up front. But there's the young lady from New South Wales, Eliza Lawton, moving the way through. 76 again for that lap. So nice and consistent. As you can see, Eliza just moving away from that field as she sets her rhythm. Anyone who can win a cross-country in Launceston in those conditions has plenty of strength, and we're seeing that here this afternoon from Eliza Lawton from New South Wales. So 9:25 recently in that New South Wales 3,000 metre event. So she knows what it's like to be a sub 9:30 on the track, and this young lady is showing us that form here, and I think that 9:27.55 could be under threat here if Eliza Lawton can just get the crowd support over these last few laps to get her through and in. As she comes down, and she'll be getting 3 laps to go. So Lawton now out by probably 40 metres. So great support here for Eliza Lawton as she comes through to get 3 to go. The field's starting to spread now. And there's Piper Anderson in next position. So Anderson's got a 10.08 to her name, and she's definitely on target to beat that here today. So Butler, the Queenslander, she is leading the under-16 competition. I think Khan's in next position, the young lady from New South Wales, also in the under-16. She's a state champion, and she has run 9:51.50. So Khan, another one to watch for over the closing kilometre as we see Lawton now approaching the 2 kilometre mark. So 6:19, 6:20 there through the 2 kilometre. So very even pacing once again, 3:09 and 3:10 there for Lawton. As we're seeing, she is just moving away from this field, and she'll be coming down to get 2 laps to go. Into the last kilometre now for Lawton. Impressive performance in this under 15 competition. 9:27.55 is that meet record. The Australian under 16 record 9:08.93 set by Emily Brikacek in 2005. So through to get 2 to go now. Breaks are now starting to form. Anderson.
76 again.
So 76, she is just methodical. It's been 77, then 76 is 4 in a row for Eliza Lawton. Really on target here. As Piper Anderson, she's coming second in the under 15s. The leader in the under 16s there is Butler. She comes through. Khan not too far behind her. Then the next of our under 15s is Waters. Right on her tail, Servidai from Victoria. She's had a great season, won the All-Schools here at Lakeside Stadium. Cassandra Servidai, one to watch as well. Has 600 out now for Lawton. Very impressive running here. Eliza Lawton. She won the 8 and 15 at the 2023 All-Schools. She's already won the under 15 at the Australian All-Schools up in Brisbane in 4:27.56. So she's coming through. 500 metres to go now for Lawton.
With Carlos, you'll get a all quiet the bowl call from me, and then we'll go back through 1, 2,
So Eden Grant and also Elizabeth Craig coming through. Elise Swoboda from the ACT just coming through to get 2 to go. But it is Eliza Lawton. We'll hear the sound of the bell and the round of applause from the crowd as they really get behind her. She's up by close to 100 metres in this under 15 competition ahead of Piper Anderson from Queensland as Anderson comes through now. So another 76. This is just like clockwork for Lawson. Let's see if she can just ring it in on this last lap here. As Anderson comes through. Butler in next position. Khan not too far behind. A Servidai starting to make her move. She is now into that 3rd position in the under 15 competition and on the dais. But down the back straight, 200 out now. It is Eliza Lawton. What a show she's put on. What a way to start the on-track nights here at Zatopek. 9:27.55. This is going to be close. Eliza's really got to pull in that last 100. The crowd are going to help her with that. So get behind Eliza Lawton. 9:27 is the time we're after as she comes through with 100 metres to go. So Lawton, what a run from her. Great crowd response to Eliza Lawton. We are seeing an absolute superstar here. I think she's just going to be shy of that record. It's going to be close, but what a run from Lawton. And through she goes, 9:28.70, unofficial there. Eliza Lawton just missing the record, but what a great individual run from her. So Anderson, she'll be next one through. Piper Anderson from Queensland, she'll take the silver medal in the under 15 competition, and Servidai, she'll come through to claim the bronze in a very competitive event. So the under 15s 1, 2, 3, the first of our under 16s here. Helena Butler, she'll come through for Queensland to take the title there for the under 16s, with Jessica Khan from New South Wales in the bronze medal position. 4th there for the under 15s will be Leah Waters from Western Australia, and then Lola White will be next one through. And taking the bronze medal in the under 16s will be Philippa Quarrell from New South Wales. Next one in, Serena Bryant from Victoria. Then we'll have Sophia Brown from Western Australia. Tilly Williams from Victoria will come through and around the 10:40 mark there for Tilly. So 9:28.69, the official winning time there for Eliza Lawton. As we see, Millie Groom from North Queensland. Great run there from Millie. Next one in, Eden Grant from South Australia. Elise Swoboda, Australian Capital Territory. 11:12 unofficially for her. And Elizabeth Craig from Victoria And that concludes the first event on the program here at the 2024 on track nights. The All Schools under 15 and under 16. Our respective winners being Eliza Lawton, New South Wales, and Helena Butler from Queensland.
All right, show caller, music back up. He's out of the bowl.
You want Crosby to comment on last stream? Do you want Crosby to comment on the last stream?
So if we can switch Crosby.
It's good. They've got him all the time pre-fade.
So Crosby, you're back into live stream, so you're not in the bowl. So you can do a post-race once they get the results. .338.
Conditions here at Lakeside still quite good. The bit of a slight breeze. Looks like there's a bit of home straight breeze. Overcast conditions still. We're expecting a little bit of cloud across Melbourne CBD for a little while to come. As we saw with Eliza Lawton's run just then, conditions are pretty good. It's warm on the track. Air temperature probably sitting around that 24, 25 degrees. And we expect these young men, quite a big field here in the combined under 15 and 16 men's event. With 22 lining up. Moving on to our next event, the 15s. The beauty of this program, we've had both the New South Wales 3000 champs, always a great meet. And that was on just a few weeks ago, early November. Not long after that, we had the Milers Club 3000 metre champion or events here at Lakeside. And that gives us some really good form on these young men as they come into this championship. So Tyler Finch, he ran an 8:49 at Milers Club, and also an 8:50 from Eddie Fransky. They were very close together, and they always are close together. And I want to watch here for is Logan Hosking from New South Wales.
Just got to be wary that the comms packs for commentary.
We've also got Cedar Johnson from Queensland. He's already taken a All Schools championship with the 2K steeple in 6:10. He's also a 4:10 to get third at the 1500 Australian Junior Championships. Results now up for the previous event. So Lawton taking out 9:28.69. Now under 16s, Alex Butler from Queensland. He's a state champion from Queensland. Also third at the All Schools 1500 and 4:04. Took out the 1500 as a Queensland state champs in 4:08. Ethan Huang from Queensland. 6:15.38 in the 2K steeple to get fourth place in Brisbane last week. And we also have, though, Kieran Shepherd from the ACT, probably the one to watch. 153.39 to take out the All Schools 800, 402.52 to take out the 1500 there. And he's got 846.69 for the 3,000 metres. That was at the Australian Junior Championships.
In 15 seconds time, Loz is ready to go. Stand by start this. So this is combined under 15, under 16 male. So we'll move Glenn to the bowl only. JD, wing it because they're not even on the start line yet, so until we go level 0, whatever. Thank you. Alright, Loz has given the call. We're going to introduce while they're not on the line. We'll introduce in 5 seconds. Glenn to the bowl. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the combined under 15 and under 16 male 3,000 metres, the Australian All Schools Championship. On the inside, the under 15 age group represented in Station 1 from Queensland, Cameron Cox. In Station 2 from Tasmania, Cameron Bodner. In Station 3 from North Queensland, Addison Scott. In Station 4 from Victoria, Eddie Fransky. In Station 5, he won the 2,000 metre steeplechase in the under 15 competition last weekend in Brisbane. From Queensland, Cedar Johnson. Station 6 from South Australia, Charlie Ellis. Station 7 from Victoria, Tyler Finch. Station 8 from New South Wales, Aidan Tippett. Station 9 from WA, James Shuck. Station 10 from New South Wales, Logan Hosking. Station 11 from South Australia, Levi Elu. Station 12 from WA, Beau Waters. That rounds out the under 15 field of 12. Then on the outside, the under 16 age group. In Station 13, representing New South Wales, Will Cheshire. Station 14 from Victoria, Mitchell Korosek. Station 15 from the ACT, Kieran Shepherd. Station 16 from Victoria, Declan Lotsky. Station 17 from South Australia, Joshua Kavanagh. Station 18 from New South Wales, Max Bragozo. Station 19 from WA, Oliver Stamford McDonald. Station 20 from South Australia, Lewis Petsky. Station 21 from Queensland, Ethan Huang. And in Station 22 from Queensland, he was third in the under 16 1500 last weekend in Brisbane, Alex Butler. That is the field for the under 15 and under 16 male 3,000 metres.
Once again, split start here.
Got Tim in the bowl. Crosby, you up?
So once again, split start here. Some of the early leaders, Korosek just driving forward. We'll watch out for Kieran Shepherd from the ACT. But at the moment, quite a strategic race as the Western Australian Oliver Stample McDonald takes the lead. Korosek to the outside of him. You can see the ACT runner, Kieran Shepherd, probably our race favourite here. He's the ACT 1500 metre champ at 4:04. Also took out the 1-2 with the 800 1500 double last week in Brisbane, 153.39 and 4:02.52. But it is Stample McDonald from Western Australia setting the pace here. 33 seconds through that first 200, so they're settling down nicely, and you can see a good long line of young athletes with Shepherd just sitting in that fourth position at the moment as they approach the first 400 metres.
And it is 69.
So 69 opening lap there for the combined under 15 and under 16s. Watch out for the likes of Fransky and also Finch, the Victorians, in the under 15 competition. Logan Hosking, another one to watch out for there, the New South Wales athlete for the under 15s. But in the under 16s, they're leading the way at the moment. So Finch sitting on the rails at the moment. He's sitting in fourth position. Nice little move there from Hosking from New South Wales to the outside.
That is 72.
So 72 lap there. So sitting around that 9-minute pace. So this is ultimately comfortable for quite a few of these young men as they start to really settle this field. Hosking now making another little move just to get in good position. You can see Fransky sitting about in that 5th, 6th position. He'll be well up there in the under 15 comp alongside his Victorian teammate there in Finch. And they're still allowing Stanfield McDonald from Western Australia lead his way through the 800 metre mark. Korosek still sitting in 2nd position, young man from Ballarat. Korosek coming in, he's got an 8:59.21 from Milers Club a few weeks ago. Also came 3rd in the Vic 3K Champs in 9:01. So Korosek's one not to be discounted either. But gee, they're really bunching up now. It's a bit like a Melbourne Cup field as guys are starting to try and get their positions here. You can see Shepherd just doing the smart thing, just sitting a few back. Finch now on his shoulder. On the inside of them, that is the Queenslander there. I'll just try and identify him as that might be Butler.
258.
So 2:58.67 as they went through the first kilometre. So sitting in the low 850s at the moment. So PB territory for a lot of these young men. The pace and the separation in field now starting to happen. Good move there from one of the South Australians. We'll pick them up as they come back around, but that breached the gap beautifully as they head down and hit the 1200. Korosek still content just to sit in 2nd position, and also content is Kieran Shepherd from the ACT. Not having to do a lot of the work. He's comfortable at this pace and just sitting on the shoulder of Korosek as they come around and go under the Dream On Bridge once again. So the under 16s leading the way at the moment. Best of the under 15s. Fransky starting to move through. He's got Finch on his tail at the moment as they come through. And that is Peach from... Gee, it's amazing how they've reformed that group. There was a separation of 4 or 5 out front. Now it's a bunch of 10 as they come through to get 4 laps to go. So 72, they are just sitting on that 9-minute pace beautifully at the moment.
Halfway in about 4:28.
So 4:28 through the halfway mark. So just sitting under that 9-minute mark. As you can see, Shepherd just on the bit here at the moment, sitting on Korosek's shoulder. On the inside of him, that might be Butler from Queensland. There's no change out front, and they'll be coming through to get 3 laps to go. Max Bragozzo also in the mix at the moment. Plenty of them in the mix, actually, and that includes Ethan Huang from Queensland. But no change out front. Cedar Johnson also in a great position there. So this is going to be great racing over these last 3 laps. Positions, top 3 positions in both the under 15s and under 16s up for grabs as we have a lead bunch of about a dozen runners. So Fransky and Finch just dropping off the back of that lead bunch at the moment. They're in contention for medals in the under 15 comp. As we see, Kieran Shepherd just continues to sit on the shoulder. Now the moves are starting to happen. So Lewis Peach from South Australia moving into 2nd position. 2K mark there, 6:00.47. So right on the 9-minute mark at the moment. This is going to be good championship racing over the last 2.5 laps. Peach making his move there right on the 2K mark. We're into the last kilometre now. Stanfield McDonald has led all the way. He's the WA 2K steeple champ in a time of 6:16. But is this going to happen now over this last 2 laps as the big players come out? And we're seeing that happen with Cedar Johnson making a move. Shepherd content just to sit back. Max Bragozzo also now challenging for the lead. So 2 laps out. They're starting to fall off the bunch. We're now down to about 10 in that lead pack. No change. Stample McDonald still leading. Grozo on his shoulder. Peach on the rails. Korosek also on the rails, hasn't moved. Now Shepherd starting to look at the pack as he starts to go down the back straight, and change in lead now. So Johnson leads the way. Cedar Johnson from Queensland. Now they're starting to ramp up 600 out. This is going to be a big kick down. They're going to be well under that 9-minute mark, as you are going to see a massive kick down over the last 500 metres here in this combined under 16 and under 15 event for the all schools. So under the bridge once again, Johnson leads it. Now we're seeing Shepherd just view what's happening out front. Now they're starting to go wide. Korosek back in it as well. This guy has got a very big ticker. So Korosek moving into third position. Great crowd support here for the guys. Johnson leads. I think Pete's in third position, then Shepherd. And then next one out there, Alex Butler. So 69 lap that one. They've gone from 73s to a 69. So this is the kick down we expected. Now Shepherd starting to loom big. So Shepherd goes to the outside. Korosek leads. Shepherd just goes for it now. So Kieran Shepherd's just bided his time. And what a kick down we're going to see here from Kieran Shepherd from the ACT. So he is leading now the under 16 competition. Cedar Johnson's an under 15. He's in next position. Korosek goes again. So Korosek also an under 16. So Mitchell Korosek wants a position there on the podium. So the Victorian into second position as they come through the bridge. But it is our champion here from the ACT, Kieran Shepherd. Look at the battle here. Johnson and also Korosek. Johnson will be going for that under 15 title. My apologies, that's Butler coming through. So Kieran Shepherd takes it. Butler will be next one through, then Korosek. Peach to the outside, also Johnson with him. So Johnson looks like he might be taking that under 15 title. So great running there. We'll wait for the official time on that, but a nice kick down. Kieran Shepherd over the final 300 metres, 58-second last lap to take out the under 16 championship. We'll just wait on final results for the under 15s. But certainly Cedar Johnson was right up there. As we see the next runners coming through with Declan Lokes. Also Cameron Cox, next one in there. And that's James Shuck from Western Australia. The Tasmanian now, Cameron Bodnar. Next one to finish in the under 15s. Time hitting about 9:40 now. It's Beau Waters from Western Australia. And also Addison Scott from North Queensland rounds out our field here in the combined under 15 and under 16 competition. So 8:45, 66, the official winning time there. 8:39.49, Eli Dent still has that record. And that was set last year.
Yes, correct. We're taking presentation to live stream. We're taking presentation to live stream. Stand by camera 4.
Audio on the bolts at level 1, ready for you when you are. All right, stand by. Let's go to presentation. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation and victory ceremony for the female under 15 3000 National All Schools Championships. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 9:59.79, representing Victoria, Cassandra Savati. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 9:55.18, representing Queensland, Piper Anderson. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 9:28.69, representing New South Wales, Eliza Lawton. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists in the female under 15 3,000 metre National All Schools Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation will be for the female under-16 3000 National All-Schools Championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 10:17.90 representing New South Wales, Philippa Quarrell. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 10:09.69 representing New South Wales, Jessica Khan. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 10:04.03 representing Queensland, Helena Butler. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the female under-16 3000 metres National All-Schools Championship.
Thank you very much.
So just waiting. Now on FE Results Hub, and we do have the under-16s through. So Shepherd 8:45.66 taking the win, 8:50.71 for Mitchell Korosek from Victoria to take second. Third place, well deserved there. Oliver Stanfield McDonald did a lot of the leading for the most of that 3,000 metre journey. 8:51.04 for Stanfield McDonald to take the bronze medal. Just waiting for the under-15s to refresh, and we'll try and get an update on them. And they're through now. And it was Cedar Johnson from Queensland, 8:51.10, taking the win. And that, I think, is a new meet record. So 8:52.89, Jack Curran from 2008. So it looks like Cedar Johnson, the Queenslander. Then Logan Hosking, 8:55.33. And Tyler Finch, 9:03.43 in third.
Team wind it up. In 10 seconds, please.
She won the under-17 1500 metres last weekend in Brisbane. Hannah Tornor. Station 2 from Queensland, Isabella Villanotti. In Station 3 from Tasmania, Aurora De Boer. In Station 4 from Queensland, Romy Vickers. In Station 5 representing Victoria, Leanne Ellis. In Station 6 from Victoria, Erin Mariner. In Station 7 from New South Wales, Gypsy Waterson. Station 9 from New South Wales, Lily Cooney. That rounds out the under-17 age group, the under-18 age group. In Station 9 representing Tasmania, Hannah Frankham. Station 10 from New South Wales, Sarah Baker. Station 11 from North Queensland, Erica Coleman. Station 12 from Tasmania, Ariana Reeve. Station 13 from Victoria, Poppy Nivorovich, my apologies. Station 14 from the ACT, Xanthi Pick. Station 15 from Victoria, Lara Smythe. Station 16 from Queensland, Maya Mullins. And Station 17 from New South Wales, Matilda Cole. That is the field for the final of the under-17 and under-18 3,000 metres.
So underway now in the combined under-17 and under-18 event. Once again, 17 starters here as the older age group, the under-18s on the outside, coming across now to join the under-17s. So the pace maybe a little bit dawdling as they all bunch up together. On the inside there, Torna from South Australia. She's a state champion, and also she is the Australian All-Schools champion over 1500, 4:31.16 last week in Brisbane. So Hannah definitely in good form as she leads the under-17 competition. 9:08.93 is the meet record. Sorry, 9:17.76 is the under-18 meet record, Melissa Rollinson. And the under-17 meet record, Carith Duncanson. Two great names from Australian distance running there. 9:26.32 in the under-17s. There's Torna not mucking around here at all and really putting the field, stretching that field out beautifully over the opening 400 metres. So about 74 seconds. So that 9:17, sorry, the 9:26, she's actually in the under 17 competition. So Hannah Torner from South Australia. She's run a 10:07, the junior champs earlier this year, also a 4:34 at that championship, but fresh off that 4:31 last week. And the South Australian really is setting this field alight. Isabella Falanotti from Queensland, she's sitting in the next position. And then Erin Mariner, who's also had a big season this year, sitting in third. Sarah Baker leading the way for the under 18 competitions. So 75 lap there for Torner. So this is very solid pace. Valanotti sitting in nicely at the moment. Haven't got too much on Isabella, but she's a 10:18 runner. It's certainly well ahead of that schedule at the moment as we see Erin Mariner just trying to bridge that gap a little bit. So Erin, she's a 4:49. So around 10:01 at the Milers Club a couple of weeks ago here. So Mariner just edging forward and trying to get onto that lead pack. So group of three, then the pack. Baker doing well in that pack. Also Matilda Cole from New South Wales. So we did see Matilda down here in Victoria at the the Victorian 5K champs only a few weeks ago. And Cole sitting nicely to the outside there, her teammate from New South Wales and Sarah Baker. And they're both leading the under 18 competition. But it's our under 17s leading the way at the moment. 78 seconds, so pace just dropped a little bit there. Torner just content to do the work and obviously very content to just sit there and follow as Valanotti and also Mariner just a couple of metres back. The chasing pack still very solid. Still around 8 of them in that pack and they're working together nicely, not allowing that gap to Mariner to really drift out at the moment as we come through. So 3:11 for the first kilometre. So that's about 9:33 pace. Valanotti looking very comfortable sitting on the shoulder there, or just right hugging that inside lane behind Torner. Hannah Torner, with 4 laps to go, leads the way. Gap to Mariner now starting to just stretch out a little bit. So 1, 2, 3 there for the under 17s. And now we're seeing a little bit of a move there from Leanne Alice from Victoria. Gone past Cole to the outside to Gypsy Waterson from New South Wales. Moving along nicely. But out front, the gap is starting to form in this under 17 competition between 1 and 2 and then to 3. So Mariner back to the other Victorian in Alice. That gap now about 30 metres. And they are in the under 17 competition. Cole, also Baker, looking good in the under 18s at the moment, but it's anyone's in the under 18 as that pack continues to move around together. So the last lap was at 80, so we're just seeing, unlike the last few events where that pace has been just so steady and so solid, we're just dropping pace a little bit as they move around. Torner coming through now, still leading the way, she'll be getting 3 laps to go. As I'm saying, Valanotti is looking very comfortable, that gap has not changed. What has changed though is the gap to Erin Mariner. And what we're seeing, it's like the peloton coming down now. Cole and also Alice leading that pack. Baker's on the inside there. 82nd lap, that one. Lily Cooney from New South Wales also in the picture there. And Romy Vickers from Queensland. So of interest now will be the kick down between 1 and 2, both in the under-17s. I can't see anyone coming from the chase pack and running them down, as we see Torna just starting to extend a little bit as she approaches 2 kilometres. So 6:31 through the 2K mark there for Torna. So that's a 3:20 second kilometre, so 3:11 to 3:20. Velinotti now just starting to feel the pinches a little bit as they come back around and go under the bridge to get 2 laps to go. Torna just starting to grind it out now. Been running steadily on the 80-second laps. Let's see if this one's picked up a little bit as I've gone into the last kilometre now. Velinotti still sitting there. Now Mariner coming from under the bridge and that chase pack really coming at her. So 2 out. Hannah Torna from South Australia. Isabella Velinotti, 2 laps to go. Erin Mariner in next position, but Cole, also Baker, also Alice, and also Coleman from North Queensland, the North Queensland champion, sitting beautifully there and just going alongside Alice from Victoria. So Coleman just starting to make her move. Out front, though, the gap is just getting that little bit bigger. Torna to Velinotti. Cole done a lot of the work with that chasing pack, though, and Matilda Cole's been racing strongly in recent months, and the young lady from New South Wales currently leading the under-18 competition. Be interesting to see the moves here from Coleman, though. That was a great move to just move up higher into that pack, as we see Cole now edging alongside Mariner. But round the bend, and you see emerging from the bridge, it is Hannah Torna. She's going to be getting the sound of the bell. As we see Ariana Reeve from Tasmania, 2 laps to go for Ariana. And that gap now, I'd say that's unbridgeable here, because it is Hannah Torna who's just been winding out good laps at 80 seconds once again. So the last 4 laps at 80s, and that's been good enough for Hannah Torna just to get the little break on Isabella Velinotti. As you see, Cole and also Baker, they're leading the way in the under-18 competition. Coleman, Alice, currently now 3rd in the under-17s, the Victorian. My apologies, Alice is just starting to slip back a bit. I think that might be still Mariner in the mix there. But out front, just over 200 metres to go now. Hannah Torna from South Australia. She won the 1500s last week in Brisbane. She's come down to Melbourne and she will take out the 3,000 metres in the under-17 competition. As Nivarovic comes through and she'll be getting 1 lap to go. But around the top bend and emerging from the bridge now, it will be our event winner in the under-17s. Hannah Torna from South Australia. She will take the win here. Great crowd support once again for our under-17s here. As Torna goes double victories here in the All Schools, and she'll stop the clock on 9:47 unofficially. As we see Valenti, now Cole coming through strongly, and she will take the under. Velinotti will take second. Cole will take the win there in the under-18 competition. Baker will take second. Looks like it was Mariner will still get rewarded with her bravery. She'll get onto the podium there, and I think it was Coleman from North Queensland. Looks like she might be making the podium for the under-18s, and that one was taken out by Matilda Cole from New South Wales. So Lily Cooney just crossed the line. Next one in, that's Maya Mullins from Queensland. Another Queenslander there, Romy Vickers. Aurora De Boer from Tasmania. 1 lap to go for her. And finishing here, Lara Smythe from Victoria. And it looks like Leanne Alice had a few little issues out there, but Leanne will make the finish line here. Well done, Leanne. So 10:49 unofficially. Poppy Nivarovic, next Victorian through in the under-18s.
Presentations, there are 2 presentations to be done back to back. Copy that.
So as we conclude this under-17, under-18 combined event, we will go back to our presentations. There's a good little finish here with Hannah Frankham and Zatopek coming through.
Thanks, Ash. Received. All right, stand by for... is there another athlete to come?
You got one on the track.
Tim, bring it home.
And coming through the bridge into the home straight now. Our final competitor here is Aurora de Boer from Tasmania. So great running from Aurora. 13.21 is her best coming into this. And she'll be well under that. So massive PB there, Aurora de Boer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation will be for the male under 15 3,000 National All Schools Championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 9:03.43, representing Victoria, Tyler Finch. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 8:55.33, representing New South Wales, Logan Hosking. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 8:51.10 from Queensland, Cedar Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the male under 15 3,000 metre National All Schools Championship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation will be for the male under 16 3,000 metres National All Schools Championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 8:50.71 from Victoria, Mitchell Korosek. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 8:50.09 from Queensland, Alex Butler. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 8:45.66 from the ACT, Kieran Shepherd. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the male under 16 3,000 National All Schools Championship.
And under 18s, a few good ones to watch out here. Eli Dent from the ACT state champion up there. He knows how to win a all schools champ. Spartan Leighton loves to run from the front, the young Victorian. Also Oscar Gray, the Victorian. He's running under 31. They're in the under 17s. In the under 18s, Jonah Hanna-Carey, one to watch. The Western Australian state champ. North Queensland champ also there, Cayenne Blue. Red Baker, he got second in the Australian under 18 cross country champs down in Lonnie. So another good strong runner there from Queensland in Red Baker. So some good performers here. Toby Rawle also North Queensland champ. So looking forward to the under 17s and under 18s, which Glenn Turner will introduce shortly.
I'm JD. I've got a full-time scoreboard operator now.
How good for you? What do you want to do with it?
Do you want me to, have you got a spare headset for him?
Yeah, I do.
Can you go and see the bald man in the corner in the next room? Yeah. He's a lovely guy. His name's James.
I would have said good-looking man, but thanks, Lockie. I really appreciate the way you look after me.
For the intro in 5 seconds.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the male under 17 and under 18 3,000 metres, the Australian All Schools Championship. Two age groups, the under 17 and under 18 competitors. On the inside, representing our under 17 men, Station 1 from Queensland, Zach Milligan. Station 2 from the ACT, Oliver Barker. Station 3 from Victoria, Oscar Gray. Station 4 from New South Wales, Harrison McCluskey. Station 5 from Queensland, Oscar McKean. Station 6 from New South Wales, Elijah Gosby. Station 7 from Tasmania, Cooper Forward. Station 8 from WA, Kaylin Bennett. Station 9 from the ACT, Elie Dent. And in Station 10, representing Victoria, Bart Leeton. In the under 18 age group, in Station 11 from Queensland, Toby Rule. Station 12 finished third in the under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase at the 2024 All Schools last weekend from Queensland, Rhett Baker. In Station 13 from New South Wales, Rowan Nairn. Station 14 from Victoria, Joshua Carlin. Station 15 from North Queensland, Kyan Blue. Station 16 from Tasmania, Oliver Tyson. Station 17 from WA, Yona Hanakeri. Station 18 from WA, Cameron Bills. And finally in Station 19, gold medalist from the under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase last weekend from Victoria, Connor Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your field in the under 17, under 18 male 3,000 metres.
Underway in our under 17, under 18 competition. Ones to watch here. Bart Leeton always loves to lead a race, so as they come from under the bridge, let's see where Bart positions. He's in the under 17 competition. He's sitting on the rails. Gee, the pace has just gone off. So no one really wants to take this one. So the two Victorians out front. It's Connor Sullivan and Bart Leeton. Different age groups. Hanakiri from Western Australia, almost just sitting to the outside there. So we've seen Sullivan in the under 18s. As Glenn said, he won the steeple last week. Also had a big breakthrough, winning, I think it was the D race of Milers Club over 3,000 metres in 8:25.97. Not bad for a D race performance. And Connor Sullivan now leading the way. So Leeton content to sit back. Hanakiri's with him. And now we're just seeing the pace pick up a little bit as Connor Sullivan approaches the first 400 metres. So just on the 72nd mark there. So comfortable for Sullivan. So I think he's decided that, okay, if no one else is going to take it, I will. And given he can run an 8:25, maybe he just goes from the front. So Eli Dent now also moving his way through, just sitting mid-pack there next to Hanakiri. On the rails, we've got McKean from Queensland. Also up there, Oscar Gray from Victoria. So a few of the front, or what we'd expect to be our leading pack, are really established themselves in the front. But no real moves at this stage, apart from Sullivan just forcing pace out forward, with two Victorians sitting right on his heels. So McKean in next position. So he's a 3:55 1,500 metre runner. Also got an 8:47 in the 3,000 metres. So McKean's definitely one in the under-17 comp to watch out for. He got third at the Australian champ, or the All Schools champs last week. So fresh off a 3:55. So McKean one to be respected. Dent also, watch out for Eli Dent. He's running 8:36. He's also won the ACT state champs over 1,500 metres, or territory championships. The North Queenslander there as well. And that's Cayenne Blue. He's running 8:35. So they're running 70-second laps quite consistently at the moment. So Gray now joining Sullivan out front. Leeton still happy to hog the rails there. Hanakiri just off the back of him. Then McKean. And the first of our New South Wales runners. Sorry, that's Dent in next position. And alongside him, that is McCluskey from New South Wales. So McCluskey also around that 8:35 mark. Came fourth from the New South Wales champs in 8:53. But this is very good running out front because Sullivan forcing pace, but no one really getting dropped from that main bunch. So 2:54 through the first kilometre. No real changes to come through to get 4 laps to go. No one to watch there is Rhett Baker. So Baker second in the Australian cross-country champs down at Lonnie in the under-18 competition. So a very strong Queenslander there in Baker. He's third at the All Schools 2K steeple in 6:06 as well. So Baker, another one to watch out for as they really start to settle this pace down. But Sullivan not being headed at the moment. The two Victorians in Leeton and Gray sitting next position, then Hanakiri. To the outside, it's Dent. On the inside there, we've got McCluskey. Joining them also is the Queenslander in McKean. So Leeton knows that Sullivan's an age group up. So quite content to let Connor do the leading at the moment. But Oscar Gray is in that same age group and they're side by side at the moment. Hanakiri, he's in the under-18, so he's up against Sullivan. And we're seeing Leeton just have a little look around the shoulders. They come through to get 3 laps to go. Eli Dent still in great position. Blue now just having to charge forward. Going with him, that was Rhett Baker, the Queenslander. So 68. So they've really started to wind it up a little bit here. Sullivan looks comfortable. He should be comfortable. He can run this pace. He's run 8:25. He knows what it feels like to run at this sort of schedule. And now we're seeing a separation. Blue's working hard to try and keep on that pack. He's got McCluskey just ahead of him. He's just got to try hard here because there's now a group of 8 out front.
5:43.
So 5:43 through the 2 kilometre mark. They're into the last kilometre, and this is where the moves are really going to start to come. A lot of talent out front here. These guys know how to race hard, and they're going strongly over this last kilometre now. Leeton's going to the outside. He's on the shoulder. On the rails, you've got the Queenslander in McKean. Dent sitting in 4th position. Now Gray goes again. He does this a bit. He'll go in, come back out, go in, come back out. 2 laps out. 1, 2, 3, Victoria. Dent, next position. Then it is the Queenslander and McKean and McCluskey. So a 66. So they are really starting to wind it up, and it is Bart Leeton who decides to go to the front. He's leading the under-17 competition. The under-18 leader, Sullivan, looks like he might charge again. Dent sitting in 4th position. McCluskey just off him. It looks like McKean might be gone, but out front, Sullivan takes it again. So it's Sullivan leading the under-18s, Leeton leading the under-17s. In next position is Gray, the Victorian, in the under-17s. Dent is about to join him also in the under-17 competition, as well as McCluskey, the under-17s. So out front, the 2 Victorians are now absolutely going at each other. This is winding up beautifully. I can't wait to see the split on this lap because they have gone up another peg or 2 as Leeton goes to the outside as they approach the bell. Now Gray, can we get a 1, 2, 3 in the combined event here for the Victorians? Dent on the rails, McCluskey to the outside of him. But Leighton coming through. Goes again, 64-second lap. That's 4-minute, 1,500-metre pace. They are flying at the tail end of this event. So this is very entertaining 3,000-metre running. Bart Leighton loves to lead, but this time he lets Sullivan do it all early, and Bart Leighton goes down the back straight. Connor Sullivan still going with him, but I think Leighton has found another gear. So it's Leighton, Sullivan, McCluskey, Dent. Looks like Gray's run his race. But out front it is Bart Leighton, hits the last 200 metres. Connor Sullivan will have to worry now as Eli Dent starts to make his moves. So it is Leighton leading the way. He'll take this out in the under-17s. They won't get Bart Leighton from here. So Leighton is round the bend, under the tunnel. He'll come out into the daylight here, and Bart Leighton will take a very good victory in this under-17 3,000 metres. Sullivan needs to lift a little bit because Dent and McCluskey are coming at him, but Sullivan will take the under-18 title, and it will be Bart Leighton, though, wins the race, takes the under-17. Bart Leighton, well done. 8:24 unofficial. Sullivan, great run from him. Eli Dent comes through. He will take second position. McCluskey third in the under-17 comp as Gray comes in next position. Cayenne Blue, he'll take the silver there for North Queensland in the under-18s. And then we'll have Rowan Nairn. Looks like he's snuck in there. We'll wait for the official results there. He might be taking bronze home from the under-18 competition. But entertaining racing out there in the combined under-17, under-18s. Wins to Leighton and also Sullivan representing Victoria.
Call it home, Tim. We've got time.
So next one in, Zach Milligan from Queensland. We'll also have another Josh Carlin, the Victorian, and our two Western Australians there. That looked like it was Carlin Bennett. And also Cameron Bills coming through. And from Tasmania, great to see the Tasmanians back here once again. And Cooper forward from Tasmania, he'll come through in next position. And two more to come in here.
Ash to GT, under-17s.
Toby Rule from Queensland, North Queensland champion, wearing the maroon of the Queensland state uniform. Next one to finish, just under 10 minutes. And our final competitor, Oliver Thiessen from Tasmania, right on 10 minutes there to conclude a very exciting combined under-17 and under-18 competition.
Stand by.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation and victory ceremony will be for the female under-17 3,000 metres, the National All-Schools Championship. In third place and bronze medalist today in a time of 10:00.63 from Victoria, Erin Mariner. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 9:57.38 from Queensland, Isabella Valanotti. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 9:47.21 from South Australia, Hannah Tunya. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the female under-17 3,000 metres National All-Schools Championship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the female under-18 3,000 metres All-School National Championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 10:02.06 from North Queensland, Erica Coleman. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 10:01.30 from New South Wales, Sarah Baker. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 9:57.59 from New South Wales, Matilda Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the female under 18 3,000 metres, the National All Schools Championship.
So on the far side of the track, you can see the pole vaulters just starting to do their warm-up. So this is the Steve Hooker pole vault championship or competition. It's a teams event, so it is a combination of teams of two and combined best heights between the men and women in those respective teams will take out the Steve Hooker trophy. So a big thank you once again to Mark Stewart from Athletics Australia who's organised this comp. We've got some pretty good jumpers. We could be getting the bar up around the 5 metre mark. We do have a young man from Queensland who is via Ireland, and that is Charlie Myers. He's got a 5.71 personal best, so that is seriously high. Also over the 5 metre mark, Dalton DiMettio's got a 5.30 to his name. So he's the best of the Victorians. And in the girls, we've got some good 4 metre pluses. Kushnor Rangi from Victoria, young lady from Athletics Essendon, 4.05. She's really improved big time. Also her twin is out there, and that's Suknor. She's got a 3.95. Other girls to watch out for, Georgia Taylor's got a 4.05, former Victorian champion. Jamison Harding, 3.90, and she is one of the top junior pole vaulters in the whole country. So Wilson Cram, another one to watch for, 5.15 is his best. So another exciting competition here, and as I said, teams competition, they'll be wearing their colours, and those pairings will be trying to get the best combined height between the men and the women. So we've now concluded our all schools element of the on-track nights here at the Zatopek 2024, and we're going to move into the B races for the under 20 event. So we'll have the B race for the women. We'll have 11 starters, and also we have a B race for the men's 3,000 metres. Very competitive to get into the Ondieki for the women and also the Di Castella for the men. That's why we do put on the B races, because it's so competitive. The qualifying times for the men have probably gone from 8.45 a few years ago to about, I think it's about 8.25 now. I'll get you into that race. So we've seen some big step forward in the middle distance racing for the under 20s in Australia in recent years, and those qualification standards are just getting harder and harder. So it's good to reward the other really good performers across the country with these B races to get a chance to run in front of the big crowd here at Lakeside Stadium at the Zatopek, brought to you by On. And this gives them a great big race meets experience in front of the crowd, which is growing beautifully here. The music's pumping away, getting good atmosphere on the infield. Nice crowd on the infield, which is great, and we'll see that will just grow and grow as the evening goes on.
So that would be why it's disappeared, right? So if it does that again, just always bring it down. This is your bottom screen.
Just go through our medalists there in the under 18s and also the under 17s for the men's. Great racing that was. Connor Sullivan, not quite on PB, but he won the under 18s in 8.27.62. Cayenne Blue from North Queensland, 8.39.73 in second. And Rowan Nairn did come through from New South Wales, 8.42.07 for him to take third in the under 18s. In the under 17s, we saw Bart Leaton. What a great run that was from Bart. Dare say that might well have been a PB for Bart as well, but he just handled that beautifully. I think 8.28 was his previous best, so Bart Leaton runs a PB, wins a national champs, and what a great run that was. Eli Dent always a great performer. 8:28.32 for Dent to take second. And Harrison McCluskey always in there, 8:28.75. He rounds out the podium for the under-17 competition.
Like another 20 minutes away, but we're happy to get them out now and do the presentation now if you're all clear from the office.
No, that's fine. I forgot we jumped ahead. Good pickup. So just leave it as it is in the program. Thanks, mate.
Right, so copy, so you want them to stay here for another...
Girls are now starting to get towards the line here for the big race for the 3,000 metres. A little bit dominated by the Victorians, as you'd probably expect for this one.
Copy that.
A couple of New South Wales competitors in Zoe Honeybrook and also Caitlin Tan, and the Queenslander Indy Fletcher also lining up. Balafari, she's won a state championship here in the under 23k in 10:08. Also state champion from Victoria, Orla Shackloff. So Orla's very versatile. Good steeplechaser. She's taken many victories in the state championships in the 2k steeple. She's run a 10:13, so her PB actually 10:03.67 for the 3,000 flat. And she placed 9th last year in the Ondieki in 10:28. Another state champion, Abby Reid, the Bendigo girl. She'd run a 10:06. And that was at the Australian Junior Champs. Also a good steeplechaser is Abby Reid. So she's taken that state championship in 7:11.15 in the 2k steeple. Neve Partridge, fairly new on the block, Neve Partridge, but Geelong girl, and she's going along quite nicely. 18:23, 5,000 metres, but she ran a 10:16 at Miles Club just a couple of weeks ago.
Chris, stand by with the start list for the under 20 women's B female. We're just waiting for the final approval from the photo finish and then we'll go. All right, we've got zeros. Ready for introduction, please. In the bowl in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the female under 20B 3,000 metres. Field of 11, station number 1 representing Victoria, Bonnie Burt. In station number 2 from Queensland, Indy Fletcher. Station number 3 from Victoria, Neve Partridge. Station 4 from Victoria, Bella Ferry. Station 5 from Victoria, Eden Hill. Station 6 from New South Wales, Caitlin Tan. Station 7 from Victoria, Natasha Goodler. Station 8 from Victoria, Chloe Phelan. Station 9 from Victoria, Abby Reid. Station 10 from Victoria, Jasmine Sidebottom. And in Station 11, representing New South Wales, Zoe Honeybrook. That's the field for the under 20 female B 3,000 metres.
GT out.
Not right here. No, that's it. No, I don't know. As they settle, looks like it is the young lady from New South Wales leading the way, Zoe Honeybrook. So 36 opening 200 metres there. Honeybrook from New South Wales leading the way. So Zoe comes in for 10:07 personal best. So Zoe's got a 4:34 1500, so definitely one of the quicker runners in this field. Also a 2:15 800 metres, and that was at the Australian Junior Champs last year. So no surprise with Zoe Honeybrook leading the way. So about a 76 opening lap there, which is a nice solid pace for these young ladies. Balafari, she's taken out a Victorian Championship over this distance with 10:08. Watch out for Orla Shackloff as well. Great performer, Orla. She's an all-rounder, great steeplechaser, but not slow on the flat with a 10:03 time. So nicely packed at the moment. So Abby Reid sitting in second position there. On the rails you've got Fari, the Victorian. So Reid's had a great season last year. That resulted in third at the 2K steeple at the National Championships in 7.15. Also 7.11.15 to take out the Victorian 2K Championship as well over the barriers. 10.06.58 is Abby's best over the 3,000 metres. And you can see she's quite comfortable at the moment, just sitting in that lead group. So the lead group's still quite big. Indy Fletcher, the Queenslander, sitting at the rear end of the lead pack at the moment. So also a steeplechaser is Fletcher. She came fifth in the under-20 Queensland Championships over the 3K barriers, 11.45 her time there. So Fletcher just trying to hold on to that grouping. Just in front of her is Chloe Phelan, the Williamstown runner. So very good over the... Well, she came third in the Victorian 5,000 metres in 17.21 and also fifth in the 1,500. So 3:17 opening kilometre there. And it is... So Honeybrook from New South Wales still leading the way. So a little bit of a gap forming now. So lead bunch of 7. So Natasha Gertler also in the mix. She's sitting on the rails at the moment, sitting about third position, the young Victorian. Fari just in front of her. And they seem quite content to let Zoe just continue to drive this pace forward. So they're sitting around 80-second laps. And we're just seeing a few little gaps starting to form here, but nice bunch sitting at the rear of the field working together nicely as well. That includes side bottom for Victoria. Also Tan from New South Wales. And Eden Hill, another Victorian, wearing the Albury Athletics uniform. So 81 seconds for that lap, so it's still very consistent. Honeybrook just got a nice long line, 6 bodies right behind her, just following in her footsteps. So very comfortable is Zoe Honeybrook at the moment from New South Wales. Balafari now, a little bit of a gap forming as we see Gertler just starting to get a little bit away there from the next runner in Abby Reid. So Reid deciding she's just going to start to work her way forward and try and reconnect once again. Honeybrook, Fari, Gertler, Reid. Now a little bit of a gap forming. So Bonnie Burt just being passed by Phelan. Partridge in next position. And front three now just starting to get a little bit of a break as they go through 3 laps to go. Another 81-second lap, so very consistent pacing out front. Honeybrook, Fari, Gertler. Gap then to Reid. Phelan in the next position, followed by Burt and then Partridge. Gap then to Fletcher. Another gap then to Tan. Hill in next position and side bottom. So about 80 metres separating. 6:41 was the time at the 2 kilometre split. So 3:24 second kilometre there. So we're aiming, it's going to get us in around that 10-minute mark. That'll be PBs for a few if they can get under that. Phelan has gone under that mark before. She's sitting a little bit back, but now we're seeing a few moves coming from that chase pack, and Phelan is one of those. Also, Reed starting to move forward as Fari just starts to drift back a little. Gertler running strongly, but it is Honeybrook from New South Wales still leading the way 2 laps out. Burt also pushing forward. Little gap then to Partridge. But out front, she's led all the way. Zoe Honeybrook from New South Wales. Can we get some of these runners under that lovely 10-minute mark, which is a 3:20 per kilometre average? As we're seeing Gertler not letting that gap grow. Reed's done a magnificent job just dragging Phelan through into that 3rd and 4th position, and I can just feel the sense that Phelan's got a bit of momentum down that back straight, and she does as she goes past Reed. Honeybrook, Gertler. Now it's Phelan in 3rd, Reed in next position. Sorry, Reed's just surged again, so some good competition from the young ladies as they hit 600 metres out. Gap then to Burt. She's been a big improver from Ballarat, is Bonnie Burt, and she's still holding on strongly. Partridge in next position. My apologies, Fairy. Then Partridge. Tan now starting to come through. She's gone past Fletcher. Hill in next position, and then side bottom. 500 metres out. And coming out from under the bridge, still it's Zoe Honeybrook. She's led all the way, so we want to try and get Zoe under that wonderful 10-minute mark. And let's see if we can get a few of the others. Reed and Phelan still having a really good battle here in that 3rd and 4th position. Gertler sitting nicely in 2nd as they come through to get the bell. So it's Honeybrook, Gertler, Reed, Phelan, then Burt. Partridge just coming alongside Fari as they come through to approach the bell. Tan also picking up nicely. So another 81-second lap there. So Honeybrook looks like she's just going to run away with this. The interest now will be in 2nd, 3rd and 4th as we see Reed picking up again. This is a good run from Abby Reed. Probably best I've seen her this season as she starts to move nicely down that back straight. She's got someone to chase in Natasha Gertler. So Reed goes up another gear. Phelan tries to go as well. Gertler's going to be challenged, but Reed, my God, can Reed actually take it from here? So another one of the Bendigo sensations, 200 metres out. She'll be looking at Honeybrook now. So Zoe Honeybrook's done all the work. The New South Wales, a young lady, she's been leading all the way. Probably got enough real estate between her and Reed as they come out from under the bridge, but Reed goes up another level as she comes around that top bend. Honeybrook, Reed, what a run from her. Time check 9:45. We're going to have a few sub-10s here, including Abby Reed. This will be a PB for her. So some wonderful running from Honeybrook. She will take the win in the B on Dieki here, and she will break that 10-minute mark. Can we get Reed under? It's going to be close, probably just the other side, but 9:58 unofficial there for Honeybrook. Gertler will settle for the 3rd position, and coming through then will be Chloe Phelan just over the 10-minute mark. So just hitting 10:10 now, and Bonnie Burt, she'll come through. Great run from Burt. And that will be close to a PB for Burt. Tan coming through next, then Partridge. So right on the 10:24 mark there for Partridge. Eden Hill, Fletcher, Fari still on the track, and they're coming down to the final stages here of this 3,000 metres in the B on Dieki, and it will be Eden Hill from Albury. Next one to finish. And then Fletcher. Balafari next position, and Jasmine side bottom. She will round out our field here in the Ondieki 3,000 metres B race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the male under 17, 3,000 metres, the National All Schools Championship. In 3rd place, and bronze medalist in a time of 8:28.75, representing New South Wales, Harrison McCluskey. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 8:28.32, representing the ACT, Elliot Dent. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 8:24.19 from Victoria, Bart Leeton. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists in the male under 17 3,000 metres, the National All Schools Championship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the male under 18 3,000 metres, the National All School Championships. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 8:42.07 from New South Wales, Rowan Nairn. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 8:39.73 from North Queensland, Cayenne Blue. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 8:27.62 from Victoria, Connor Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under 18 3,000 metres, the National All Schools Championships. Well, ladies and gentlemen, out on the back straight, we have our pole vaulters ready to commence the Steve Hooker Pole Vault Challenge, one of our feature events on tonight's program. There are 6 teams. Introducing team number 1 in purple, representing Victoria, Kate Abfolter and Charlie Myers. Charlie's the 2-time UK national champion in 2023 and 2018 at this event, and the 2-time indoor UK champion in 2023 and 2019 with a personal best of 5.71 metres. Team number 2 in blue, representing Victoria, Dalton Demedio. Finished second this year in the national championships and is the current Oceania champion with a personal best of 5.30. Joining Dalton, Suknul Rungi, representing Victoria. She's the current under-18 national champion and finished second in the under-20 national championships, and last weekend finished second in the All Schools Championships with a vault of 3.95. Team number 3 in black, both representing Victoria, Wilson Cram. Joining Wilson will be Cassidy Brady, a 2023 representative of the Australian World Under-20 Championships in Cali. Team number 4, also from Victoria, in orange, Kushna Rangi. She was second in the Under-18 National Championships earlier this year. And joining her will be Johnny Suarez, who finished 5th at the Under-20 National Championships in April. Team number 5 in pink, both from Victoria, Andre Demedio and Jamison Harding. 15 years of age, Jamison was 5th in the Under-20 National Championships in 2024, and at the All Schools last weekend took out the gold medal in the Under-16 90-metre hurdles. She won the Under-16 pole vault, and she was a member of the victorious Victorian 4x100-metre Under-16 female team. And finally, team number 6 in red, Andrew Bull from Victoria and Georgia Taylor from Victoria. Georgia is the Under-16 national champion from 2024, and she finished 4th in the Open National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, there are your 6 teams for the Steve Hooker Pole Vault Challenge.
So great to see a nice colourful lineup there for our pole vault competition as we see the young men in the B 3,000 metres doing their strides as they make their way down to the start line. So 18 starters here. Some very good talent. Now, if you hark back to last year, the winner of this event actually made the podium for the De Castella because the A race was a little bit dawdling and the B race really went for it. So Braden Everett ran 8:24 to win the B race. And I think that was good enough to get himself onto the podium, which was a great effort. So let's see what will happen with this one. These guys have got nothing to lose, basically. We've got a good range of talent. A lot of them around the 8:30 mark. So will we see any breakthroughs? There's some, well, Angus Hinksman's in there from South Australia. Definitely one to watch out for. He's a cerebral palsy athlete, but he's got a 3:58 1500 and also a 1:57.8. Oh, sorry, a 3:51 for the 1500. So this guy can move. His 8:37 PB for the 3000, I think might be a little bit soft given the 3:51. Our Ballarat fans will be watching out for the likes of Josh Johnson, also Charles Chandler, Benny Mornane as well. They're all in that high 820s, low 830s mark. So Chandler, he's got an 829, also a 15:07 5,000 metres recently. So he's in good shape.
Sorry guys, stand by. Chris, you ready with, it's already up on the board. Stand by for intro the bowl in 3, 2, 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the under 20 B male 3,000 metres. A field of 18 will contest this B event. Station number 1, representing Victoria, Sam Alberston. Station 2 from Tasmania, Jacob Gardner. Station 3 from Victoria, Jack Waters. Station 4 from Victoria, Charles Chandler. Station 5 from WA, Thomas Cross. Station 6 from ACT, Ryan Seminis. Station 8 from Victoria, Jamie Blackburn. Station 9 from Queensland, Kai Loth. Station 10 from New South Wales, Cam Burnett. Station 11 from South Australia, Angus Hinksman. Station 12 from Victoria is Luca Scholes-Robertson. Station 13 from Victoria, Mulgan Wagner. Station 14 from Victoria, Broden Bond. Station 15, also from Victoria, Charlie Kybird. Station 16 from Victoria, Will Lovett. Station 17 from Victoria, Cooper Phillips. And rounding out the field in Station 18 from Victoria, Ben Mornane.
The split start once again for the B 3,000 metres De Castella event. And who will ever forget last year's event where Braden Everett, 8:24.19, really set this pace on for the B race. And let's see if that happens again. These guys really do have nothing to lose. It's not a championship race. They're going to run for time. But, gee, they're just starting to slow it as they approach. No one wants to lead. Someone's got to lead this, boys. If you want a fast time, if you want to get into the major races, you've got to go for it. And it is Thomas Cross from Western Australia. Now Charles Chandler. He's in form at the moment. Ran a really good 15:07.5K not so long ago. So it's the Eureka athlete, Charles Chandler, who is going to pick up the pace. And it will be Cross from Western Australia who sits in onto the rails and just follows him down the back straight. You can see Mornane sitting there in fourth position at the moment as they start to settle. But Chandler's doing a great job here. Exactly what we want to see in this B race, racing with no fear. As I said, nothing to lose for these guys. Let's go for times in this B race and prove that you should have been in the A race. That's the real mission with a lot of these young men. So competitive to get into that A race, and times of high 8:20s, low 8:30s are missing out on the big dance a little bit later in the De Castella. So it was a 34 opening 200 and a 67 to 68. So Chandler really has got them going. Now, I've got word on cross from Western Australia, from Raf Bow, that this guy's one to watch, and gee, what a smooth mover he is. Jacob Gardner, he is a Tasmanian state champion, and he is sitting there nicely in that third position. So Gardner, he's got an 8:34 to his name. Also, he's the under-20 state champion from Tassie in the 1500 at 3:55, and he ran fourth in the under-23k steeple last week in 9:19. So Gardner, definitely one to watch. Another little move just happening there down the back straight was as Chandler still leads the way. So 64 lap there to really get them going. They're moving along beautifully now. So this is, as I said, just what we want from this B race, to really throw it down and see if these boys can get massive PBs here. Chandler, cross. Kai Lau from Queensland in next position. So he's got an 8:32. He's a 14:27 5K runner, is Lau. So sitting in that third position, he's definitely one to watch. Cam Burnett from New South Wales also in that sort of lead pack now, because the gap then to Albertson is starting to really move in the Mentone yellow and black uniform. So top five starting to really stretch it away. So Kai Bird decides he's going to make a little bit of a move in the all orange of Mornington Peninsula, and Kai Bird doesn't want to lose any distance here, as the boys, Chandler setting the path here, really moving along nicely. So 2:45 through the opening K. So this is on. That is 8:15 pace. So Charles Chandler, he's decided to really throw this out here. So Chandler's still leading. Cross is looking strong. Louth in next position. Then we have the Tasmanian, and that's Gardner. Burnett's come through next. Then we've got Will Lovett, the Odds variant, sitting in next position. Jamie Blackburn, state champion for Victoria, sitting mid-pack there. And Kai Bird has done a good job of just starting to breach in, but now there is a group of three out front. Chandler still leading the way. Cross hasn't moved from the rails and doesn't need to, because the pace set by Charles Chandler at the moment is beautiful. So they're sitting on 65-second laps at the moment. So we're seeing a sub 8:20 being set up here potentially for these young men in the B race, believe it or not. Chandler just edging forward more with just sort of good move there from Burnett from New South Wales. He's now sitting in fourth position, but he's moved up beautifully onto Lau's shoulder. No change out front though as Charles Chandler continues to surge forward. Now we're seeing a big group of eight. Pace probably gone off a little bit if that's happened. Gardner's now sitting in sixth position. We've seen Lovett come through as well as Burnett. Blackburn's right up there. Also there, Cooper Phillips from New South Wales. Then a little bit of a gap to Kai Bird. Mornane in next position. Just on the inside of him is Broden Bond from Victoria. Pace gone right off those 71. I wouldn't be surprised if someone decides they're going to take up the lead here, and that's why you've seen them come together. Cooper Phillips going down the outside now. So Phillips going through the tent and trying to pick off a few bodies. Goes alongside Gardner from Tasmania. Pace going from 65 to 71. That's why we're seeing them really start to come through. And now it is Phillips who's making the big moves. Cross not wanting to do anything out front, but that could work against him as we see the likes of Phillips who's been sitting back early, and they're starting to really force onto the pace now. So Charles Chandler still leads the way in the Eureka kit, coming down to get 2 laps to go. So 5:37, that was a 2:52 second kilometre. And now we're seeing Louth, the 14:27 5K runner from Queensland, and Cross go with him. Burnett also charging forward with Phillips. Gardner in the mix, as well as Lovett and also Blackburn. But Lau 2 laps out. The young man from Queensland, 14:27.58 is his PB for 5,000 metres. He has got form. He's an 8:32 3,000 metre man, but we're going to see a faster time than that. They've just dropped another 71 though, so the pace just needs to lift a little bit. Phillips, what a good job Cooper Phillips has been doing. Sat back nicely early, just let it happen out front, and now Cooper Phillips sits in second position. Cross in the position behind. Now Gardner decides to go. Remember, Gardner has got that 1,500 metre and 800 metre speed. The Tasmanian now goes onto the shoulder 600 metres out. So it is Lau, Gardner, Phillips. I think Lovett's in next position, then Cross. So good group of about 6 out front as they come around to get under the bridge and get 1 lap to go. So 500 metres out in this journey of a 3,000. The B race for the De Castella has not let us down at all. It's been very entertaining as we see a real mix of the states here. We've got Queensland, Tasmania, now Western Australia. Raf Bowyer might be right here as you see Thomas Cross just starting to move forward. Gardner's going to go with him. You've got Lovett to the outside as well, and now Cooper Phillips goes again. 68 for that lap, so Cross now moving forward. Who cares what they run for the last lap in time, because the race is now on. Lauf goes again in front of Gardner. Cross, he's got a gap of 2 or 3 metres over Lauf, and then Gardner. Gap then to Phillips, Lovett, and also Blackburn starting to come into the picture down the back straight. Gardner rises again. He's got Lauf, I think, and now the challenge will be on Cross as Gardner starts to push it through. He's got a gap of about 5 metres, but it is Cross who starts to drive forward again. Phillips back into the picture. It keeps changing out front here, but nothing's changing with the first runner as Thomas Cross from Western Australia really drives it home. Let's get behind. What a great run this has been from Cross. The Western Australia's come here to play in this B race, and he will take victory, but it will be Lauf now coming strongly again. It changes again. Love it in next position. Whoa, I'm not going to call that. I think it might be Lauf, might have just got that. So Cross looks like he had it done and dusted, but Lauf will wait for photo finish on that. What a race. 60-second last lap, 8:21 thereabouts the finish time. I'm going to wait for the photo. I'd be calling it Lauf though on the outside, but let's wait and see what our great team with the photo finish tell us about that one. Once again, though, the B race, the De Castella not letting us down whatsoever. Fascinating race. So the winning time, 8:22.27. So winning time. Winning time, 8:22.27. Winner of the race, Kai Lau from Queensland.
Tim, you're out of the bowl. Bring Tim back into the bowl, please. Thank you.
Just repeating the winning time, 8:22.27. The winner of the B race, Kai Lau, New South Wales. 8:22.29, second place, Thomas Cross from Western Australia. So 8:22 winning time there for our B race. Now bear in mind those young men are eligible for the championship. So it just shows the A race, they have to go fast. Well, we might have a repeat of last year. So last year taken out in 8:24 by Braden Everett, 8:22. And what a finish there. Kai Lau taking it out just over Thomas Cross from Western Australia. Big runs from both of them. Results will be up on AV Results Hub, so make sure you follow those live results. So that's getting the excitement level right up there. It just shows you how good distance running can be here in Melbourne at Lakeside Stadium, the On-Track Nights 2024. And we will be joined very shortly. Tamsin Manu is in the house and she'll be taking over some commentary duties. Also, Nick Wall will be helping us with the 4x4 Victorian Championships. And we'll get the A-team into the commentary box fairly soon to call those great events. All right, joined by Nick Wall in commentary. So, Nick, we're going to always one of the most exciting events of the night, isn't it? The Victorian 4x400 metre championships. So, men up first.
Can't wait, Tim. Look, it's Old Melburnians, the defending champions this event, not here. So, it'll be a new winner this year. Some absolute class in this field. We saw their relay heats just a couple of weeks ago, and the one that we're excited to watch is going to be Cooper Sherman, that world under-20 representative. He'll be running the last leg for Ballarat region. Terrific to see the regionals so well represented tonight with Bendigo, Ballarat, and also Chilwell out there, and also the down from Frankston. You could almost give them a bit of regional bias, but
But it's actually a very good team from Frankston too, of Archduke. And anyway, let's go to intros.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one of our featured team events on tonight's card is the Athletics Victoria Men's 4x400 metres the state championship. 8 teams represented. The Victorian record held by St Stephen's Harriers of 3:06.50. In lane 1, representing Frankston, Archduke to Jet Tripp to Samuel Elvey to Tyrone Nesbitt. Lane 2, representing Bendigo, Oliver Muggleton to Fletch Watchman to Jake Hilson and to Angus McKinley. In 3, Athletics Chilwell, Charlie Tresice to Lachlan Thomas to Lachlan Gist to Seth McLeish.
So I'm joined here now. Tamsin's just made her way back up into the box here. Tamsin, one of your...
To Hagoya Nishimura. In 5, Ballarat Region, Patrick Martin to Hudson Downs to Stuart Aberdeen to the current Australian 400 metre champion, Cooper Sherman. In 6, Sandringham, Lawson Power to Cameron De Bruin to Ben Sears, and rounding out will be Luke Stevens. In lane 7, Doncaster, Riley Nacoan, Kevin Rasool, Christian Zapli, Thomas Reynolds. And in lane 8, St Kevin's, Harry Hemmings, Phil Borg, Robert Hopkins and Ben Forster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's 4x400 metre state championship.
So from the inside in this 4x4 Victorian Relay Championship, it's Frankston, Bendigo, Chilwell, Essendon, Ballarat, Sandringham, Doncaster, and out wide St Kevin's. As they go through the tunnel there, it is Sandringham who's made a very aggressive early start, and that is the diesel Lawson Power. So Lawson Power through 200 metres looking very good for Sandringham, and tracking him behind is Ballarat, and that is Patrick Martin.
Lawson Power looks like he's having a great run out there for Sandringham. It's the stagger that we've got to keep an eye on here, because Lawson comes into the front straight. He's certainly made the stagger up on the outside lanes, but how's he going to go finishing it off with the athletes coming at him hard from the inside?
So Lawson Power, very strong first leg here. He's going to hand over with Sandringham. He's going to go to Cameron De Bruin. So De Bruin, nice return to the track for him. Good mates there, handing over in first. Ballarat region checking through them. Essendon with a nice little handover in third. And there goes the man, Kevin Rasool, on the outside from Doncaster. So Rasool, the veteran, moves his way up into third. And back behind them we've got Chilwell, Bendigo, Frankston and St Kevin's.
Well, you could see that first leg split was pretty quick. It looked like the clock was just ticking over to 46 seconds for Lawson Powell. And they've done the crossover, and it's De Bruin just being caught at the moment by Downs.
Great leg there. We're going to go past the stage there. There are so many things to look at tonight. You're over-aroused out there on the track, and these runners are certainly excited. But we come down the straight. Rasool from Doncaster's tracking through. But out in front, it's our Ballarat region runner. Ballarat, Sandringham, Doncaster. They're going to change. 3 metres apart only, and Ballarat go to the front. Sandringham tracks him next. Doncaster, Essendon moving well. Bit of work to do now for Chilwell, Bendigo, St Kevin's and also Frankston. So it's a racing 3 out the front. Through the tunnel, it's a nice little surge to Sandringham as he gets up onto the shoulder, it is there, of our Ballarat runner, and Doncaster in third.
Yes, Sears of Sandringham has gone up onto the shoulder of Aberdeen, and in third position we have for Doncaster the youngster Christian Zapris, who's just a teenager, and Kevin Rasool certainly had a great second leg there to bring Doncaster back into that race. But it looks like a race in 3. The medals almost look like they've been decided, but Sandringham is pulling away here for the 4th leg.
You're right, Tams, and Essendon might be the challenger in 4th, but out in front it's all interest as Sandringham hit the front. It's Luke Stevens. The man was terrific here at the Nitro meet. 7 years ago, and it's great to see him back on the track. Ballarat region next through. The third runner here. I love the last leg here. Look who it is for Doncaster as well. They've got the flying Thomas Reynolds. So you've got Sherman in second from Ballarat. Reynolds behind him. Under 20 representatives at world level. Luke Stevens, a former Australian representative, out in front, Tamsin.
Yeah, this is a great race, isn't it? Certainly the excitement is building. The stage is set. We've got Luke Stevens, who's a fantastic athlete for Sandringham. He's on the lead. He's got about 5 metres, but Cooper Sherman, who had a great season last season, is chasing hard.
So these are two fantastic pro runners in the track tonight, and it's Cooper Sherman goes bang. Cooper Sherman for Ballarat. He powers through the line. He's going to take it for regional Victoria. It's going to be our fastest time in a long time, 3:09. So Ballarat region take the gold. Sandringham silver. It was a gallant run there by Luke Stevens. Thomas Reynolds flew home for Doncaster. Essendon through next. St Kevin's finished well. Bendigo, Chilwell and Frankston. But it was all about Cooper Sherman, wasn't it, Tamsin, there? He loved chasing last season in the red in the pros, and tonight it was the last leg of a 4x4.
Well, Cooper Sherman's certainly showing people his finishing off speed in a 400 metres is quite exceptional. Luke Stevens, a quality athlete, he was brilliant then when he took the baton. It's always scary when you know someone fast is coming at you, and he got a little bit tired at the end there, Luke Stevens, but that's a great way to start the season. Tom Reynolds from Doncaster also had a cracking leg there as well to get the bronze medal for them.
And Tams, and that's our fastest time ever in that championship. 3:09.39, 2 seconds inside the St Kevin's time of 2018. We said it was going to be fast at the outset, so you got to look at it. Sandringham's probably gone in the top 3 or 4 times all time there as well, coming second. But it was all about Ballarat region. How exciting it is for have that Ballarat team, and they are pumped. There is serious noise here in front of our cameraman here, Dave.
Well, Ballarat's pretty well known for their distance quite a lot, isn't it? So it's a distance classic, but they've brought some sprint star power in that 4x400 metres, and they've started the night off well for Ballarat. But
so Patrick Martin, I think we've got a couple of the pod squad crew out there as well. So Hudson Downs, Stuart Aberdeen, as you said, and he ran a great leg there, and Cooper Sherman just finished it off. Reminder, Cooper's only just turned 20 years of age, and the world's ahead of him, really. We saw what happened last week at the All Schools with Terrell Thorne running so incredibly, running 45 mid. Cooper's in that sort of shape as well, as we know. So we've got 17, 18, 19-year-olds. They're just absolutely inspired at the moment by the class we have right through distance and down to our sprints. Yeah, and I think it's a team that you want to be on leading into those LA Olympics. I mean, obviously, we've got World Champs before that and Commonwealth Games, but that men's 4x400 metre team is starting to take shape and look quite healthy moving forward. Now, Tam, this is going to be the first time we've heard from you since last weekend. We didn't have the pleasantries of you up in the box at the All Schools. What grabbed your eye there last weekend?
Oh, you'd have to say Gout, wouldn't you? You'd be silly if you didn't say that. But I did. You just mentioned him. Terrell Thorne, he was wonderful. And I saw him run the Nationals earlier this year. And when you watch him run down the back straight, there's something special about the way he opens up and he stylishly can run so fast yet so effortlessly. So, I think that our sport is in the healthiest place it's ever been in. I know that's a big statement to make, but it's so exciting to see our seniors, how well they did at the Olympics, and then to see how inspired our youth coming through has obviously been from watching the mature athletes take to the track in Paris Olympics, and they're really not wanting to be outdone, and they performed so well last weekend.
And you've been through this before. You were part of that build-up to Sydney 2000. I agree with you. I think that we're 8 years out, but I feel we're a long way ahead of where we were into Sydney. And the Sydney performances are phenomenal.
Yep.
But we're almost 4 years ahead of that growth. We had a really good Atlanta Olympics led into 2000 with Olympic finalists, the likes of those 5th and 6th places. But this time, 8 years out, we've got absolute world-class athletes building who are going to be in the prime of their career. Yeah,
I think the rest of the world's starting to take note that Australia's a big track and field country that they have to watch, because the medal tallies are starting to look very healthy. We don't only just have those top 8s and semi-finalists anymore. We have athletes that are pushing top 3 in the world, and it's super, super exciting. And talent that you can see coming through that has potential to not only be top 8 but also hit the podium as well.
Now, we talked about some of these Australian representatives. Cooper Sherman was one of those there. We've got another one here, Sofia Grigorovich. She was a world champion in that mixed 4x4 in Lima, Peru. So very exciting. The Wesley girl there running for Essendon. And then Michaela Selenarkos, who did a great job over the summer in trying to qualify Australian teams. Just missed out, obviously, trying to qualify last year, but did a terrific job for that. And she trained, it's obviously that Essendon club as well. But right through here, we've got all sorts of athletes. Tori West running the anchor for Geelong Guild, the heptathlete. Olympian, obviously looking for big things ahead. I heard Eric Brown on the weekend up in Queensland telling me she's going to have a massive year ahead. He's pretty excited about what's ahead for her. So,
well, there's something about Tori, I think. You know, if she can make sure that her body holds together well, which is probably the main competitor, I feel, for the multi-eventers, keeping that body healthy is the hardest thing because they obviously have to really throw it out there with their training. It's pretty intense. You have to do those 7 disciplines in the heptathlon, 10 in the decathlon, and Tori West has had a great 12 months, but if she gets her body right and holds on to make sure that she heads into the major championships in perfect shape and body healthy, she could do something special as well. So she's a talented athlete. And on second leg for Collingwood, you have Kendra Hubbard, who competed for Australia in the 4x400 metres in Tokyo. So another Olympian.
You've got in this Collingwood team, you've got Mia Gross.
Yep.
Kendra Hubbard.
Yep.
Lucy Delbridge, the Victorian 4 and 8 all-schools champ. And also Scarlett Burmeister, who's coming into some great form. 4 of them now all coached by John Nicolosi.
Yep.
So it's a one club, one squad team.
And they're
How exciting is that?
Certainly going with quality, leading off with Mia Gross, the other Olympian in this race.
So we've got 7 teams here.
Metre Championship of Victoria. 7 teams. The Victorian record is held by Doncaster at 3 minutes 40.33 and the Victorian country record held by Deakin at 3 minutes 46.33. 7 teams in lane 2 representing Deakin, Ashley Mead to Laura Kadri.
So Tams, as Glenn just does the final introductions here for this race, what's your tip here? Can we look at anyone taking down this Collingwood quartet?
Do you know what? I'm just really excited about seeing Mia Gross run that first leg for Collingwood because as a junior she ran some special 400 metre runs. She doesn't necessarily love the 400 metres. The 100 and 200 metres is where her heart's been at in more recent times. She's had another athlete that's had some health issues and injuries, and if she gets her body right, I think she's going to be, a triple threat over the 100, 200, 400.
Yeah, look, I think here this is going to be really interesting. I feel like Collingwood's front end is super quick, and I feel like Essendon might come home with it. This is going to be potentially one of those races that just changes as we roll through. So Mia Gross, there'll be someone out there vlogging for her, making sure this story's captured on social media. She's an expert at that for us, we know that.
Different world, isn't it?
But she does it well. She inspires those young kids out there. So away we go in the women's 4x400 metre Victorian final. From the inside, it's Deakin, Geelong Guild, Essendon, Collingwood, Doncaster, Sandringham and Ballarat. The regions are well represented again. As we fly through the tunnel, it's Mia Gross. She ran the 200 metres at the Olympics, and here she is running in the Collingwood colours through 200 metres. And out wide, she's chasing the very talented Najima Jock.
Yeah, Mia's gone off really well, which you would expect from somebody who's so super fast, a 200-metre runner at the Olympics, and she's running really well. This is where we want to see Mia just hold her form coming off this bottom bend and just make sure she still keeps that turnover going as she passes that baton through to Kendra. But she's done a great first 350.
She looks good. So Mia Gross in the Collingwood colours. It's one club, one squad. It is the Collingwood team, the Mad Truck crew. So it's Ballarat out wide, though. Jock's kept up the challenge here, so Ballarat chasing Collingwood. Doncaster go through in third. Essendon in fourth, like the previous one. Sandringham with a little bit of work to do. And the 2 Geelong teams of Deakin and also Guild chasing them. So Kendra Hubbard, she herself a 2021 Olympian in the 4x4, moves down the back straight very strongly there. The famous long black socks of Kendra Hubbard and the flowing red hair. Chasing back behind Ballarat, Doncaster, and now Essendon moving to the race, Tamsin.
Well, it's certainly all about Collingwood at the moment, isn't it, with Kendra Hubbard running very nicely out there. I looked at the clock as Mia Gross crossed that line to pass the baton, and it was just ticking over to 52. She's run a fantastic leg. I was giggling and chuckling because I just saw the faces of the first runners as they step up, that pain from the 400 metres etched across their face. But Kendra's holding her form very, very nicely here, and she's given the Collingwood athletes a nice, healthy lead of about 30 metres, but here comes Essendon.
So it's a 30-metre lead for Hubbard. Delbridge, the junior of the stable, the 400-metre and 800-metre all-schools champ, goes to the front. Here goes Grigorovic there from Essendon. So Essendon chasing. She was a world gold medalist this year in the mixed 4x4 in Peru. So she's very, very accomplished over this distance. Liv Ryan for Doncaster chasing fourth, and still in that group there's the Ballarat region. So we've got 4 in it. 4 medals. Four teams, 3 medals up for grabs. Collingwood, Lucy Delbridge looks really strong in front. And here goes Essendon.
And in that third position, Ryan from Doncaster has just gone past Carnarvon from Ballarat. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Grigorovic is just running stylishly, isn't she? You can see her just looking like she's ready to pounce. But I've been impressed with how Delbridge has stayed relaxed and held her form. And she's doing well here, because that's all you can do. You can't influence what the other athletes bring. You've just got to try and hold your form towards the back end. But it's going to be a great last leg.
That's a strong run from Lucy Delbridge. She set up Collingwood beautifully. Now we've got Burmeister. So Burmeister out in front for Collingwood. Salada comes through for Essendon next. Doncaster through, and also Ballarat. So Collingwood, Essendon, Doncaster, Ballarat region. Next through is going to be our Deakin team, back to Guild and also Sandringham. But through 200 metres, can Collingwood hold out Essendon Tamsin?
Well, I don't think so. And Seladanakis has just gone past Burmeister, and she looks fantastic. She hasn't just gone past and, taken a breather. She's gone past, and she's gone past strongly.
We have seen this Essendon runner out in front here run some terrific runs before, but are the legs going to get a little bit heavy with 100 metres to go? So Essendon it is. Essendon's back end of this race has been magnificent. They're going to look to take this Victorian title, and they are, and it is going to be super fast. Look at that time. We're going to do it again. Yes. It's the fastest time ever in this championship. 3:39.22 unofficial. Essendon take the victory. Collingwood has run the second fastest time ever in the championship and not won. Shakira Harding takes it for Doncaster. They get the bronze. Ballarat region was strong early. They get through fourth. Back then to our Geelong teams there in Guild and also Deakin, and rounding out Sandringham. But that was all about Essendon. What a run. We'll wait for the official time, but Tamsin, that was fast.
Well, yes, and one of the exciting things about this time of year with the 4x400 is we see the time was 3:39.20. That is really, really fast, isn't it?
4 seconds inside the fastest time ever, Tams.
Well, and what I love seeing is that we have quality athletes for, that will be building through this season, hoping to represent Australia next year at a world championship level. And they're out here competing at this time of year because they know they're probably in heavy training, but it's always good to come out, just have a check of where you're at before Christmas, work out what you need to work on, fine-tune some things before those next season races start where you need to really start to step up your game. But honestly, there's some quality athletes there that they're really excited. I think Mia Gross looks fantastic for a big season, and Seladanakis ran a beautiful leg there.
And what a thrill for these younger athletes too, getting to experience it in front of a crowd. So there's a real build here now. I know it's very early on the on-track nights. We've got some feature events coming up later, obviously the 10,000 metre championships. But right now, there was noise here. There was a bit of pressure, expectation. I thought Delbridge, probably the youngest one in the group there, was terrific. Did everything right for Collingwood there, the 17-year-old. But the Essendon back end was just too classy. But as I said, they're all going to remember this night, aren't they?
Yeah, Grigorovic is a lovely runner, and she showed why she's been so successful already at such a young age. But you're right, Delbridge did all she could. She held her form, she stayed relaxed, and it was a good lesson for youngsters watching in what you've got to do if you've got a fast athlete behind you.
Now, I just said it is the night of 10,000 metre races.
Men's Open 4x400 metre championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 3:10.94, the team from Doncaster, represented by Riley Nicoan, Kevin Rasool, Christian Zapri and Thomas Reynolds. In second place and silver medalists in a time of 3:10.82, Sandringham, represented by Lawson Power, Cameron De Bruin, Ben Sears, Luke Stevens. And in first place and gold medalists, the new Victorian country record of 3 minutes 9:39, the team from Ballarat, Patrick Martin, Hudson Downs, Stuart Aberdeen and Cooper Sherman. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
this. How hard is it to compete against really good friends? And she said, oh, when you're on the track, you just switch it off and you just go for it because it's like bragging rights, right?
It really is. So, but just exciting for us as Victorians. We haven't seen a lot of Nana in recent times, so to get her back out there, it's terrific to see. Obviously, it was a great year that Ella Connolly had.
Yeah, no, Ella Connolly's a triple threat as well. Like we spoke about with Mia having that ability to step up to the 400, which I'm sure she'll hate if she listens back to this. But she didn't do herself any favours then running that first leg so well in the 4x400. But Ella Connolly's another athlete who probably prefers the 100 and 200, so I don't blame her for working on her speed a bit, but certainly has that ability to run a beautiful 400
And of course, Australian
metres.
record holder this year in the 4x100 metres.
Yeah,
so
how good are our sprint stocks?
We could sort of just pick any event at the moment. We know what our field quality's doing. Thank you. We know what our field quality's doing, and the sprints down, and especially relays. And you can see why there's a bit of a focus going onto it, because we have incredible depth through. So it doesn't stop at the opportunity for our absolute stars to potentially be chasing individual finals at world level.
Yep. And then you look at major championships, and it's not always the best four quartet that win those medals. I mean, look at the American men at the Olympics. Like, things happen, things go wrong, and so that well-drilled team is starting to really make a difference at that top level. And the Australian 4x1 teams have such depth that we're leaving athletes out that we would never have thought of leaving out in the past. And it's an exciting team to want to be a part of, because I think you can sort of work out that if you're in that 4x100 squad at the moment, you're talking pressing for a major championship final.
And the other thing about the 60 now, it's part of this short track now World Championship series, which is growing in merit, and it's also part of your qualification opportunity for World Majors now is the short track events. So the 60 metres in it, obviously it leads into the indoor championship. So some of these athletes will also be looking at a world indoor spot in the new year. So
Which is exciting.
It is really exciting. Another major championship.
The 60 metre indoors is one of the best races to watch, more for the ability to stop and hit that big. how good they are at the finishing stop and jump and hit the wall.
The high jump mats have been moved tonight to make the track look great. We could have put them down the end there and made them jump into it and run into it. Now on the screen there at the moment, we've also got our pole vault going on, the Steve Hooker Challenge. The Steve Hooker Challenge is making its way through.
I'll give a little update on that one too, Nick, because the bar's at 386 currently for the women, and Cassie Bradshaw is over on first attempt, so too Georgia Taylor. Jamison Harding over at 386, and on third attempt, Suknor Rangi was over, and her twin Kushnor, she's next up at the 386 side.
And Tim, these girls jumped so well last weekend in Brisbane, going gold and silver, back to back, the girls from Maribyrnong.
Yeah, no, they've really improved this season, because I've been following the pole for quite a few years, and just to see, I was here for the All Schools where I think it was Suknor who really set the bar at a new height, and it was really exciting to be out there on deck as they were doing it.
Up in Brisbane, they were jumping in 36-degree heat on the Saturday. It was on the back straight. No, not much shade protection out there in Brisbane, and they were absolutely outstanding.
No, but the good thing at the moment, we've got such a good, diverse...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation will be for the Athletics Victoria Women's Open 4x400 metre Championship. Medals to be presented by Athletics Victoria board member Andrew Boudre. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 3:49.30, the team from Doncaster, represented by Alyssa Wine, Sophia Mamaris-Turner, Liv Ryan and Shakira Harding. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 3:41.47, the team from Collingwood, represented by Mia Gross, Kendra Hubbard, Lucy Delbridge, Scarlett Bomista. And in first place, gold medalists and Victorian champions in a time of 3:39.20 from Essendon, Nina Lawson, Lily Bella Hilly, Sofia Gregorovic and Michaela Saladanakis. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's Open 4x400 metre Championship of Victoria. Well, an update in the Steve Hooker pole vault, and you can check out the live results from Results Hub.
Between the two 10K races.
I think it's a great addition, and once again we're trying to grow and develop this event, and what Zatopek's all about. And I think the 60 metres, just to see the likes of Despard and Willis, Mucci, Nana, It's awesome, and let's see what else we can do with this event as we move forward.
Well, look, Tim, as I walked in tonight, it's certainly the best vibe you could have here at anything at December on a track in Victoria. It is so exciting. The Zatopek's always had that renowned history, but the support of On now in making this something special beyond what's just on the track is the highlight there. For those that are watching, I'm sure you caught a little bit on the live stream at home, obviously, but there is the beer and cheer tunnel down the back straight, which we'll see later on. There's a bridge going across the infield to the DJs, merchandise booths and 2 screens set up this year, so it's wonderful to have 2 big screens set up. On the moment, there's all sorts of On giveaways on the infield, people lined up on the grass, and the crowd, I think, is just going to continue to build as we make our way through to those absolute feature finals tonight.
So it started off nicely with the community run too. Good numbers for the community run, and they loved being out on the track. And it's just such a nice way to finish a 5K, just coming onto the home straight here and finishing under that wonderful bridge.
Numbers are really increasing in some of these fun runs, park runs, marathons. Running's really popular at the moment.
Yes, just tell me about it with the Melbourne Marathon sold out within 3 hours.
Wow.
It's crazy, Tim. I saw those stats. And
who would want to run that far, Nick?
Nuts. But the run club phenomenon.
Yeah, it's the 20-somethings who have driven.
It really is. Yep. Well,
20-year-olds are healthy. I was listening to something on the radio and they were talking about how health conscious the 20-year-olds are. What about you in your 20s? Is that what you were thinking of doing? Staying nice and healthy? I feel like we were.
There were moments I was.
Running. Athletics keeps you
I think
driven.
Nick lost most of his hair in his 20s.
The other conversation I've been enjoying looking at is it's almost the best form of dating app now. Rock up to your run club. It's incredible.
Goodness.
It's genuinely
a new way. You've got Strava.
Don't worry about the night. Don't leave the nightclub early on the Saturday night and get to run club the next morning. It's more important.
It's fantastic.
So look, those the 60-metre runners are just making their way back under the Dream On bridge there.
Wow.
I'll just say it again. How good are those 4x400s? You can see why they are always an important part of this program. How exciting are the 4x4s?
And the regional contribution tonight was more noticeable than it's ever been. So, as I talked about before, there's obviously been some perennial teams in those finals. There was no Old Melburnians this year, which was a bit of a surprise in terms of their famous history in the event. Doncaster's always thereabouts, and Sandringham, of course. Mm-hmm. Tonight, the regional clubs stood out. Geelong region so well represented across their clubs. But then Ballarat and Bendigo, they look terrific tonight, and the future's bright for those regional areas.
Yep, and in this first heat of the 60-metre sprint, we've also got Amani Anderson, who's competing for Ballarat Harriers. Now, she's a sub-12-second 100-metre runner, and she broke that long-standing Ballarat sprint record with her teammate Mackenzie Eslick, and they broke it in the space of 20 minutes. So Ballarat is having a really good time at the moment with their stars of track and field in the future.
Who's returned to Ballarat? Do you know who's down there doing some work again? Jared Keating. So Jared Keating's gone back to his home track. He, after spending a bit of time in northern New South Wales and Queensland, and did obviously a wonderful job with Tori Lewis, returned to Ballarat. He's got some help up there, the likes of jumps coach Paul Cleary. But, he's very excited for what the future holds there for some of these Ballarat junior track sprinters. So, and I love how proud he is of the development of these athletes up there. He's very quick to post and share their development and their success. Not to boost it unrealistically, but to give them some great support as they go forward.
Well, that pathway system in track and field is so super important. You know, both of us work in school systems, and we see, like, you know, with swimming, kids learn to swim from a young age. They learn their technique. They certainly hone their skills from a young age, but people don't put as much time into learning how to run technically, efficiently and correctly. It's just not something that people do because it's not a life-saving thing. It's just like you can run. Okay, that's your natural running ability. But if you can get an athlete into a pathway system where they actually learn that technique and can hone that skill and improve technically as an athlete before they can get a little bit older and put some work in, then that's where you start to see the benefits. As they get a bit older and they can do their work, they get injured less because they've got that biomechanics down pat, and they, you know, they're finding that next level that you need to find on top of the genetic ability that you're born with.
So true. Athletics coaches out there should be making sure they sell themselves to every sport, because we are the base of every single sport.
Exactly.
Run, jump, throw.
We are the foundation, aren't we?
Absolutely. But look, we'll have a look through this heat number one. I know Tim will introduce them shortly. You've already talked about Amani Anderson there. Celeste Mucci obviously is the name that probably the most exciting one on paper there. Obviously a hurdler and former heptathlete at Australian level, Commonwealth Games back in 2018, through to relay teams at World Championships, and also obviously an Olympic hurdler. So Celeste Mucci, going to be one to watch in heat number 1 there in the middle lanes. Ari Sprague, junior talent, very talented junior runner.
She's exciting.
Actually dominated the GSV series last year. Tamsin, girl from down in Berwick Way, from St Margaret. So she's out there in lane 6. Keely Boyne, been winning Vic titles. I think she was right thereabouts in the 100 yards title. And
can hurdle?
Yeah, was very, very, very good junior hurdler and making her way back at the moment. So back to the best form she's been in. So
it's good to see Celeste coming back so early in the season, because obviously her lead-in for the Olympics was messy. She certainly didn't make it easy for herself, ripping that hamstring and then having to try and qualify. She's so tough, isn't she, Celeste? I mean, she started off as a heptathlete. She was 4th at the Commonwealth Games in 2018 and had problems with that knee because of the training that she would have had to do to be an 18-year-old, a junior competing at Commonwealth Games level. It's a brutal training schedule at the best of times for a senior athlete. So being so successful as a teenager in the heptathlon probably paid the price on her body, and then moved to the hurdles to focus on them to try and help her body be a little bit less injured. But leading into these Olympics, she hurt herself and had to fight her way back and did things that were superhuman to get herself onto that track. She's tough. She's always so focused before she heads out onto the track. She has moved recently to be with her partner, Jack Buckley, from the GWS football team.
Geez, they threw Jack under the bridge a couple of times, under the bus a few times this season when they talked about whether or not he's going to leave to go and watch her at the Olympics. I don't think he actually ever asked. It was
it was funny. I mean, it's a story, right? People like to know the athletes away from the track, and for Celeste, that's just another part of it that comes with it. And social media obviously tells us a lot about who people are partners with, and when you're a partner with another elite athlete in the country, throws that extra layer of interest.
Now, I looked at this field here. We talked about the age of a couple and talked about young Ari Sprague, but they've got Zaria Dalton here from Gippsland as well. Now, what an experience for the 14-year-old.
Isn't it fantastic? And that's, yet again, the draw card of this and why it's so good. We're getting a really good mix. And as we're saying, over 60 metres, even if you're not that quick, you're not going to be that far behind.
You're going to be right in the mix, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right, stand by for intro. Hang on 2 seconds.
So just setting up their blocks, we are there. They're going to feel a bit surrounded there. The athletes wouldn't be used to this. Sprinters used to this. They're running down a tunnel.
And with the view of the bridge behind them too, I think this is going to have some spectacular photos. I think for that final, especially when the sun will be in a lower position, this is going to look pretty damn good. I'll just go through the field before Glenn Turner does the bowl. So Zaria Dalton's going to be in lane 2. She's from Gippsland. Marnie Anderson from Ballarat Harriers is in lane 3. Olamide Araba from Sandringham is in lane 4. Celeste Mucci from Williamstown Athletic Club, she's in lane 5. In lane 6, the junior gun, it is from Casey Gardenia, Ariella Sprague. Keely Boyne from Diamond Valley Athletic Club in 7. And in 8 from Sandringham, Amelia Spenceley.
Well, you can see how short this distance is, can't you? The 10,000 metre championships, and then we've got the shortest distance possible on the track, the 60 metres. They'll get up and running and it'll be over.
Their practice run through, you know how you always have the official standing 30 metres? The official stopping them from their practice run through is almost at the finish line. So, look.
Well, I just can't wait for the commentary to see if Nick can take a breath on this or if it's just one.
How many names can you get out? It was funny. I did watch with interest on the weekend. Mitch did a wonderful job at the All Schools commentating, but was he just going to call Gout the whole way through a race, or do you call someone else? It's very hard sometimes to go, but 60 metres, I don't think we have a choice here. Someone gets away to a quick start. If Celeste can get out to a flyer, she might be the only name we call there after, so we need to make sure we have given them all a mention there, Tim, and I think you've done it well. But I'm intrigued. Amani Anderson is a very strong starter, so let's see if she can challenge Mucci here out of the blocks. And Boyne might be the other one to watch, I think, there. They might be the 3 with Sprague, as I said, talented. Who knows what she can throw up.
Well, start's super important, isn't it, in a 60 metres? We saw with Gout a lot of the conversation was centred around his 100 metres being super fast with a really average start, we'll just say it. You know that he can fix that start up. He's going to be sub 10 seconds off the times that he's running now.
And it's a bit swirly out there tonight, so who knows? They might try and get a really fast one out in the heats, not knowing what the wind's going to do later on.
Yeah.
But they are only looking for top three. Top three automatically through to the final with the next two. So it is now a Victorian Championship title, the 60 metres. So it's really important. This is not just about getting an opener out there. It's getting another title under your belt. We know how important it is to win championships.
Also sets you the tone for your season a little bit. If you go into Christmas with a bit of confidence in the training that you've been doing over winter, off the back end of an Olympic Games also, it makes you that little bit more confident heading into the season.
Well, Glenn's just shushed the crowd. So Anderson with a great start on the inside, the junior, and out wide. Keely, Boyne looks fast. Now Moochie makes her way through, but it's going to be Boyne, Moochie, Sprague the junior. Anderson has to wait for times there. Top three go through to the final, the next two fastest. 7.41 unofficial. Keely, Boyne. She's quick to the first hurdle, and she was fast out of the blocks there and hunted down Anderson very quickly to take victory in that one, Tamsin.
Well, Keely Boyne with a personal best of 11.67. That was a fantastic start. It goes to show how important that drive phase is in a 60 metres. You could see Celeste Moochie, she reacted okay, but she popped up almost like she forgot it wasn't a hurdle race, because you do have to pop up in the hurdles inside that hurdle. She kind of got up and then lost that ability to drive out of the blocks and use the power in that first 10 metres. And by that stage, Boyne was away with it and ran a beautiful race.
And Sprague, the junior, the under-16 athlete there, was through in third, so she gets an automatic qualifying spot. And this second one, what a lineup we've got. I see Nana Owusu making her way back, the wonderful return there. With her good mate Ella Connolly in this one as well. Of course, the 4x100 metre Australian record holder Ella Connolly. She was brilliant in that team as they qualified for the Olympics this year, and they did a wonderful job. So they're the two we're going to be looking at out wide in lane 6 and 7. Valika from Diamond Valley also there in 5. Anna Plessinger in great form. Also a very wonderful beach sprinter. Sarah Ruddle in 3. Yep. And Cass Wang Lacoutier.
Ruddle, the athlete from Geelong, Bachelor of Biomedicine major in molecular science. So I think this is definitely a race where we're going to be looking to see how Nana is going after coming back from injury. She's still so young. She's still only 25, and Ella's 24, and Celeste is 25. We've known them for such a long time. You feel like they're a little bit older, but they're right in the prime, coming into your strongest part of your sprinting career. So plenty of time left for these athletes to do special things on the world stage.
Well, to go back, so here's a memory for you. I remember Nana winning Victoria's fastest kid at the Zatopek meet at Olympic Park 13 years ago.
Wow.
Or maybe even 14. So 14 years ago, young Nana was winning the Victoria's fastest kid down Olympic Park, and here she is back at the Zatopek running the 60.
And you want her to do well, don't you? There's something about Nana. She's such a wonderful supporter of the sport, not just as an athlete, as a coach. She's going to be a wonderful coach if she decides to go down that path as well.
Got herself a new full-time job, Tamsin.
She has, and the school is very lucky to have her, because a wonderful, wonderful mentor for young athletes coming through and young girls. So I'm excited to see Nana out here competing, because it takes such great mental strength to be able to come through some of the injuries that she's had to deal with. You know, it's okay when things are going well and you're out competing, but the training track can be lonely, and Nana's probably spent the majority of the last 2 years on the training track rather than competing. So she's managed to keep her focus, and training down there in Box Hill with Tony Marsh as her coach. They're a good team, and they've worked really hard to get her back out here competing.
And look, as we said, and the girl next to Ella Connolly, the two of them have both previously run the first leg on Australian relay teams, so they're going to be excited here to get out to a fast start. And they saw what the time was the first heat. They saw Celeste. She got going late. Ella and Nana, I don't think they're going to be leaving it late to run anyone down. They're going to be going hard in the heat here, with a final about 3 hours away. Owusu with a wonderful start. Connolly now goes past from the inside, Wang Lacoutier. But it's Ella Connolly, the Australian record holder in that 4x100 metres. She takes the victory from good mate Owusu through there in third. Automatic qualifiers, Wang Lacoutier. But those two, they're going to have a real challenge. Keely Boyne is going to be right up there in this final because she was wonderfully quick as well. 7:33 unofficial there, Ella Connolly. Great to see an Australian representative after the wonderful efforts of the Paris Olympics this year. Back on the track already in December, Tamsin.
Yeah, wonderful to see Ella competing again so soon after an Olympic Games. But that was a great race because you could almost tell that she was a little bit, she knew that was just a heat. There's another level you can feel for Ella, and 7:32 that it's been rounded down to is a fantastic time to get the night underway. But if we can keep the conditions nice, a little bit of a tailwind for the final, I think we could push on that Australian national record of 7:26. But nice to see Nana getting a run under her belt as well. I think different contrasting starts. Ella's a little bit more lower in the drive phase out. Nana doesn't pop up, but she's a taller runner out of the blocks. And so it was that back end of that 60 metres that was great for Ella Connolly there.
No, absolutely was. And the Celeste Mucci waited for them after the first heat. They're going to wander off together there. Look at them having a quick debrief.
If I was Ella, I'd be saying, okay, winner doesn't have to pay for dinner after this.
JD, take him out.
So, crowd building nicely here, Tamsin, as we get into some men's 60-metre heats up next. And like we just saw there, we've got some more Australian representatives here, including the first heat. It's going to be Jacob Despard. Another one with a great year he had. Worked really hard to make his first international team in recent years and just gone from strength to strength. Jacob Despard, one of the hardest workers in our sport. I'm excited to see what he's going to do.
And there will be 3 preliminary heats of the men's. Good to see good numbers. We were really pleased with the response to this event and to draw names like Ashcraft and Despard and Willis. It's just stacked full of really good. Even Khan Ma from Williamstown. Great to see. And we will.
Alexander Colgan's the one I'm excited to watch tonight, Tim. So he had a wonderful final junior year last year. 20 years old now.
Another one to watch too, Archer McHugh from Mornington Peninsula. Mm-hmm. He's a very big talent. He's very good, isn't he? Coached by Alastair Tate, world under 20 rep in the 100 metres and the 4x100. And had a great Adelaide Nationals, didn't he? And one we've left out, I don't know if you might have missed it there, Tim, Taylor Willis. Yep. I think you might have mentioned briefly there, but of course the hurdler. So we saw the Keely Bourne got a great start, one of the hurdlers. Mucci popped up a little bit differently. Will Taylor be able to take his absolutely powerful block start in the hurdles here to the 60 metres tonight? Well, I think Jacob Despard, certainly the one to watch in this first heat. He goes from lane 4, the Tasmanian, the 27-year-old. He was a junior fast bowler playing cricket until he realised he was probably needed to make that fast run up a little bit further and took the 100 metres on. But this 60 metres, I think it's a good event for Jacob. I think he's a great starter and made his debut at the 2014 World Under-20s. And gets coached by correspondents from overseas. Yeah. So he does a wonderful job of doing that and staying dedicated to it, and has gone a lot and spent a lot more of his time back in Tasmania now too. So he has moved around the country a little bit trying to chase that Olympic dream, which he finally got. And likewise, like Ella Connolly got a national record. I reckon 38.12. Yeah. This year they would have gone. 38.12. Yeah. What about that record in the Olympics? That was just one of the most extraordinary races to watch live. Just the way those 4 just ran out of their skins. And it was such a shame that they didn't make it through, because I tell you, they deserved to with the way that they ran. They were in the harder heat, weren't they? I reckon they would have gone 37 in that Olympic final. It's a shame. It would have been an amazing breakthrough to see. And especially after the disappointment of the Com Games, when they fortunately couldn't get the baton around. It was really great. It was just reward for someone like Jacob Despard, who's done the hard yards of making these teams. And sometimes disappointments drive you, right? Like it's that fear of failure and that ability to then react to the disappointment in the right way and go, okay, why didn't we get that baton round? Let's fix it. Let's do more drills. Let's train together a little bit more. Let's work together as a team. I know we race against each other and we fight for these positions, but at the end of the day, if we can
get that baton around as slick as possible, make the changes as clean, and work on our strengths and weaknesses as a team to get that best result as a quartet. And I think they did that wonderfully.
Now, we talked about the young juniors in a couple of races just gone. Here we've got some of the veterans, some 34-year-olds out there in Kenneth Vong, Brendan Ashcroft, Brian Mango. Ashcroft's having another massive breakthrough season after toiling away in the pros for a long time. He's been very happy with the way he's been racing this year. So,
I don't say zero, so when you hear zero...
What have we got here? So we're going to have Mayengo on the inside from Essendon. Ashcroft also from Essendon, the one I just mentioned. Jacob Despard, the favourite here, undoubtedly, the Tasmanian. Martin Ling from Box Hill. Kenneth Wong from New South Wales. Jagger Pybus, we haven't mentioned him at all, but Jagger is a very, very fast athlete himself.
Yep.
He's done a lot of work with Despard previously. And Hugh...
Kabengele is a really good runner. He's a nice hurdler.
I was about to say, a talented junior on his way up. It's a Shervo national record, 6.52. I saw Shervo came out this week and just put a little bit of extra pressure on Gout to go to be the fastest man in the world ever this week. Shervo didn't know, but I actually love the enthusiasm of it because it was, you know what, it's just how everyone feels.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting when you have a sprinter with real potential to do great things on the world stage. We saw it with Shervington, and we've seen it recently with Rowan Browning from Tokyo Olympics when he did so well in that heat. We get very excited.
We do, and look, it's funny. I mean, Gout might be living exactly the same story that Shervo Matt lived in Sydney. You know, going to a home Olympics as a genuine Olympic finals chance.
Yep. Oh, and Shervo only just missed that final. That was so close. You know, to be top 10 in the world in Olympic Games, your home Olympics, is so impressive.
A couple of young, talented 21-year-olds just missed the final at Olympics, didn't they?
Do you know what? It was pretty much the race after each other.
I remember it well, Tams. I remember sitting there watching going. These two very talented athletes from the 96 World Juniors just missing out on that Olympic finals.
Yeah, sharing our devastation.
But you know what, though? The stories that you guys can now give back to these next juniors of coping with that is going to be fantastic. So I'm sure that some of these athletes we learned to Brisbane will come and ask you guys for advice on how you went through.
All quiet, all yours.
Despard looked good. Ashcroft next to him, and on the outside it was the junior also running well, but Despard, he took that Australian record with the 4x1 men in the Paris Olympics this year in the heat, and here he is in 6.70 unofficial. So he'll go through to the final. 6.70, pretty impressive. The Australian record stands at 6.52 from Matt Shervington. And Tamsin, good first heat. Jacob Despard, welcome back to start your season in December here at the on-track nights.
You know, that was a quality run by Jacob Despard then. I was watching him go into the set position. He doesn't get his bottom up as high as a lot of other sprinters. He keeps it quite low, but he's so powerful in his legs that he drives out, and he made that gap really early because of that strength coming out of the blocks. He pushes back on those blocks with a lot of force. And then I loved his last 30 metres. He started to open up and get that high knee lift that you want to see at the back end of 100 metres. So he looks like he's been doing some great training and he's going to have a great season. But it's also really, I'm tipping, fun for some of these athletes to come back and be announced to their home crowds in Australia and be announced as an Olympian for the first time.
Oh, and he should be proud of it, because we talked before about how hard he's worked to get there. And Jacob Despard, it was a wonderful breakthrough season, and let's see much more of it. Heat number 2, though, now making their way back behind the blocks. So, final practice start. 6.70 is the marker, though, they're chasing. It'll be top 2 in each heat here and the next 2 fastest to go through to our final. The one I'm interested in watching here might be Say Morris from Diamond Valley. I really like the way that he's been racing in the pros. He's now in the new Diamond Valley colours. And he's going to be out in lane 6. So I think he's the one for me to watch with Alexander Colgan. So Colgan's the junior, and also Say Morris, the two I'm watching.
You know, I'm happy that you mentioned the Sandringham athlete, studying engineering from Albury originally, nicknamed Colgate.
He ran a 10-1 in 2023.
Yeah, 10-15.
Yeah, it was one of those perfect races, perfect conditions. Juniors all of them ran very quick. No, it was actually 24. It was January of this year, so it was early. It was in this season, just after he turned 20.
Yeah, and then just some injury problems.
We didn't see a lot of him make it through to the trials.
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes running super fast and having an outlier is to your detriment, because then you work really hard to show people that you are that good and you can do it again. So you got to find that consistency before you make that next breakthrough.
So who's he joined at Sandringham? Which coach is he working down there with? Is he
I think he's training Drew.
I've just seen Drew get excited here, so maybe it is. So we've got Khan Maher in 1, Alexander Colgan we talked about there in 2, Ryan Hovey, Glenn Huntley in 3, Jacob Cesar, the man from Corio in 4, Young Ho Michael Chow from Box Hill in 5, Say Morris, expect big things here from him in 6, Mason Spikers, lane 7, and Bradley Ticehurst. Good to see Bradley back from Williamstown in lane number 8. Good start. I like the one from Glenn Huntley, but now it goes. Colgan gets going. Say Morris with some work to do, but it's the man they nicknamed Colgate. So Colgan it is from Sandringham, 680. The former Albury athlete now makes his way down to the Bayside suburb of Sandringham, makes his way through to the final of the 60 metres. We just talked about Tams, he ran 10.15 last summer. Didn't quite carry on with the form through to the end of the season, but he looks terrific there tonight, 680. And he's going to be one of the challengers of Jacob Despard in that final.
He ran beautifully, didn't he? And he did certainly sit in those blocks for a little bit too long. Hovey got an absolute flyer. And
Spikers out wide with Hovey. It'll be an interesting battle there for second.
I think if Colgan can just get a little bit better of a reaction and a start and get that first 20 metres a little bit quicker, then hopefully he can push on to a bit of a faster time. But that was a wonderful end of his race, and he should be happy with that form leading into a season, because that shows that he's starting to go back to the shape that we saw when he did run that 10.15.
Now, Tamsin, if you weren't otherwise occupied here in the booth tonight, where would you choose to watch them meet? There is so much going on out there. Where would you go? The beer and cheer tunnel.
The beer and cheer tunnel. Just looks like the place to be a bit later. I feel like that's the place where when the 10,000s are on, it's going to be pumping.
Will we see you out on the dance floor later on as well, Jungle Giants DJ set?
Look, I won't say no.
Great.
I think a few of the athletes are looking forward to that. They've just got a little thing like a national title to try and win first before they can go back out there.
There's a bit to happen first, Tim, isn't there?
It's good to see Jack Rayner take that up last year. You know, ran so well in the 10K, and then before you know it, he's out there dancing to Peking Duck. And it was really awesome. That's what we wanted out of the event as well, for the athletes to embrace what the concept's all about.
Peking Duck's so good at going back to the community.
Yeah.
So good.
They were awesome last year. But Jungle Giants are the one it is tonight. This next heat here, Oliver Elric, Tasmania in 1, Craig Sesso of Dandenong Springvale in 2, Jack Lacey from Ringwood in 3, Archer McHugh, who was terrific again in Peru as part of those World Under-20 team, had a great summer last year from Mornington Peninsula. You talked about him earlier, Tams. Michael Hansford, Casey Cadinia, Taylor Willis, the hurdler from the 2024 Paris Olympics there from Ringwood. He'd be the most followed man on social media at the track tonight. Fraser Paul of Sandringham in 7 and Sam Clark of Sandringham in 8. We saw then too, an athlete makes a bad step early tonight. Like Say Morris didn't quite get the start he wanted. Yep. Makes it really hard to regain, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, 60 metres is a little bit unforgiving for those mistakes early on, but Taylor Willis, what a year he's had. The Olympian, I mean, he was a fantastic junior coming through, 5th at those World Under-20s in 2022. And a lot of the times, especially in hurdles, transitioning from juniors to seniors is really difficult, right, Nick?
The height itself, Taylor coming through, people said, was he going to make it? He said, you knew he had the heart and you knew he had the effort and the want to get there. But you always went, he's not going to be as tall as some of those international hurdlers. Was it going to be a challenge to get over the 3'6" barriers? He was obviously fantastic over the 3'3s, which is the old 99 centimetres. But he just took to it so well. He just went straight. He went to open ranks, and he's the ultimate story of someone who believes in himself.
Yeah.
He's got some good people in his corner, Kyle Vanderkite being one of them. He also spent a lot of time with John Steff, and there's not a lack of confidence between those two, is there? So,
well, confidence is super important in track and field.
It really is. There's Archer McHugh looking good. He's got resplendent there in the spikes to match the Morning Pen singlet. Of course, remember, still here. We're up chasing Victorian titles here, not just fast times, but a Victorian title at stake. McHugh looked explosive in the middle lanes, but here goes Willis, the hurdler, and Concesso on the inside. Willis, Concesso. Concesso had a little sneaky look sideways. McHugh with an amazing third step. He had a little bit of work late and got through for third. Concesso, though, looked sideways. He saw Willis across from him. Those two will go through automatically to the final in about 2.5 hours' time. And it'll be McHugh who's going to have to wait to see whether he does make that final. But Taylor Willis, we talked about it, the 110-metre hurdler at the Paris Olympics. The most followed man in Australia on social media, I reckon, as a sprint hurdler. And right there, he's got himself through to a Victorian 60-metre finals. You look at the screen, Tamsin.
Well, super close race, wasn't it? It was really exciting. I think McHugh actually shocked himself with how quickly he had reacted and got out over the first 5 metres, that then he forgot he had to run the next 40 metres like we've seen him run in the past, because he can run a really great 200 metres too. So we know he can finish off a 60 if he gets a great start. He just, he's only 19 years of age coming off that World Under-20s. It's a big step up to senior ranks, and he's done pretty well there. But Taylor Willis, as a hurdler, you take the hurdles away, his confidence and his belief in himself. Talking to Sam Leslie there, his physiotherapist, who also helps a lot with his training. His confidence is great for his flat speed as well. As a junior, he did every sport under the sun. He did karate, swimming, ballet even, gymnastics. He was part of the youth academy for the Hawthorn Hawks. That's pretty cool. And
wrong club, but great that he was playing footy.
Chose athletics, and aren't we glad that he did, because he's certainly a character on and off the track, and that was a wonderful way to start his season campaign off.
Yep, so there's our 3 heat winners. So we've got some absolute class into the final. Jacob Despard. And we'll have the women's qualifiers through here, Tamsin. So qualifiers from heat number 1, Keely Boyne with that 740. I think tonight's the night she might take a massive scalp here. She looked terrific. So Keely Boyne 740, Celeste Mucci 757, Ari Sprague 763, and from heat number 1, the two non-automatic qualifiers go through in Amani Anderson and also Amelia Spenceley. And then in heat number 2, it was Ella Connolly 732, Nanara Owusu 753, and Cass Wang Lacudier 774. So minus 1.2 and minus 0.8. So the breeze not quite doing the favours for us. Tim, do you think there's going to be the conditions are going to suit as we go to our circular races now?
Yeah, because the breeze is fairly light, and we know it does usually settle as the night goes on here at Lakeside. So, and the air temperature, I think, quite good outside as well. So I think we might see some good times. We're going to find that for the 8 soon too, Nick. So, but good to get the 60 heats underway, and quite exciting. I love the way the crowd respond too. They just go nice and quiet. They love the sprints, and then you just see them storming down that straight, and some great running.
The energy level is going to rise here. The front grandstand here, for those watching at home, is absolutely full. And then there is obviously a good group of people now building on the infield. And as we said, that beer tunnel won't be too long before it's filled.
Well, let's go through the qualifiers for the men. So from the number 1, obviously Despard and Pybus, 2 Tasmanias through automatically, and from that one, Kevin Galley from Sandringham. Tamsin will be happy with that one. He got one of the fastest loser spots to go in at 684. From heat number 2, Colgan and Hovey. So Morris and Spikers miss out. So 679 and 686 for Colgan and Hovey respectively. And in the final heat, it was Taylor Willis, Craig Concesso. We didn't say much about Concesso in the warm-ups, but he is running Victorian 100-metre champion. So 675 for Willis, 679 for Concesso, and Archer McHugh has made it through. That rhymes beautifully.
It's going to be a hot final, Tim. I think it's going to be a very, very exciting final.
What a great experience, though, for some of those juniors, too, to get through. So Cabangeli and McHugh both making it through. So it's going to be one ripper of a final. And what an experience for them against the experienced guys.
So I might make way down to the infield there, Tim, and have a look at what's going on, and hopefully catch up with some of our winners of our circular races as they get going. Tamsin, I'll leave you to chat with Tim for a little bit. But,
Thank you.
Well, we move into the comfort zone here, Tamsin. We're going to the 800 metres.
Oh, good stuff. That's what I want to see. That's what I came to see. The 800 metres. Some interesting stories in these 800 metres.
Although before we get to that, we are going to run the Di
3,000s.
Castella and the Ondieki. So competitors not out on track as yet, but they will come out shortly. So once again, history of these events. Rob Di Castella, very famous Australian athlete. He was the world record holder for the marathon for quite a long period in the 1980s. Also, first world champion over the marathon back in 1983. Deeks won the world champs in Helsinki, so the first world championship marathoner was an Australian, Rob Di Castella. Australian of the Year also in 1984. And what a great legacy. He's now working with the Indigenous Marathon Foundation, Tamsin, and what a great job they do with that foundation. And it is good to see that we've honoured Rob Di Castella with the naming of this A3000 metres. Also the Ondieki, Lisa Ondieki, another famous marathoner, and South Australian. She actually started as a 400-metre hurdler and made her way for 3,000s. Remember in the old day when she couldn't even run a 5,000. The marathon opened up to the women in 1984 at the Olympics, and it was Lisa Ondieki who actually medalled in Olympic marathon. So a great runner, and once again, a great legacy for Australian distance running.
We've been so blessed with distance runners throughout the history of track and field, haven't we? I mean, if you look back to, even if you go back as far as Herb Elliott, middle distance to distance has been quite incredible. As we see the youngsters come out, and this is a really important race for these athletes, these under-20 athletes. It's a prestigious title to get under your belt, and it's a great stepping stone on that pathway to seniors athletics.
And you look through the list of names, we do have some absolute talent out there. Lucas Kish, he's just done the double again up at the All Schools in the 8:15. Now he's going for the treble. Sorry, not the treble because this is not an All Schools, but he's looking to step up and into, he bypassed the under 18 3,000 at the All Schools to run the Di Castella event. So Lucas, definitely a big talent.
He is a huge talent. He's 16 years of age, and he's going for the treble for this week, right?
Yep.
Like, it's a big week for a 16-year-old, but there's been a lot of chat about Lucas. He's been going so well and just killing it at the moment. He's coached by Ben St. Lawrence. He's part of that run crew squad.
You're also looking at Charles Barrett. He's an 8:19, 8:18, 8:19. It's also exciting racing all the time too, because although last year we did see that incident where the Di Castella race did set off quite slowly, and we had someone from the B race come through and claim a medal. So Willoughby, I'd like to think though, with the quality of the field we've got here, and a lot of these boys have been racing recently. We've had the New South Wales 3K champs, we've had the Milers Club 3Ks. The guys are used to running low 8:20s or under.
Yeah, you're right, and I think it was here, Kai.
Kai Howe, yep.
Last year, he ran really beautifully in that second race. So he's one to watch here as a favourite now. So he's gone through that race of the races last year and he's stepping up now as one of the ones to watch. We've seen such quality through this race. You know, when you're researching athletes before you come out, you tend to try and in a distance race work out who are the ones with some stories you can talk about early and then who's going to be there at the back end of the race. And there's a lot of names in this field that could do some special things. I'm also looking forward to seeing John Maguire from New South Wales.
Yeah, well, he was third in the cross country down at Launceston in those disgusting conditions. He got third in the under-20s there. So Maguire is strong, and he's got an 8:15 time to his name as well, the young man from the ACT. Bit of an X factor will be Johannes Dagnor, the Ethiopian, running for South Melbourne here now. He's got a seed time of 7:54, but it has been hard to find a lot of info about Johannes. He ran very well during the XCR season, came third overall in the Lakeside 10. That's under 20 and open. So Johannes, we know, has got the form, but we haven't seen him on track. So this, as I said, Johannes could be a real X factor. You've got the track specialists like your Cameron Smiths and your Kishes and Charles Barrett's and those types. Braden Everett as well coming through too, Avery McDermott. So this is going to be a very interesting race, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually wants to take the lead.
Yeah, and when you see the start list earlier in the week, Charlie Moore was possibly going to run. So
Yeah, unfortunately late. He's got ill in the last week.
Yeah, that he's ill. Because, he's an athlete that is exciting to watch as well, coached by Jaden Nuss up there in Queensland. And
ran a sensational 5K, but closed in the last 3K at some ridiculous time. So, he's made that step up.
Yeah. Well, it's still going to be a quality race, isn't it? And I think they won't make the same mistake. They'll go pretty fast. I think they'll want a good time, some of these athletes as well. And when you've got a field that has so much depth, if your strength is not your finishing kick, then you're going to have to make that long run for home. So hopefully when the gun goes, I know it's a championship race, but hopefully you will see someone take it out and make that pace quite decent and honest.
Wouldn't be surprised if Charles Barrett does a lot of the work early. He doesn't mind getting out and then trying to work his way from the front. We'll be watching Kish and his strategy because he has got a very good head on his shoulders. He is always in position to win a race, and that's, for a lot of juniors looking at these races, that's the most important thing, always be in a position to win. And Lucas knows how to do that, whether he goes to the front to get into clear space or he sits back a bit early and then starts to make a move, and those moves usually are quite decisive. So watch the strategy there.
What about the Kish? So good over 800 and 1500 metres. What about the 3000 metres and stepping up under 20? Big jump.
It is a big jump, and maybe we're putting a bit of pressure on him here because he ran Milers Club and ran an 8:15, I think it was, a few weeks ago, and that was his first big foray into the 3K. So it showed he does have a bit of range. It was a very deep field, and he got dragged along nicely. Let's see how that pans out tonight, because you've also got, Kai Hare, probably would start as favourite, I would say. So Kai Hare's definitely, he's a 346 1500 runner as well. So we know that Lucas can run 348, but 346 is a bit of a different league as well. So Hare, if he's in form, the Western Australian, could be someone to really watch out for.
Yep, and he was third last year, and the winner of this year's race was Peyton Craig.
Yep. He kicked on. Yeah, certainly did. Racing now in the De Castella, 3,000 metres. So split start once again. Kai Hare, definitely one to watch out for. He's got an 8:04, 62 to his name. A lot of fantastic junior talent, isn't there, in this race, Tamsin?
Yeah, so much talent in this race, and I think that just bodes well for the excitement of distance moving forward. And like we just said, Peyton Craig won this race last year, and he went on to do great things over 800 metres. So this is 3,000 metres, but it's not an Olympic event, the 3,000 metres. So these athletes moving forward to the future will be looking at that 5,000, 10,000, or doing what Peyton's done, using this race early in the season as a little bit of an over-distance training session, and then dropping back down to the middle distance area, the 800, 1500.
So Johannes Dagnor leading the way, now a local with the South Melbourne Athletic Club here. And Charles Barrett deciding just to sit in on Johannes. Johannes, a real X-factor. He came third in the Lakeside 10 here as an under-20, but third overall in that event. no track form on him at all at the moment, Tamsin. So this is going to be an interesting race for him as we see a little bit of a surge forward there. They were thinking, gee, the pace is just dawdling a little bit. And they went through at 69 on the opening lap. So that move's now been made to really shake them up a little bit. And as they come and emerge into the home straight here, we'll just get a fix on who's made the move. And it is number 10 in Oliver Ham. So the young man from New South Wales has decided, OK, let's try and shake this up. Barrett has gone... Well, they're just sitting back a little bit and letting Ham go. Cameron Smith, Alexander Cameron Smith, that is, now moving into the second position. Then Lucas Kish, the smooth mover, now going alongside Barrett and moving into fourth.
Now, it's an interesting move by Ham, but why not do it? He ran the 5,000 and the 1,500 at Nationals earlier this year, and he's really made a big gap on the field. And this is exciting because you're not only interested in seeing, where the places fall in this field, this quality junior field, you also want to see how fast these athletes can run at this time of the season. Some of them will be a little bit tired because let's remember they are teenagers and they have had a big all-schools weekend, some of them last weekend, and so backing up can be quite difficult. There'll be lot of running in their legs and they could be a bit fatigued, but they'll have big aspirations because, like we said before, this is a prestigious title that they'll be wanting to get. But Oliver Ham has really made the move, and the others are going to have to react to. You don't want to give any of these athletes too much of a lead.
And it's not to be disrespected either, Ham. He's got an 8.17 coming into this, which isn't too far off the pace of the likes of Kish and also Barrett. So Kish was the one who decided, OK, let's try and bridge that gap a little bit. Barrett, with those lovely swirling arms, the typical form there of Charles Barrett. He's in next position. Alexander Cameron Smith, 63-second lap there for Ham too. So he's really thrown it down. That's sub 4 minute, that's sub 8 minute pace for the 3K. So he's really put it down. Now we're seeing Kish just starting to make his moves down the back straight, and no one's really going with him. So I think we might have a race in two out front, but Ham starting to come back to them. Cameron Smith alongside Barrett. Dagnall still sitting in about that 4th or 5th position there, and now they're starting to bunch up once again.
Well, I think it's been great that they've really stretched it out to, when the races are really bunched up with a big field. This is a big field. There's 20 athletes out there. It gets a little bit dangerous and you sort of have a few gasps because you're a bit worried about them staying on their feet. But Ham moving the field out, and then Kish is now having to show his form a bit earlier than maybe he wanted to with the running in his legs last weekend from the 800, 1500 double that he so stylishly won. But you can see here it's a little bit like an accordion, isn't it? The pace went into it, and then Kish has caught up and he's put the brakes on a little bit, which why wouldn't you want to do that when you know that you are super fast over that 800? You can leave your run, your sprint finish a little bit late. But Barrett, the athlete in the Essendon colours, he's been going pretty well, coached by Charlotte Wilson. Won the Victorian under-20 5,000 metre champs in November, and also a handy steeplechaser.
So back to a 69-second lap on that one. So that's why, as James said, you've got the concertina going on here. They're stretching out, coming back, stretching out, coming back again, making for interesting racing. But they've got to be mindful. 8:22 won the B race, and if they don't get that, they don't get the championship. So this will be a very interesting last few laps because I think the kick down will really start to happen. So Kish, probably he likes to avoid trouble, and that's why he gets out front. He likes to get a little bit of clear space in front of him. So Lucas Kish moving along nicely. He's got Alexander Cameron Smith. He is the bolter from the West, so well coached by Peter Burke out at Western Athletics, and he has been a big find in the Victorian scene in the last season or two. Now they're starting to really bunch up. We'll try and get a fix as they come through. See who else is in the pick. Harrison Boyd wearing the Bendigo uniform. Also Dagnall stuck in the middle there. Also in the mix too as they come through is Ridgeway from New South Wales in the Bankstown kit, I believe. So Alexander Cameron Smith now takes the lead.
Well, it's a race for anybody at the moment, isn't it? It's just one of these parts of the race where you need to make sure you have an exit route to get out so that you can make that run for home, because you feel like when this kick comes, it's going to come quite strongly. So you don't want to be at the back of the field, or you don't want to be stuck in on the railing without that exit route. So they are starting to up the tempo a little bit. Kish is really starting to open up that leg stride down the back straight. Hasn't lost anyone, but you can tell the momentum is gaining.
Well, after a 72-second lap there, Tamsin, they do need to get a move on, and they do need to be conscious of that 8:22 time. So this is going to be a very interesting last 5:38, which I think slightly ahead of the first race in the 2K mark, but still what a kick down we had in the B race. We want to see something similar here. Charles Barrett now winding it up a little bit. Now the challenges are starting to come from behind. A few little moves starting to take place here.
Well, this is where it gets quite dangerous at times, as we see. I think it's Maguire coming to the front
John
here.
Maguire.
John Maguire, the athlete, deciding that he wants to make sure that he's got a free run to really step up his pace. The New South Wales 3,000 metre champion ran a PB in 8:15 in early November, so he'll come into this race with good confidence, and he's really started to put the pace into the race down the back straight here.
So it's Ridgway sitting in second position, Kish sitting on the rails. Now Cameron Smith back in it. He's got Barrett just behind him, but only just. Maguire, the ACT runner, very strong, and he is pushing pace forward now. So they're starting to lift. It was a 66 last lap, and I think we're going to see another slight increase on that as they come round. Great to see the motorbike out there getting all that camera action on the track, and there's Maguire who brings them in. Kish sitting in next position. Ridgway looking good.
He has a bit of a gap too, doesn't he? But Kish is really trying to cover all moves. It's that unknown now from the 800, 1500 step up of the race last week, and we see that Harris is starting to really trail Maguire now, and he's put in the big steps to get into that second position.
61.
So 61 second lap. Now it's starting to get quite willing. And here's Jonathan Harris from South Australia. Kish sitting in third position now. The kick's going to start to happen as they go down the back straight, and we're seeing some separation. So Maguire still leading it. Kish now alongside Harris, but Harris is strong as they hit 200 metres out, and he charges forward, and I think will take the lead over Maguire. Kish, can he challenge? But it is the young man from South Australia in Jonathan Harris leading the way as they come in and through the bridge. Harris will lead by a few metres. Kish is battling on strongly, so too Maguire, but it looks like Harris is going to take the De Castella here. What a strong run. Sat nicely in the pack for so long, but Jonathan Harris from South Australia, he will take it. Lucas Kish will have to settle for second. 8:12, so they get the title there. Maguire was good. Then as Cameron Smith. Ridgway in next position. Evander Scott. Next one through there was Oliver Neat from New South Wales. But Tamsin, what a strong run there.
It was a really strong run by Jonathan Harris, the 19-year-old. And he's got 5,000 metre form coming into this race. So it was interesting to see the athlete who was probably a little bit fresher and had that back-end strength for the 3,000 metres really took it strong in that last lap and ran away with it stylishly, didn't he? But Kish, with the running in his legs, has to be really happy with that run as well, the 16-year-old. He covered all the moves that he had to. He was the one that pushed early to get back onto Ham and brought the pack back into the race. And then I thought Maguire's run, he was the one who really started at that back end to make that final kick for home and press. So the top three athletes were the athletes that made the running, and I don't think I saw Hare in that race.
No. Interesting stat here on Harris too. He came second in the Open 1500 in South Australia, and I think it was Stenson who was ahead of him there. So Harris definitely had some good 1500 metre form, and as we say, having that finish kick, having that speed over the 8 or the 15 can be oh so important, and it was a couple of those specialist 8:15 runners in Harris and it's like Kish were the ones who came through.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see all the places when we see them out. Hare was an under-20 representative, and we'll be a little bit disappointed with that. But you have disappointments, and then you kick back, and then that's sometimes what drives you for the rest of the season. It's that point where you come out here at the Zatopek, see what form you're in, and then work on that over the Christmas break, and then come back stronger.
So it looks like we're going to go down to Nick Wall. He's got Jonathan Harris fresh off his victory. Nick, let's let it go.
Camera into the bowl, Mike into the bowl.
Amazing run there, Jono. It was race was sort of set up a little bit slow early, and then you found your measure, and you got to the bridge. You went, "This is mine."
Yeah, well, I talked with my coach before the race, knew what I had to do, didn't want to do any of the early work, so I knew I had the confidence in my kick, so I knew I could just, if I sat in, got in a good position, I knew I'd have it with a lap to go.
Now I think I'm right there, about a 7 or 8 second PB.
Yeah, it's a massive PB. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with that.
So coached by Adam Diddick in South Australia, you've got some pretty impressive mentors around you there, obviously at Olympic level with Jess and Maddie Clark, etc. Who do you do a lot of work with in Adelaide?
Sorry?
Who do you do a lot of training work with on the track?
Well, I mostly do training work with Maddie Clark, Jess Stenson, obviously she's doing the longest up, but obviously I really enjoy going long runs with her and stuff. But everyone at Team Tempo, they've given me heaps of support, especially over the last couple of months. So yeah, shout out to them and shout out to Adam Diddick as well.
Proudly wearing the Saints singlet there, I see. Good clubman.
Yeah, I've been with the club since I was about 11 years old, so yeah, no, I love it.
And finally, 19-year-old winning a big race on the big stage here. What's it like out there running the on-track nights? It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. This is a fantastic atmosphere. I love this track. It's my second time here, but I'm more than happy to come back many times in the future.
Well, Jono, congratulations. Our winner of the De Castella 3,000 metres adds his name to an incredible list. Jono Harris, South Australia.
Thank you.
We'll take him down and hold him down then.
Well, not much downtime. Women's
8.
800.
A few juniors in this one too, Tamsin. So you've got young Ash Felberg from Tassie. Sitting on about a 2:11, but this is what an opportunity for her to race in a field like this. Obviously the stars are not coming out to play at the moment in the 800. They're often, with the late running world champs next year.
Yep.
We know that this, and we're not that far off from the Paris Olympics. So a lot of our middle distance runners are still biding their time before they come out to do the big stuff.
And so with that, some of the athletes that we're going to be seeing in this race are athletes that are coming into the season, desperate to get into racing again. Yep. You've got Tess Kersop-Cole, who's represented Australia before, and she had some horrific injuries, and unfortunately she couldn't get her body back in shape in time, because it's one of those events where you need to have the running in your legs. You need to be on the training track and getting that fitness in and that speed endurance and getting used to the lactic acid. And there's such depth in women's middle distance at the moment that you really need to make sure you're in top shape to be able to compete for one of those spots at Olympic Games. But Tess has been running really well. She's been coached by Gavin Burren now and won a mile handicap recently, so she comes in with confidence. And I'm also really looking forward to seeing Ivy Boothroyd. She also had an injury this season and couldn't try out as she would have liked for a World Under-20s, had that stress fracture reaction in her feet, and at 17 years of age she's still got a chance to go to another World Under-20s. But I'm looking forward to seeing how she runs, because she's so brave. Even when she came in underdone at Nationals, she still really fought hard and took the pace to those athletes who came in with a smoother run.
Leah Simpson's also a good one to watch too. She came down and did a Milers Club last year and cleaned up the field. So the Queenslander, she likes to get down to Victoria and have a good race in competitive fields. And I'll be very interested to see how Leah goes out there today.
Being paced by an Olympian, that's pretty cool, in Tori West, our heptathlete. Good training for her.
Yeah, so Tori will line up in the inside lane. And away they go. So it is Tori West on the inside there. Kersop-Cole just to the outside. Boothroyd is in the outer lanes there and moving nicely alongside Simpson. So as they approach the cutover cones now, it will be Tori West who just edges her way forward. Beautiful pacing, isn't it, Tamsin? That's the way to do it. Not bolt, but just let them gather and let them latch on. It is going to be, as they settle, Kersop-Cole and Boothroyd in the next positions, then they bunch. Watch out for Sophia Hanlon. She's had a great season last year, and it'd be good to see her take that extra step up here, and what an opportunity tonight she has.
Yeah, the 20-year-old Hanlon, who made the final at the Nationals, has been a great 400-metre runner through the junior ranks. But Kersop-Cole is looking great here. She's brought that confidence in from the mile handicap, and she'll be desperate to prove to people that she's back from that injury, and she's one to watch to try and represent Australia again. But she's right on the shoulder of Tori West, which is where you would like her to be if she's going to run a fast time. They've gone sub 60 through the bell, which means they are on target for a good time if they can push down that back straight. But it's all Tess Kersop-Cole, and you can just see Ivy Boothroyd working really hard to try and get back onto the shoulder. She's starting to make a move now.
So Boothroyd to the outside of Hanlon. Matilda Ryan running beautifully there, the New South Wales girl, but now we're seeing Simpson just lift up the momentum down the back straight, and we're seeing a good run here from Boothroyd. She's coming alongside Kersop-Cole as they approach the 600-metre mark. Simpson now slipping into third position just ahead of Ryan, and then we have Hanlon. Bit of a gap back to Banner and also Felberg, but out front, Kersop-Cole's not giving in easily. And we're seeing her just surge forward once again as they come out from under the bridge. It looks like it will be Tess Kersop-Cole leading the way.
She's just got to hold her form now. She got challenged by Boothroyd, who really put and used her bickies to get up to Tess Kersop-Cole. But Tess is holding her form beautifully here through to the final stages of this 800 metres.
It's going to be close to the 2-minute mark, just over, but I think Tess will be happy with that early season. Good run from Hanlon, as we expected. Simpson probably slipped into third position, just ahead of Ryan. Boothroyd next, Banner and Felberg in that order. And great win there, Tess Kersop-Cole taking out the 800 at the on-track nights.
You can do as much training as you want on the training track, but there's something about that first 800 metres for the season which can really shock the body. There's a lot to like about all the athletes running that one. You just got to get the box ticked. You've got to get that first 800 under the belt, and then you can work on it, the things that you need to for the next race and deep into the season. I think for somebody like an Ivy Boothroyd at 17 years of age who's coming back from injury and is super tough, we saw again how brave she is down the back straight of that second lap. She really went for it and she opened up, and you could see that she's got good 400 metre speed, but just got tired because of the way that she ran that race and had to work so hard in that third 200 in the back stages of that race. But Tess Kersop-Cole, who would have been hard watching an Olympic Games when you've represented Australia in the 800, seeing your former training partners out there representing their country and doing what you really desperately want to do. So it's impressive that Tess is still out here competing so well. To come away with a win is just brilliant, and it's a testament to her team and her mental strength. Yeah, it's been a bit of a change for Tess over this last 12 months, but it's good to see she's settling nicely. She's got some great training partners out there at the Eastern Track Club. And we'll now go back down to Nick Wall, who's got Tess. Let's go, Nick.
I am down here, Tim, with the winner at Tess Kersop-Cole. You're back. Well done.
Thank you so much. It's so good to be back.
Now, I do have the first time I'm ever going to present a trophy here, which is a 3D printed rock from On. So it's all about focusing on the incredible technology of On and what they're doing for the sport. Your last race one was actually on a greyhound track, a 1 mile handicap. How enjoyable was tonight?
Oh, it was so good to not be on sand tonight. Oh, no, it was great. It's just so good to be back running, injury-free, and enjoying my running again. So this is my favourite athletics night of the calendar in Australia, so it's always wonderful to be here and be included.
Well, Tess, congratulations. The crowd loved it. There's your new trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 800, Tess Kersop-Cole.
Well, it's great to have Tess back, isn't it? Nice to see her smiling face. She's got lots to smile about. She's engaged to Nathan Kruger, the Magpie player, as well. So she's organising a wedding. And fantastic to see Tess back racing uninjured. And that was a good first opener for an 800 metres.
Certainly was, and she hasn't been afraid to race early season as well. We've seen her at a few meets already in Victoria. So as you can see, she came to this one, I think, ready to go for a good time.
Yep.
And I think as that season builds, we're going to see her much, much closer to that 2-minute mark.
Well, and it will help when she's not the one making all the moves. So, you know, Tori got a bit tired in that first back end of the 400 metres, and Tess felt like she was feeling pretty good, so she pushed up onto the shoulder of Tori, who'd been fantastic in helping her, making sure that she had the pace and could set the race up early. But then she had to do the whole last bit on her own, and she would have felt Ivy come to her in the back end of that back straight for the second time, and she held her form. She stayed composed. It's not an easy job to lead that second lap and hold off the
men's under 20 De Castella 3,000 metres. It's proudly supported by the Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship. The Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship is awarded yearly to assist emerging young distance athletes based on their winter season performances. Since the early 1960s, Fred Lester passionately coached, promoted and organised distance events for runners of all abilities. He was particularly keen to support promising young distance runners through funds from the Victorian Marathon Club, which was dissolved in 1993. Neil Ryan and Megan Sloan are representing the Scholarship Committee, who will present the following awards to the recipients. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 8:14.72 from the ACT, John Maguire. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 8:13.91 from Victoria, Lucas Cheese. And in first place and gold medalist today in a time of 8 minutes 12 exactly from South Australia, Jonathan Harris. Our recipients will also receive Athletics Australia medals for the National Championships over 3,000 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under-20 3,000 metre De Castella, proudly presented by the Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship.
So we'll let Glenn do the intros. We've got the shot putters. I'm really excited about that one too, Tamsin. So we're going to do the intro for the shot put competition.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, lined up in the middle of the field, right above the on-track night signage, you have your competitors for the open shot put mixed competition. There are 7 teams. Let's introduce team number 1. Representing New Zealand, went to the Olympics and represented New Zealand in the hammer throw. 3-time New Zealand national champion in the hammer, Lauren Bruce. Joining her from Australia, went to the 2018 World Under-20 Championships, Aidan Harvey. Team number 2, Dina Gurgis, won the Under-15 National Championships, and Gavin McLaughlin. Team number 3, Theodore Iliadis and Freya Jones from Great Britain. Freya's the national British champion for javelin in 2020 and the NCAA champion. Team number 4, from Victoria, Emma Burge and Todge Hodges. Todd Hodgetts, 3 times Paralympian, 4-time Paralympic World Championship representative. Team number 5, Zylevine Beale and Christian Painter. Zylevine Beale in 2024 was 5th in the World Under-20 Championships and 2nd in the 2023 Commonwealth Youth Games and the current Under-20 champion. Team number 6, Shane Carstairs from Victoria and Scott Lincoln from Great Britain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. We wanted to make sure that the entire patronage knew of the teams that are being presented today. Let's quickly race through them again. They don't need to walk forward, but team number 1 from New Zealand, Lauren Bruce and Aidan Harvey. Team number 2 from Victoria, Dina Gergis and Gavin McLaughlin. Joining them will be Theodore Iliadis and Freya Jones, Emma Berg and Todd Hodges, Zylevine Beale and Christian Painter, Shane Carstairs and Scott Lincoln, and from Queensland, the bronze medalist from the Olympic Games in the discus throw, Matt Denny, who will partner with Tori West.
We had the Ondieki 3000. So unfortunately, Cushy Dow does appear to be out. Also, Matilda Cole was on the original list and she ran earlier. So I think Aspen Anderson one to watch, Tamsin, because great triathlete.
Yeah,
great.
awesome.
She's a good kid. She's a really vibrant. She actually stole one of our K markers last year and took it home to Queensland from the community run. So that's the type of girl she is. We got photos tagging in Athletics Victoria on the plane on the way home. Yeah. I think
that's amusing.
Yeah, no, she's a character.
Well, she's a talented athlete, isn't she? I mean, like,
yeah.
She could be a great track athlete, but her triathlons have been going great at international level as well as national level. Began athletics just as part of a school run club in primary school. So she's with Gold Coast Run Co. and has been doing great things over the last year and a half with that gold at the Commonwealth Games, in the Youth Games, in that individual super sprint triathlon last year. Going to be great to see what she can do without the ocean and the bike.
Another one to watch will be Imogen Baker. She had a sensational run in the Victorian under-20 5,000 metres. Cranked out a really good time, 16:48 there. So Imogen's coming into form at the right time of the year. Lucy Cleveland, one of our favourites, Lucy Longsocks from Western Athletics. And we'll see what colour she goes with tonight. But she's been, the last few seasons under Stu McCauley, she's won a mountain of state championships and gone through to nationals so well. So Lucy's one to watch as well. Also, we've got 2 World Cross reps in Charlie Rose Carlian and Greta Johnson. Away now in the Ondieki 3,000 metres for women. Last year, Claudia Hollingsworth took this out in 9:29.13. It is a fairly even field, isn't it?
What about that? Hollingsworth and Craig. Peyton Craig, Claudia Hollingsworth, and then did fantastic things over 800 metres at the Olympic Games as well.
We'll claim their launching pad being the Zatopek in 2023. So they're starting to just bustle a little bit here. Looks like Baker's just starting to move forward. On the inside, you've got Annabelle Miller from New South Wales.
The 17-year-old Miller, who was third at the All Schools 1,500 metres last week and a finalist in the 1,500 at the Under-20 Nationals this year when she ran up an age group. So talented athlete is Annabelle Miller.
So as they settle, 35 through the first 200, so they're settling nicely. So Baker doesn't mind leading. She ran so well against the adults at the Victorian 5,000 metre champs. We had the combined 5K for the Opens and the under-20s, and she was really comfortable going out with some of the leaders, your Sarah Kleins and those types in that event, and certainly served it up to them. But now they're starting to really get a move on. So this is a good opening 400.
Well, that's one of the things with distance racing. When you have a big field in the pack, sometimes when you are out in front, yes, you have to deal with the wind and you have to work out what pace and tempo that the field's going to be running at with you leading the way, but you get that free run. You don't have to worry about chopping your stride down. You're the one who sets the tempo. You can decide if you want to put a slower 50 metres in and then surge the field to perhaps take out some of the sting of the athletes who have great kicks at the end of races. So being at the front means that you control it and you decide and you designate the pace and you decide how these athletes are going to run this race.
So Lucy Cleveland sitting in second position. So these two have raced each other quite often. Looks coming through next. It is Aspen Anderson. So she's the taller figure in the black kit there, the Queenslander. Sitting quite comfortably there in third position, just hugging the rail, so taking the least possible distance around the lakeside track here. So they are really pushing along nicely here. So 75 for that lap as they went through. So we're sitting around that mid-930s at the moment as they start to get into the real action side of this 3,000 metre journey.
Well, you can tell why there's been a lot of talk around Aspen Anderson and her talents, not just on the track and triathlon. She's sitting in third position. She's nice and tall off the ground. All the athletes out there are looking like they're running very comfortably at this tempo. We've talked about the quality of athletes coming through the junior ranks at the moment, and I can certainly tell that from this lot we've got some talent and great runners biomechanically as well. They're running beautifully, and that's what you want to do in these early stages of the 3,000 metres, is not spend your bickies too early, just find that rhythm, find that tempo, and concentrate on being relaxed and running nice and rhythmically until you know that the moves are going to be made. So all the athletes out there look pretty good at the moment.
Tessa Eber's another one to watch out for, the South Australian. She's got a low 430s for the 1500, so she does have a little bit of kick in here. Also going nicely right now is Claudia Mika from New South Wales. So she's a 9:38 runner, handle 4:33 1500 metre runner. So 76 there. So just slowed it a little bit, 3:07 through the first kilometre.
And Gabby Vincent's in that lead pack as well, the Victorian, the 18-year-old who was a netballer originally before transitioning into athletics during COVID. A few athletes have done that from sports, transferred their team sport into running when they've worked out through the COVID period where team sports weren't happening, and they went out and just did the running training that they could do, that they're actually pretty decent at running, and decided to focus more on that. So Gabby Vincent's been running since 14 years of age and has run really well through the school ranks, and it's great to see her out here running well as well.
And made it to a World Juniors, so yes, it's been a good career for Gabby, and now has done a little bit of steeple chasing as well, so getting a little bit more versatile over the barriers under Tim O'Shaughnessy. So through they come. Imogen's just still leading the way, and it is Lucy Cleveland, very content just to sit there on the shoulder. So Anderson also in a really good position, and it is Ebert who's made that move into fourth. Next on the track, that's Catherine Lund, the New Zealander. So she's in the green with the black shorts, and she now just coming alongside Ebert. A good bunch, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe out front at the moment.
Kobe Walker's also part of that leading pack. Another athlete who was originally a netballer, would you believe, and during COVID when netball got cancelled, found running and started running with her mum. And Ben Norton was the school coach and saw her win the inter-house cross-country, so thought, why don't you come and try athletics, give running a try. Not sure how keen she was at the start of things, being a distance runner, because distance running training is not always easy. But very glad that Kobe Walker certainly took up Ben Norton's advice and got into athletics.
Well, she's got a 4:31 1500, so yet again, those in the high 420s, low 430s, they have got pace. And although the pace has been pretty solid here, so sitting around those 76-second laps at the moment, with Imogen Baker still setting the path, but I think we're going to see another kick-down race here. And we're seeing the New Zealander now being quite aggressive. A few bodies starting to come together a little bit, so Aspen Anderson now a little bit boxed in there as Lund comes alongside her, and Cleveland just doing what she needs to do, sitting right on Imogen Baker. A little bit of clipping going on as well. Another one up there at the moment is, well, there's Walker coming through.
And Greta Johnson's there as well. So a lot of the names that we mentioned earlier are all in that lead pack. And the pack has whittled away to 9.
So Johnson's got a 9:52 3K, but I think yet again better than that. She's got a 4:38 1500 metres as well. But it was just seeing couple of little moves happening down as they come out of the beer tent, and Anderson's decided to move up. We're seeing Cleveland just dropping back through the pack, and she's now probably in about 6th position as Imogen Baker still carves out the pace out front. Ebert's made a good move there just to get ahead of Lund, and Walker also in there. So she is alongside Lucy Cleveland as they go around the top straight once again. But Imogen Baker has not been headed at all on this 3,000 metre journey so far.
No, she's certainly doing all the running, isn't she, out there in the lead, like making sure that this is the tempo that she wants to run at, and she's setting that pace really nicely. She still looks very relaxed, but you can see Aspen Anderson's just trailing her, just tracking her really, really well. And that last little bit of a step up in pace looks like it's started to string this field of this lead pack of 9 out a little bit. It looks like we're coming into the 2 laps to go with 5 athletes looking like they're in with a chance of winning a medal.
So lap pace is just dropping a second each lap at the moment, 76, 77, 78, so it was a 3:14 last kilometre. So pace gone off, but now it's a group of 5. So the race is on, the pace is probably going to pick up over these last 2 laps here, and we're just seeing a little bit of collateral damage along the way as some of the stragglers just start to tail off a little bit. Group of 5 out front, maybe a group of 3.
I said another one of those things too, when the athletes are coming into this race after racing at all schools last weekend, and some of the athletes might be a little bit more fatigued than they would have been if they came in peaking for this event. It's still early in the seasons, but athletes really treat this event very seriously. To be the 3,000 metre runner on the record in the record books, a lot of athletes who have got their name on these titles have gone on to do great things for Australian athletics.
They certainly have when you look at Amy Bunnage and various others. But we're seeing Ebert now being the aggressor. So Tessa Ebert now coming alongside Baker. Could we see a double for South Australia in the Ondieki and the De Castella? Anderson probably not done with yet, though. A little bit of a gap then to Walker, and then Lund is just starting to drift off as well.
Well, Baker will be grateful that Ebert has gone into the lead. She's made a reaction here too, Baker. She hasn't just let her go past because she's tired. I think she's just happy for somebody else to take the pace, and she's just resettled into that 2nd position. They haven't managed to drop Anderson either, the triathlete. She's certainly sitting there in that 3rd position, fighting her way, but it really does look like a significant move right now.
And it looks like Anderson has gone. It's going to be between Baker and Ebert. Ebert leads out front. They're about 250 out. Anderson dropping back. You've got Walker's in next position, but out front 200 to go, and it is Ebert leading the way. But Baker, who's led most of the journey, she's just starting to lift again, Tamsin, and coming along the shoulder. This is going to be a very exciting finish. Let's get the crowd involved in this one. So it's Ebert and Baker. Baker reclaims the lead as they come through under the tunnel, and it will be Imogen Baker leading the way, but Ebert not done with yet. So Baker lifting, Ebert going hard. It's not over. They're coming closer and closer. Ebert to the outside now. Ebert will take it just. So Ebert, Baker, Aspen Anderson will hold on for the 3rd position. Next one through, Kobe Walker from Queensland, 66 last lap there. What a race. It looked like Baker had it, but Ebert just had that drive over the last 20 metres to come over the top. Another exciting race in the Ondieki 3000. Finish time 9:24 thereabouts. So wonderful race, Tamsin.
Oh, that was a fantastic race to witness. You know, Baker certainly made the running and did a lot of the work of that field, and you almost thought with 250 metres to go that she had it. She really did make a little bit of a gap, but Ebert just showed how much winning this title meant to her, and she fought on very strongly. Both athletes held their form pretty well at the end of a 3,000 metres, and you can see how tiring it's been for all the athletes. They've certainly given their all, and great race to watch.
Yeah, the 9:24 thereabouts, it's close to the top 10 winning times. 9:22 is 10th there, Rose Davies. And what a list of names. Bunnage, Rollinson, Kate Spencer, Benita Willis, Rosa Flanagan from New Zealand, Bridie Delaney, Emily Brickachek, Rose Davies, and young Tessa Ebert from South Australia, getting right up there in those names, and what a great performance that was.
It's the sort of excitement you want, isn't it, at the end of a 3,000 metres? That's going to set the tone for the evening, and look how close that was. You could just see they were absolutely exhausted at the end of a 3,000 metres, but desperate to get to the tape in that 1st position.
And look at the displays of sportsmanship at the finish line as well. It's one of the good things about this sport, the way the girls get around each other. So we can see Lucy Cleveland not having the best of nights now, but you've got Ali Brooks just got her on her shoulder and looking after her there. And we will throw back down to Nick Wall for Tessa Ebert.
Thanks, Tim and Tamsin. So I've got Tessa down with me here. Tessa, South Australian double tonight. We've taken out the Di Castella, now we've taken out the Ondieki 3000. A 3:03 last kilometre. It must feel great to have a win there tonight.
Yeah. It feels amazing. I was completely not expecting it. But to do the doubles just shows how great of a coach Team Temple are.
Well, Tessa, it was a wonderful race. Congratulations. I'm going to get your breath back. But ladies and gentlemen, Tessa Ebert here, your Ondieki 3,000 metre under 20 champion.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, I'm excited about this race.
South Wales.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Daniel Williams...
Under 20 representative and the under 18 800 and 1500 metre champion from New South Wales, Daniel Williams. Lane 2 from Victoria, James Hatton. In lane 3 from Victoria, Bob Abderrellam. In lane 4, we welcome Dylan Burrows. In lane 5 from South Australia, Degra Makita. Lane 6 from Victoria, Matthew Goff. Lane 7 from New South Wales, the New South Wales Open 800 metre champion, Mason Cohen. In lane 8 from Victoria, Hamish Donoghue. And in lane 9 from Victoria, Jack Lunn. That is the field for the men's Open 800.
In the lineup. Who else are you looking at?
Well, the youngster Daniel Williams will be good to watch, I think. The 17-year-old going in lane 1. Mason Cohen, he's always so consistent too.
So racing now in the men's Open 800 metres. It is Williams on the inside lane. Lunn's the outside lane. Abdulrahman in the middle. And we see also Amakata de Gras as they start to settle. Very, very even as they come across.
It's getting a little bit squishy, isn't it, at the crossover? Like when you have your first 800 metres for the season, sometimes you don't want to be the one who's out there leading and setting the tempo, but this is looking like it's going to be a little bit quicker than I think some of the athletes would have liked through this bell.
So I think Burrows is leading the way as they come through under the bridge for the first time.
Well, Burrows has been competing overseas. He's home again, the 25-year-old. He's been out with kangaroos this week, preparing for this race.
So also up there, Mason Cohen. He won this event last year. Now we're seeing Daniel Williams, coming through the New South Wales runner, plus Jack Lunn. So Lunn's made his move, taking around the bend, Tamsin. So that often they say just hold back on the bend, but he's gone for it, and not a bad move whatsoever.
Well, he's certainly an athlete to watch in this race. He was 4th at the Nationals earlier in the year and 3rd at the Oceania Championships in June, and he's really pushing down the back straight. Daniel Williams, the 17-year-old, is taking it to him. He was the World Under-20 representative in the 1500 this year.
Mason Cohen sitting in third, and gee, what a good run from Donahue, but has he spent his bickies down that back straight as we're seeing the field really start to clear out? And Williams, how good does he look coming into the home straight now? So Daniel Williams from New South Wales, the youngster, leads the way. He's got Jack Lunn, who's fourth on the Australian all-time list in second position. Also Donahue coming home like a train as well, but it will be Williams to take it. Donahue's going to come through on the inside, and he'll take another scalp there in Cohen. But Williams, what a run, 147.90. Big breakthrough from Donahue from Sandringham, though. Cohen in third, then Lunn, I think, took fourth position. But, gee, that's a boil over.
He's such a good runner, Daniel Williams, a 17-year-old. He won the 1500 at the Under-20 Nationals earlier this year at 16 years of age. He began athletics at age 8 and he was fourth in the Commonwealth Youth Games, and that's when we started to take real notice of him because he ran a 3:45.91 in 2023. So he's done some fabulous things as a youngster, and he's come out here in the men's Open 800 at Zatopek, and he's just blitzed the field, and that's the way he finished. He was so strong. Great run there by Daniel Williams.
Yeah, we know it's early season still, but Lunn, good to see him getting out there. Also, Mason Cohen's come down from Queensland to compete again. But Hamish Donahue, I love calling his races. How good is he?
He was really fought on in that last 100 metres. He found something from nowhere, and he certainly boxed on and found the gap and got through to hit the podium. But let's hear from Daniel Williams, because I think he's going to be pretty excited with that run. Oh, Nick's just chatting to him. Nick, can we hear from him as well, please?
Daniel, we're just discussing times here. So this young 17-year-old has just run 147.6, not far off that Australian record. Mate, how's it feel?
Unbelievable. I can't believe it, yeah. I mean, PB was at 149.01, sorry. Sort of knocked that off just like that. I don't know, I can't believe it.
Now, we're pretty familiar with your face around the country. You love doing a bit of a media time yourself for Athletics New South Wales, repping the Byron Bay colours there. Tell us a little bit about your story this year. What a wonderful year it's been representing Australia in Peru.
Well, I think first off I got rid of the mullet, but then, came back from Peru, had a bit of time off, didn't do juniors, just sort of had a bit of a training block. And I mean, it was going well, but honestly, I didn't think that well. So I'm really surprised and very happy with that run.
Well, Daniel, a wonderful breakthrough at open level. There is your on-trophy, first of many representative honours. Bit of weight in that, I reckon those guns, they can handle it. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Williams, your winner of the 800 metres here at On Track Nights.
Stand by for a medal presentation for the women's on Dieki. When you're ready, G2. Yeah, stand by, just got to get the results.
Live stream.
Well, that was pretty special, wasn't it? I think he's a bit of a star, Daniel.
I think
live stream is ready for presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation is for the women's under 23.
1,000 metres, the Ondieki event, which is also the Australian Championship in this distance and age group. Again, it's proudly supported by the Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship, and the recipients will be presented with their awards from Megan Sloan and also from Neil Ryan. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 9:31.52, representing Queensland, Aspen Anderson. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 9:24.87 from Victoria, Imogen Baker. And in first place today, and gold medalist in a time of 9:24.77 from South Australia, Tessa Ebert. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under 23,000 metres, the Ondieki event, and the National 3,000 metre championships.
Okay, Tamsin, so the excitement level for that 800, so we're just starting to come down, but we've got to get ourselves back up again because we're going to have the Women's Open 3,000 metre soon. You can see the girls just lining up out there, but some great racing so far. And I'd like to bring in onto the commentary team Jason Richardson. Richo, welcome.
Oh, it's great to be here. Welcome everyone, and congratulations to everyone at ATS Victoria and on. This is a special night. I'm looking across and seeing the beer and cheer tunnel, and there's this beautiful evening in Melbourne. Starts to get a little darker. You can imagine the atmosphere will be electric. And this race, Tamsin, is going to be mouth-watering. So 3,000 metres. And we have Abby Caldwell, of course, Commonwealth bronze medalist in the 1,500 metres, Olympic semi-finalist in the 800 metres, stretching the legs over 3,000 metres up against quality opposition like Izzy Thornton-Bott, Jayla Hancock-Cameron, Carly Thomas, just down from altitude training, formerly with University of Washington, Amy Bunnage, straight off the plane after the 5,000 metres. So disappointing that she's been pulled out of the race. I was really keen to see if she could back up that 5,000 metres. Georgia Hansen, and then Lyndon Hall, who will go down as one of our absolute greats of middle distance athletics. So it is mouth-watering.
It's exciting, isn't it? There's some fields in this distance classic tonight that are just super exciting. I think I woke up this morning and thought about the fields and I was like, oh, I'm just really looking forward to the head-to-head clashes. Because at this time of year, a lot of the athletes who are our big stars don't tend to take to the track unless it is the 10,000 you want your national championship, obviously. But in this event, the 3,000, there's so much quality in this field and it's super exciting to see how the form they're in and just that head-to-head battle to see who's going to take the win.
So, Tim, if you're Lyndon Hall and you're up against Abby Caldwell, do you try to run that sprint out of her legs? Do you go to the front and make sure it's a really genuine 3,000 metres? Because we know how talented Lyndon is. She's got a great 3,000 metre time, whereas Abby might be slightly vulnerable at 3,000 metres, though her time was back in under 20, so she's a different athlete now.
She's totally different athlete, but I remember watching Abby run a 3,000 metres when she was younger, and she's just her the way she runs off the ground, it suits this event as well. Abby's sort of one of those hard athletes that I don't know what is her main event because she's actually so good at so many.
Yeah, it's good to have range in the. Yeah. But what Lyndon doesn't lack is courage. We've seen Lyndon, a bit like you in your day, Tams, and you had to go out and carve it up by yourself out in the front, and that's what Lyndon can do, and that's going to hold her in good stead. But will it be that the strategy race of, will she let Abby lead? Will Abby let Lyndon lead? We don't know. As I said, still some good other, we've got Thornton-Bott here as well, back from the States. Jayla Hancock-Cameron, how exciting is she too as a talent, and stepping up from the 8, the 15 to the 3K.
And then Carly Thomas is a real X factor. We've seen her be brilliant over 800 metres, 1,000 metres, up to 1,500.
And fast,
and
over 400 metres.
So quick over 400 metres. So a former junior medalist at the world level. So it's fascinating to see this all line up.
Looking forward to this call, Richo, because you are getting very excited. So it'll be good to have your voice booming out over the stadium.
And welcome everyone, whoever's joining us on our live stream. We're here at Lakeside in a jam-packed crowd, Tams, and this would warm your heart as a passionate athletics fan. This is one of the absolute highlights today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we head back to the
3,000 metres. This is for the Open women. The Australian Open record is 8:24:20, held by Georgia Griffith from Victoria, and she set that on the 30th of May, 2024. A field of 13. In station number 1, we welcome Carly Thomas. Station number 2 from the ACT, Stephanie Kelly. Station number 3, a member of the World Cross Country Relay team that got a bronze medal from Victoria, Abby Caldwell. In lane 4, from the ACT, Rachel McCormick. In station 5, second to the 2018 Youth Olympics, 5th in the Open Women's 1,500 metres this year, from New South Wales, Jayla Hancock-Cameron. In station 6, from New South Wales, Isabella Thornton-Bolt. 7 from New Zealand, we welcome Tilly Hollier. Station 8 from South Australia, Zoe Toland. Station 9 from Victoria, Amy Robinson. Station 10 from Victoria, Catherine Dowie. Station 11 from New Zealand, Caitlin McQuilkin-Bell. Station 12, member of the 2023 Australian team at the World Cross Country Championships from Victoria, Georgia Hansen. And ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Olympian in the 1,500 metres, Commonwealth Games representative in 2018 and 2022, currently ranked 14th in the 1,500, 2 times national champion over the 1,500 metres from Victoria. Please welcome Lyndon Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your field for the Women's Open 3,000 metres.
athletics track, she tends to run fast. You know, you look at the Olympic Games, the semi-final, she made the semi-final of the 800 metres. It was a hard choice choosing between the 800 and 1500, but chose the 800 and went through the repechage as well. Remember in that heat she ran 158 4:49 in her heat, which is incredibly fast. All other Olympics, that'd take you straight through to a semi-final. And then she had to go through that repechage, which a lot of people spoke about. I wasn't a fan of it. And then in the semi-final, in that repechage, she won it and made the semi-final and ran 158.52. So over the space of 3 days, she ran incredible 800-metre races, and that's just the quality of athlete that Abby Caldwell is. And she could have done just as well on the 1500 metres. It's an unknown, but she's got such range.
Well, her personal best is 158.48 over 800 metres, so she did extremely well. There was people who were discussing the merits of the repechage, but Abby Caldwell walked off the track at the Olympic Games as a winner.
Yes.
And that was something really special. The range that she has with that 800 metres, a 158.4, 1500 metres of 359.7. She has this PB over 3,000 back when she was a junior at 9:22. I'm a betting man. I think that goes tonight.
I think you might be right, especially if this is the tone that we're going to see throughout the race. She certainly is opening those legs straight up really nicely down the back straight. Lyndon Hall is trailing her, as is Carly Thomas. So it's not a surprise to see those athletes right on Abby's shoulder, but she does look super comfortable out there with that long stride.
So 71 in the last lap, so they're on the sub-9 minute pace. Wouldn't that be fantastic to see the sub-9s here this evening at Lakeside Stadium? But we've got to play our role here. We've got to get the crowd engaged in this this particular race and get behind these young ladies as we're seeing pure talent out front here with Abby Caldwell, Lyndon Hall, Carly Thomas on the rails, then Hancock Cameron, the New South Wales girl. She is just a stunner over the 8s and 15s and stepping up. Amy Robinson, I call her the X Factor. You never know what you're going to get from Amy. She is one tough girl. And then Georgia Hansen, the class and the quality of Georgia Hansen just sitting off the back of the pack. Gap then to Callie from the ACT, then Thornton Bott and Dowie. Looks like Cook and Bell in next position. So another 71, so they're nice and even.
And now Lyndon Hall takes over the lead from Abby Caldwell. Abby will be really pleased to sit on Lyndon Hall. She knows the speed that Lyndon has got, the former Australian 1500 metre record holder. She's number 5 all-time in Australia in this distance. You know she'll run quick and she's uber competitive and so professional. You know she'll arrive here in great shape.
Well, Lyndon and Abby are great mates off the track, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've spoken before this race about running a fast time as well as, you know, trying to win the race, but I think working together is a good option. Lyndon Hall, 33 years of age. She was in such great shape at these recent Olympics. You know, she went into the Paris Olympics fresh off a personal best at the Paris Diamond League where she ran 356.40. Yes, I did say that. 356.40 over 1500 metres is incredible. And then unfortunately the day of the opening ceremony, she tore her calf. And I have no idea to this day how she managed to take the track at those Olympic Games and run as bravely and as well as she did. But it was a heartbreaking Olympics, but also one where you take your hat off to her about how brave she was to even get to the track. 3-time Olympian, impressive resume, Lyndon Hall.
So they're nice and even. 71 once again for that lap with Hall taking the duties. You've seen Robertson step up into that 4th position as Hancock Cameron and also
Georgia Hansen
just starting to drift a little bit. So Robinson now has the big question ahead of her. Does she try and reach on and get onto Carly Thomas, who's looking very strong?
Well, Carly Thomas we haven't spoken too much about, but she's an athlete who was, like you said, Richo, sensational as a junior, won a silver medal at a World Under-20s in the 800 metres and then ran one of the most superb 4x400 metre splits to get a medal for the team as well in that race. Her last 5 races over 800 metres this year overseas were 2 flat, so she's a great 800 metre runner. She's broken 2 minutes. She unfortunately had that horrific accident on the water and broke her leg.
That's right, over in Seattle.
Yeah, and so it's taken a long time for us to recognise Carly's junior talent at senior level, but you almost feel like it's just around the corner. She ran for the Uni of Washington and is now based in Melbourne with Craig Mottram as her coach. She's still only 23 years of age, and her best years are ahead of her.
Yeah, this is her first season out from the NCAA system, and she parks on the back of 2 of the Australian representatives with Lyndon Hall, and it's not a throwaway line. When she retires, she'll be celebrated as an absolute great at the middle distance running. Anyone who's been to 3 Olympics and an Olympic finalist is to be respected. She's been a multiple Australian record holder, and she's starting to stretch it out. And the talent that is Abby Caldwell, the beautiful mover, sits in second. Carly Thomas just looms looms large in third. That is a pretty special top three, and I haven't given up on Amy Robinson in fourth.
So Robinson just sticking in there. There was 70 on that last lap, so just picking up a little bit, and we're sensing that, aren't we, Richo? We're just seeing them going through another 69 on that lap, actually. So 256 for the 1K splits as they go into the last kilometre.
Well, it looks like Lyndon's looking the freshest off the ground at the moment. Yes, she's still out in the lead, and Abby and Carly are right there with her, but you can just sense that she's looking quite fresh off the ground, still with a little bit of a bounce in her step, which, you know, that's Lyndon's natural technique, but she's certainly not dwelling at this stage. She wants to keep this tempo going, and Abby and Carly just have to stay strong mentally to try and get through this next lap so that they can pounce, but you feel like there's a little bit of a gap happening.
There's a gap appearing now, doesn't it, as Lyndon Hall has put the foot down on the accelerator and gapped Abby Caldwell by 5 metres. Never give up on Abby Caldwell. We know her awesome acceleration at the end. Can she stay in touch and sprint over the top? Well, Lyndon Hall has decided to go and down the back straight. Hopefully a huge roar from those in the back straight. There's a couple of Victorians out in front. They would love the support of this huge crowd at Lakeside as she's about to enter the straight. Abby Caldwell's chasing, and then the pride of On, of course, with Carly Thomas is still in the race, but straight away we've seen a breathtaking acceleration from one of the greats in Lyndon Hall, who's about to get one lap to go as she storms down this straight.
Robinson moving into third position now, just ahead of Thomas, so it's all happening there for Amy Robinson, but it is Lyndon Hall who'll come down to get the bell first.
Yeah, Lyndon Hall's looking great. And, you know, Carly Thomas, for her, running 3,000 metres as a 400, 800 metre specialist as a junior, this is going to be a great training run that she'll take through to the rest of her season. But what a run from Lyndon Hall. There's two things you can do after disappointment, major disappointment Olympic Games, especially at 33 years of age. And I'm so super glad that Lyndon took the option of going back to the training track and working super hard to get the good memories back.
She went through at 7:37. She is in for some sort of time. Her personal best is 8:40.6. She sits fifth all time. Benita Willis at 8:38 ahead of her. Rose Davies, Jess Hull and Georgia Griffith. They're the absolute creme de la creme of Australian middle distance running.
So just winding it up around the back of the top bend for the last time. Lyndon Hall will emerge with that motorbike, and we're going to see Lyndon Hall coming into the home straight. Let's get behind her. What a great performance. Abby Caldwell, she'll be coming in for second position, and what a great run. Lyndon Hall being consistent around the 70s, 71s and 69s, and she's brought this home beautifully. Well under and just outside her PB, but Lyndon Hall takes it. New PB for Abby Caldwell, as expected. Race coming home here between Hancock, Cameron and Hanson, but it will be Amy Robinson who's coming into that third position. So a 65-second last lap there. Hancock Cameron will come in for fourth. Then it will be Caldwell. Great running from Carly Thomas. She was brave early, and she will come in to take next position here, just over 9 minutes for the 3,000 metres. Izzy Thornton-Batt, she'll be next. Big time here also from the Eureka runner there in Catherine Dowie. So there'll be a new personal best for Dowie. Next one through will be Rachel McCormick from the ACT. Not far behind her will be Zoe Toland. And the next one in Stephanie Kelly, also from the ACT.
What an athlete Lyndon Hall is. She just showed her incredible range, and we've seen Tamsin, who absolutely brilliant at 1,500 metres to 5,000. I think she's given a little indication at 33 years of age where her future might be. It might be more at the 5,000 metres than the 1,500 metres. She's probably run her second fastest time of all time. I think Abby Caldwell set up for an amazing summer. She's kicked off with a sub-9. In fact, about an 8:51 will put her approximately top 25 all time in Australia. So she's set for a super summer as well.
Well, that's one of the interesting questions with these athletes. Where are you going to focus on for these World Championships next year? What event will be your main target? And they might not even know the answer yet. In fact, their coaches might not. They might just see how the season's panning out. I think with someone like Lyndon Hall, she will be training more to that 5,000 sort of zone. But for Abby, she's got, range, and she's got areas where she's going to decide whether she's going to step back up to the 1,500 or go, hey, I was pretty close to that Olympic final over 800. I'm going to now drop back and get more speed in my legs. Carly Thomas is another one. Such range. But I'm looking forward to hearing what Lyndon Hall says. She's down with Nick. Hopefully she's happy with that first run back after
Orange
Paris.
ribbon in hair, as always.
Thanks, Tamsin. Lyndon, 8:43 December, not a bad run back.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I guess probably the same for everyone rolling up in December, but really fun way to break up training, give yourself a bit of a goal before Christmas, and pretty happy to see where we're at.
It's been a massive year, hasn't it? And Australian women's middle distance running is just going from strength to strength. You seem to like the 3,000 metres. I know it's an Olympic event, but you really like that distance.
Oh, I think that's a strong way of putting it. It's a little bit scary in the quorum. I was like, I don't know about this, twice as far. But once we got into it, it felt pretty good, so that was nice.
So I assume a whole summer of Australia we'll see out here again, racing head-to-head with the best that we have. Hopefully another World Championships next year.
Yeah, for sure. It's super fun to come out and race at home. We don't get to do it all that often, so it is really fun when you get to race in Melbourne.
Well, Lyndon, congratulations. The Victorian crowd love cheering you on tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3,000 metre win at Lyndon Hall and your new On trophy. Congratulations, Lyndon.
Cheers. Thanks.
So we will wait for times to come out for Abby for her big breakthrough there. That'll bump her up the Australian all-time list, I'm sure.
And just going through, I think it'd be awfully close to Amy Bunnage's time. I think it'll be ahead of Zoe Buckman, who sits 24 all-time over 3,000 metres, and it's just a touch over Karen McCann. We remember fondly the great Karen McCann and meets like this, how much she would love an atmosphere like this. So wonderful to see so many people here celebrating everything brilliant about athletics, and with a special focus on middle distance and long distance running tonight. And these Zatopek 10,000s are going to be absolutely epic.
We're ready.
Exciting 10,000 metre head-to-head clashes ahead, and national title on the line.
Has been tested and is completed. Would you please congratulate the winning team, who will receive the Steve Hooker Trophy, representing black with a total height of 9.02, Wilson Cram and Cassidy Bradshaw. Congratulations. Cassidy Bradshaw jumped 3.86, Wilson Cram 5.16, the 2024 Steve Hooker Challenge recipients.
Men's 3,000 metre run is going to be pretty special as well.
Certainly
I think
is.
Jude Thomas will have something to prove after he's done so well over this distance, and then last year and at the National Championships in Sydney he was looking great, and then unfortunately had that incident with about just past the bell and fell, and it looked like a horrible fall, and I think it actually affected him for the Nationals as well. So, but Jude, I think this is his sweet spot distance at the moment. He's still super young. Jude Thomas, only 22 years of age, and you feel like it's his pet distance, but he'll make a decision whether it's the 5,000 in the future. Or, I don't want to say any further just yet because he's so super young, but I think he has to focus on that 5,000. He could try the steeplechase, which hasn't been an easy transition, but when he is running on the flat without the steeples, he's a beautiful runner.
He's certainly going to be challenged, and it's going to be wonderful once again here in Melbourne to see the elite skills of Cam Myers in action. Just saw him quickly warming up. It looks like the beautiful mullet's been trimmed right down. So an aerodynamic Cam Myers for 2024-25. Very much looking forward to seeing what level of progression he can make. We've just never seen a junior like him, and the level that he's gone to and the comparison with Jakob Ingebrigtsen's been breathtaking.
Yeah, and I think he's only 18 years of age, and in athletics, you never have a smooth run to ultimate success, and this year has tested him in terms of everybody was talking about him being the youngster that was going to make that Olympic team, and I thought the way that he handled it, missing the team, was just brilliant. He didn't wallow in his own self-pity. He got back out there and did his training, and he was fantastic at those World Under-20s, which you would have seen that live, Richard.
Yeah, he was fantastic and so brave there. you know, rather than running for a medal, he tried to win.
Yeah.
And in the end, he was narrowly beaten, but he really pushed the pace. And he was so impressive. One of a group of these middle distance athletes that got medals there that are ones to follow in the future.
Yeah, but his response even after that was he said, I got beaten by a better athlete on the day. Like, he's so mature in all his responses. It's sometimes really easy to forget how young he is, not only because of how fast he runs, but also the way he's interviewed and the way that he does respond to things that, you know, athletics throws at you. But I've really enjoyed watching his career so far, and even though he didn't make those Olympics, that might be the making of him. That disappointment sometimes drives you to understand that it doesn't happen that easily all the time. And so leading into LA and then a home Olympics in Brisbane, I still think he's definitely the one to watch.
Yeah, and keep in mind also, he was balancing studies. He's trying to do year 12 while he's travelling around the world. There'll be a lot of people who are sitting there watching us at the moment whose children have just received their ATAR. Factor in the fact that he was travelling the world, trying to run in diamond leagues and the like, trying to make his way to Olympic team, yet also trying to study very hard towards his exams. And all of those young kids that went through that World Junior system, they should be really proud of that.
Yeah, you think about young kids these days, teenagers, and somebody like a Cam Myers, what they're dealing with at the young age of 16 to 18. It's not a normal childhood, let's be honest.
Well, you know a bit about that.
It's not a normal childhood.
Yours wasn't normal either.
No, travelling at 16 around the world is different, and you have to deal with a lot of stresses that come with that. So I think he's handling it really well. He's got a great team around him, and it's going to be brilliant to see what he brings to the track tonight.
Not quite travelling all around the world, but Sam Roof, the New Zealander, come across the ditch. He's run 8:09 as a 15-year-old. Ironically, too young to be in our De Castella, and Sam Roof is going to go into the open event. So 8:09 world best.
Too young to be in the De Castella. That's interesting. So we watch him with great interest, and once again, we love to see the New Zealand athletes travel across. Like there's a host of Australians travelling across to New Zealand this weekend as well. So.
Well, a bit of history of Roof as well. His mum, Jess, has won the Zatopek Open Women's 10K, so a bit of class there in the Roof family. A little bit of pushing and shoving there. So you see Faccioni. He's one we'll be watching too, Zach Faccioni, sitting midfield at the moment as Brad Mathis does the pace job. So good to see Brad out there, another Kiwi, and he is renowned for his 8s, 15s, but Mathis is doing a beautiful job of just setting this field off. You can see Dale Carroll sitting in that third position on the track, or fourth on the track at the moment, and Mathis is just settling them down.
As an 800-metre runner, I'm tipping he's really looking forward to the point where he's allowed to step off the track in a 3,000 metres.
And for these young athletes that are following, though, it's pretty good to follow an 8-time national champion, a man who's been top 8 in the Commonwealth Games and travelled the world in some of the best races, and he's setting the pace for these young athletes who can launch off this pace and hopefully get a personal best on the way through.
And good for training runs too, like, you know, early in the season, doing that over distance work is going to help Brad throughout his season as an 800-metre runner.
So Myers is sitting pretty at the moment. He's got Jack Bruce up there at the moment too, also Jude Thomas. So a lot of the big names are out there, and they're just sitting off the tail of Brad Mathis. And that was a 62, so a couple of 62-second laps to lead them out.
It's hard to realise that is Cam. You can see it in his ability of running, but without that hair, it's like a very different Cam Myers. But he does. He looks like he looks good out there, running stylishly behind Brad Mathis and really he just runs so beautifully technically, doesn't he, for somebody so young? He's really got that natural ability to run off the ground. He runs at a high pace, but with such relaxation as well. So Cam Myers, he was 5th in the 1,500 metres at the Nationals this year. He would have been super disappointed, but he's bounced back and he's still really bolstered his CV this year.
And his CV is unbelievable, isn't it? The fastest mile by a 16-year-old, second youngest person in the history of mankind to run a sub-4-minute mile when he was doing it there. And I broke the news in regards to his haircut. I shouldn't have done that. I should have let you find him in the field and think, is Cam Myers not running today?
I haven't seen the new haircut, but I like it. It's just, he's got such a distinct, natural style. I think that's what gravitates, such of the talk about him being a quality athlete is the fact that he does make super fast times look effortless, and that's what all the greats do.
So 63 for that last one. No real change out front. All the big names up there. Anstey also in there. He's sitting in fourth position currently behind the pacemaker. So real good spread here because they're starting to go in a single file, and that's what we want to see the paces on. And Mathis is doing a great job, taking them through 2:36 at the K.
And Anstey's been based in the USA. He ran a road mile on the 7th of December in Hawaii, which was a sub-4 minute road mile. So
yeah,
he's
he
27.
ran second there, and I think Ollie Hall was behind him, so it was a really quality mile in Honolulu.
Not a bad place to go to run a mile, is it?
So Roof's got hip number 7 in the all-black uniform, the NZ kit, and he is moving nicely with the pack. I think looks like he might have Willis And we're looking also at Hussey, just starting to drift back a little bit. Hadfield's in the middle. He's got Roof just behind him. Will Lewis, also Zaid El Said. He's the Lebanese record holder over, I think, 1,500 and 3K. But out front, no real change.
And Jude Thomas is sitting in fourth position. He ran a 3:37.01 1,500 overseas this year in Norway, and there's something very likeable about Jude in his interviews, in the way that he runs. He's got self-belief, he has said, played a part in his rise over the last couple of years. He just didn't have that self-belief, and he started to believe in his ability. He's sitting in fourth position as we come down to 3 laps to go, and he won the Noosa Bolt in November, and he's looking really, really good. He looks like he's worked on his fitness a little bit, and so not only has his 1,500 improved, I think his strength's improved as well. So
Myers taking up the lead now and starting to push the pace, and there appears to be the big four, if you like. When you look at Anstey, who sits there in third, he has done a host of racing, that traditional going through the US collegiate system at Illinois State. Used to racing a lot, and he's raced a lot leading into this, whereas some athletes, like a Cam Myers, might have been the first time that we see them for the season. But off that hot street mile in Honolulu, he is sitting there in fourth at the moment as the big four are starting to really stretch their legs.
Yeah, no, Anstey's rewritten his PBs this year for sure. He's run fast 800 indoors, and he's run good 1,500, 3:35, 1,500 in June. So he's had a great 2024. He'd be looking to cap it off with a win here in the 3,000 metre race.
So 2:37 for the last kilometre. They're just sitting nicely on those 63s and 62s. The last few have been 62s. I mean, as just saying, those big four. Faccione now trying to do the work to reconnect. Also Shervington from Western Australia. Gap then back to Carroll. Also, we've got Jackson Sharp, Roof, sitting in there with Hadfield with him. So Sam Roof, the 15-year-old, is looking brilliant.
And Jack Bruce is in that lead pack, sitting in fourth now, the 30-year-old who was third in the half marathon championships in August in the Sunshine Coast, and in the Sunshine Coast half marathon, and he ran a 1:04 in the Aussie half marathon champs as well. So he's done a bit of overtraining for this. He went to university in Arkansas. Hasn't done track for a little while, has Jack Bruce, but he looks like he hasn't missed it. He's missed a beat. He's out there and he's going very well in that top four.
It's a really good comeback track race here for Bruce. And that pack of four is looking strong. Faccione's got a bit of work to do if he wants to reconnect, as we're seeing Anstey now start to make the move on Myers as they come down to get the bell lap. So Anstey takes the lead 1 lap out, then Myers. Then we have Thomas and Bruce in that order.
So went through in about 6:45 there. Keep in mind, Cam Myers has got a PB of 7:46, so needs to break 60 seconds for a new PB here as he accelerates after Anstey, who's really asking him a question. Will the prodigious youngster respond? He's about to go up on the outside, and the response, Tamsin, looks definite.
It looks good, doesn't he? He's up onto the shoulder of Anstey. Here is Myers, and Anstey is not relinquishing that lead easily, but it looks like Myers is starting to just get past him now and get away.
So into the home straight they come, and what a performance this has been. Cam Myers, we're treated to another big performance from Cam Myers. We're also looking at Anstey coming home strongly, but also we're going to see a big finish here from Jude Thomas, but Cam Myers will take it out here at the 3K, 7:41. Looks like it might have been Thomas coming over the top of Anstey, then Bruce, and now we're seeing Zach Faccione, the on-runner. He'll be under that 8-minute mark as well. Next one in, looks like a David Lee from New Zealand, then Hadfield. And what a performance there. Al Zaid through on the 8-minute mark. Just watching for number 7 to come through here. That's Sam Roof. Can he break his time? And he has. He's broken his record from New Zealand. So great performance. The Huss has just come through. Matt Hussey, Victorian male champion on multiple occasions.
Well, what a special talent he is. He's 18 years of age, ladies and gentlemen, Cam Myers. And to give you an idea of the sort of time that he's just run around that 7:41, he's gone past all-time greats like Andrew Lloyd. I mean, it's hard to compare errors. We know that. Simon Doyle, Brett Robinson time behind him, Ryan Gregson, Lee Troop, they're in the background now as this 18-year-old posts a super 3,000 metre time.
And it's the way he ran it, isn't it? You know, he was patient, he was calm. That's that maturity that we talk about that he's just got naturally. And his technique and form in the last stages of that 3,000 metres, you couldn't falter it. His coach has done so well with him, Dick Telford. He's part of that Team Telford group, and he'll be really, really pleased to get his campaign underway. He's had a great year, but he certainly started off this season how we always have seen him in the last couple of years. And he's down with Nick, and we look forward to hearing what he's got to say.
Well, thanks, Tamsin, up there. Cam, we've been here before, mate. You've won the De Castella 3,000 metres before. You're stepping up to open class. It's been a massive 12 months, hasn't it?
Yeah. I was pretty disappointed not to make Paris last year, so I feel like since then my training's just gone to a new level, and I think I'm ready for some bigger breakthroughs this year. Yeah.
So, mate, you love to entertain the crowd. You do it well. You showed tonight that you are at that world-class level again. What is on the agenda for you going forward?
Oh, I haven't actually worked exactly what I'm doing out, but I think I'll aim to be back here for Maury Plant, that's for sure. It's the biggest race on the Australian calendar, so yeah, don't miss it.
And how exciting was tonight? Big crowd here in Melbourne, the start of our domestic summer. On track at nights, it was pretty enjoyable, wasn't it, to perform in front of the crowd here in Melbourne?
Yeah, it's great. I love coming down here. It's like an electric atmosphere, which is crazy to get that into the best meet. I feel like that's something we've missed the last sort of 5-6 years, but now we've got a big crop of juniors coming through. It's about time we get crowds like this out to the track.
And ladies and gentlemen, is it hard to remember that Cam Myers is only 18 years of age? Tonight he's won your 3,000 metres. Expect bigger and better things in 2025. Congratulations, Cam. Well done, mate. Awesome summer. Let's go smash it again.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's got multiple Australian records, and Cam Myers improves his 3,000 metre record.
So good. So good. And even listening to that response, it was good to hear, he was disappointed he didn't make Paris, and you're allowed to be. But it's been a difficult time for somebody who's so young. The hype's so big that, he would have expected to make Paris, and it was still a big ask because we have such talent in the middle distance ranks, and finishing 5th in an Open Nationals when you're only still so young is still incredible. And so he should be really pleased with the fact that, he competed well at the Nationals. He just didn't quite hit the level that he wanted to, but he's come back here tonight and he's shown us that. What did he do when he had the disappointment? He went back and he trained smarter, and he did the things that he could control, which is working on the training track and bringing it back out here for a win.
And it comes down to experience, doesn't it? He's entitled to be upset, but the last thing he probably listens to is people saying to him, you're only 17.
Yeah.
Your time will come. There'll be many Olympics in store for you. But he is desperate to make it happen straight away. And look, just a fantastic talent. You get so much confidence because you know that he has Dr. Dick Telford in his corner with so much experience, so much knowledge of the sport to guide him through over the next few years.
And he's done things in track and field that even people through their whole career never get to do. He's run on diamond leagues and he's competed well, and he's got that medal at the World Under-20s. So he knows that he can compete through the rounds and have the pressure on his shoulders and still come out with a medal. And I think that he looks so good then in that 3,000 metres. His form, I know I go on about it, but technique's so important, especially when you're so young. You want to make sure that you don't get injured. And when you've got sound technique, it gives you that little bit extra buffer that you're going to be able to put the work in without getting injured. And he just runs beautifully. And
he'd be thrilled that he's not Samson. He still can run just as fast without the super hair. So he'll be thrilled about that.
Phew, I was a bit worried.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is one of our feature events.
It's the Zatopek Women's 10,000 metres. The Australian Open record 30 minutes 35.66 held by Natalie Rule. The meet record 31:26.10 by Joyce Kepkirou from Kenya, set in 2011. There are 11 starters. Lane number 1 representing New South Wales. Please welcome Rose Davies. Lane number 2 from the United States of America, Taylor Werner. In lane 3 from Queensland, Brielle Urbacher. In 4 from New South Wales, Bronte Oates. In lane 5 from South Australia, Caitlin Adams. In 6 from Victoria, Isabel Hume. In lane 7 from the ACT, Leanne Pompiani. In lane 8 from Victoria, Natalie Rule. In lane 9 from Victoria, Sarah Klein. In 11 from New South Wales, Holly Campbell. And in 12 from Victoria, Lauren Ryan. That is the field for the 2024 Zatopek Women's 10,000 metres.
What a great field we have here for this 2024 running of the Zatopek 10,000 metres for women. The 3 last champions in Davies, also Ryan and Pompiani. And as we see, no one wants to take it. Looks like Sarah Klein's going to do it as expected. So Sarah's not going to hold back. Lauren's just going to sit on the back now. That was just getting a little bit too messy. So 25 laps ahead of them. We don't want any falls. And Sarah Klein, the Victorian 5,000 metre champ, also second at the Melbourne Marathon in October behind Genevieve Gregson. And Sarah Klein will be setting pace there. She's a brave runner, isn't she, Jay? She's not going to hold back here.
No doubting that. And it'd be interesting to know the mindset of, Rose Davies and Lauren Ryan and Leanne Pompiani here. Do they have an eye to that World Championships qualifying standard for next year, which is red hot with a 30.20? Is that what they're interested in? They've gone out in a pedestrian pace, so you would suggest not. It's about winning a national championship. And Tim, you've set it up beautifully. Lauren Ryan is the defending champion. Leanne Pompiani winning the year before. And then Rose Davies, who's been third on a couple of occasions, but has also won the title on 2 occasions, and she would love to join Natalie Harvey, Joan Cameron, Carolyn Schwallow and Eloise Wellings as the all-time most amount of wins in a Zatopek, and has so much prestige, this title.
Now, don't forget Holly Campbell as well. She's sitting mid-pack at the moment. What a great run she had last year, just behind Lauren in that famous 2024 win for Lauren Ryan. So Lauren obviously went on, broke the Australian record, absolutely smashed the Australian record, and it's great to have the young girl from Melbourne, but based in the US now, and Lauren's back and she means business.
Yeah, she was in Geelong, wasn't she? She went to school in Geelong, Lauren Ryan, and went to college in the US and had that decision after leaving college of what to do, whether to come back. And during the pandemic, she did come home and spend some time here, and she had to really reassess her career, where it was going to go, and she made those tough decisions. She decided to base herself in the US, and it's been so successful for her. Her coach, Lara Rogers, coaches her out in Baltimore. I think the consistency's been the thing for Lauren Ryan. What's happened is it kind of feels like she burst onto the scene last year at the Zatopek, but she didn't. No. She's been a great junior, and she's been there or thereabouts. She just hasn't been the star at distance running. She's just been behind those other names that you mentioned before, like the Rose Davies and Eloise Wellings, but she gets out of her pocket there.
She says, let's pick up the pace here.
She did something similar last year in the 10,000. She kept looking at her watch, and she would go fast for a couple of laps, and then she'd settle back in. And so she's really made a move here, and she wants to run a little bit faster. And why not when you're the national record holder? She certainly comes in with a lot of confidence. She went to the Olympic Games, and she was 13th in that 10,000 metres. What an incredible 2024 she's had. From this moment last year where she ran the Zatopek and made people realise that she was somebody to be watched, she then went on and proved that it wasn't just a one-hit wonder. She ran that national record and then was awesome in the Olympic Games in that 10,000.
I love the way that she doubled at the Olympics as well. She ran in the 5,000 metres, and after that 31.13 ran a 15.29 to run 30th. What I love about Lauren Ryan is her tenacity. And anyone who's just recently watched the NCAA cross country and see 300 athletes sprinting out, how elite that is. To give you an idea, someone as brilliant as Jess Hull, when she was competing in NCAA cross country, eventually she came in the top 3. But early on in her career there, she was finishing 90th, etc. it is so tough. And I can remember watching her, Lauren Ryan, in maybe her second last year in college, leading the pack after a lap. And I thought, she's not going to keep it up, but you love the intensity and the tenacity and the fact that she tries to win.
And she did that in the 5,000 metres at World Championships in Budapest in 2023. She was in the heat, and you could just see that she knew that she needed to up the tempo, and she was the one who went for it. And it ended up being to her detriment at the back end of that race, but it's probably what made her the athlete that she is today, because she doesn't get scared of failing. She puts herself out there. She'd rather be one of those athletes that, doesn't sit back and go, I wish I'd done this, or have any regrets. She really attacks races and tries her best. The 5,000 metres was before the 10,000 at the Olympics this year, and she was super disappointed with her 5,000 race. And there's one thing that you can do. You can sit there and you can be upset about it and let it affect your next performance, or you can go, right, that happened, and I'm going to use that to fire me on in the 10,000, and that's what she did. And, first Olympic Games, 2 events and 2 different results from both of them, but she would have walked off that track at Paris and been really proud of the way she handled herself and the way that she was tenacious and had a real crack at that 10,000 metres. And she also came off that track going, I want more. I know I can be better.
And you think about the big 3 that are right there at the front now. Leanne Pompiani is so tenacious, isn't she? She's coming off running in a half marathon in Melbourne back in October, and hopefully a lot of members of this crowd were at the Melbourne Marathon or competed in the half or the 10 in that great festival of distance running. Well, there she was running a PB in the half marathon. Here she arrives 10,000 on the track, up against Rose Davies, who's just down from altitude. Anyone who's been tuning in to Spiked Up, which I know you have been, Tamsin, even though you haven't worn your spikes for a while, you've been tuning in to Spiked Up, which is a fantastic little podcast. And she's been talking about how it's a late decision to come to Zatopek, but she must be in shape if she's here.
She's in great shape. I mean, the 28-year-old won the Burnie 10 in 31:40, which is an incredible time. So she's done so well. That half marathon you spoke of, 1:09:01. Like, what? That is just so super fast. She is really a class athlete, quality athlete, and I think her time is now. And she has been in great shape. And you know, Tim, that the results that she's had since winning the Australian Cross Country Championships in late August have just been phenomenal. Has that range too? Like, will she end up stepping up to the marathon distance? Because her half marathon says that she has great potential in that as well. But also, you kind of feel like she's still got more to give in the 10,000 metres on the track. You haven't quite seen that personal best come down to where you know it can be.
Now, we are seeing the top players out, and they are all over the place in the pacing at the moment. They'll do a 70, then a 77, then an 83, and I think Lauren's just playing out there at the moment. She's loving this because she's just varying that pace and saying, well, okay, if anyone else wants, and it's Sarah Klein who's going to take it. So Sarah steps forward once again. So they threw down a 70, and that really blew them apart. Then an 83 the next lap, brought them back together, and you can never say that 10,000 metre racing is boring. What we are seeing tonight is just the horseplay out there, the gamesmanship. You know, Lauren's continually putting it down, saying, come on, does anyone else want to take it? I'm going to take it. Follow me. Yep. And now Sarah's the one who once again shows that courage, shows that versatility that she's got. And Sarah Klein once again leads the Zatopek 10,000 metres. As we come through, we're through the 2,000 metre mark in 6:34. So actually, despite the pacing being all over the place, kilometre 1, 3:17, kilometre 2, 3:17.
But Lauren is definitely surging, and she did that same thing last year, and it worked beautifully. So the athletes in the field will know that what Lauren did last year, and they'll be able to counteract it, hopefully, if it's not working for them, that surging sort of nature of the race. However, there's quality in this field, and with the training that they would have done, I'm sure they would have done their fartlek runs and practice with surging, and they'll be ready to counteract anything that happens.
Interesting athlete who's just sitting in the back of this pack is the 26-year-old from America in Taylor Werner, who was all but giving up track and field. She's got a 3,000 metre PB of 8:43, and that was this year in Cork in Ireland. She was a former silver medalist at the Pan American Games over 5,000 metres. So her 10,000 PB is 32:26, but it's just been with Sonia O'Sullivan and Nick Bedowen and their group of revitalised her, and she's back and joining and training with a big group of Aussies.
Mm-hmm.
And here she is at Zatopek.
She also loves to bake and cake decorate.
Does she what?
Yeah, I knew you wanted to know that. Yep, she loves to bake and cake decorate. And when she was younger, she had superstitions, and she used to have to eat a banana and choc chip pancakes the morning of race day. But she figured that was too hard as she got a bit older, so she's got different superstitions now.
There's a man 3 rows in front of us said, "You can give us a lot of information, but we're not that interested in your cakes."
Hey, I am. If you can decorate a cake, I'm certainly interested.
Well, on the food subject, let's talk oats, because Bronte Oates is sitting right up there at the moment, and she's looking good. She surprised us at the Melbourne 10K, at the Melbourne Marathon Festival. I know my elites, but I didn't know Bronte. She came into the MCG, and I thought, who the hell is this? But Bronte Oates is up there. She's in second position. She ran a corker of a race at Melbourne, over 10,000 or 10 kilometres on the road, and she's showing that she's up to national level now, the girl from New South Wales, I think out of a run crew.
Yeah, Ben St Lawrence and Katie St Lawrence. I think her coach is Katie from Run Crew. I did like that little transition that
Still
you gave us.
Lap pacing still sort of all over the shop. So Ross is just going to once again do our calculations. 3:22 for the last K. So they just dropped it a little bit, but we did see Lauren just change pace. Sarah taking it over again. So 3:22 last K, and lap splits got all over the place.
So what schedule are they on at the moment, Tim, if they really start to kick it down?
About 33:20 is what they're on, but we'd expect a bit of a kick down.
So to put that into some sort of perspective, Lauren Ryan's national record is 30.35 in March this year in California, and she's small in stature but big in heart, and she's taken the lead again with 17 laps to go and said this pace is too slow. I think she just heard us reference what the time would be and thought, I'm not going to post a 33, so it's time to kick it down and work out who is the serious contenders for the Zatopek title and those that are just hanging on.
Well, once again, it's the big four, isn't it? So it's Ryan. Pompiani just off the back of her. Davies is just covering every move, and then Holly Campbell next. Then we see the gap. Looks like Nat Rule might be trying to force her way through as well. Just getting blocked there, and she'll go alongside and past Sarah Klein and also Bronte Oates. The top four, and it is Rule who's just trying to work her way forward. She doesn't want to lose contact. The pace might drop off again, but you never know. It may not. So she's just got to be careful that she's there and ready to respond. So Nat Rule now joining the party, a group of 5.
And good to see Nat Rule back, the 28-year-old who represented Australia at the 2022 World Championships. Had a tough time with COVID while she was there. So she's been brilliant in that season in her results. She really made that step forward to make her believe that she was capable of representing Australia. And now it's just about finding that consistency again. She was second in the half marathon in August at the Australian Championships with a 1:13.37 and ran a 5,000 personal best in Oregon this year of 15:03. So it's great seeing Nat Rule coming back into shape.
So Rose Davies sits beautifully in third at the moment. 24-year-old, when you reflect on everything brilliant we saw in the Paris Olympic Games, and Jessica Hull for mine, across any sport was a standout performance. She was absolutely brilliant to go toe-to-toe with the greatest of all time in Faith Kipyegon to get a silver medal over 1,500 metres. And not too far behind in courage was Rose Davies. Had COVID, yet still had the tenacity to go out there and compete so well in those Olympic Games, and we were so proud of her. She ended up finishing 12th, and she ran a 14:49 with COVID, if you don't mind. What a machine she is. Gets the absolute best out of herself time and time again, and keep in mind, she's only 24. Her future is so bright.
So she's 25 on the 21st of December, so she's got a birthday in the near future.
This will be an early present, Tamsin.
Maybe we could get Taylor Werner to do the cake.
That's right.
No, Rose Davies is a phenomenal talent, and she was a prodigy in her early teens and had that injury, that inflamed hip in 2017, 2018. As we see this pace slow down again with Lauren Ryan just taking the foot off the pedal, and athletes are starting to bunch back up again. Rose Davies coached by Scott Westcott, who was an Olympian himself in the marathon, and, you know, I think what she did in Paris was brilliant. You know, to make a final of the Olympic Games in the 5,000, that's no easy feat. Everybody in the world runs, right? Everybody.
Yep.
So, you know, all the countries are there, and she's made the final and finished 12th. What an incredible effort. One of the athletes that she looked up to is a previous winner multiple winner of this race, Eloise Wellings, with her never give up attitude. And I certainly can say that Rose Davies certainly takes that to the track every time she competes.
So those muddled laps continue, 81, 72, 76, but isn't this enthralling as Lauren Ryan just plays and plays and plays with this field? It's really great to watch. Good to see the responses from each of the athletes. Werner made a really good move to get back in again. Sarah Klein back on the pack as well.
They're letting her do it, aren't they?
Yep.
She plays around with them too much. Does she allow some who've got a really big kick to come over the top? It is a dangerous ploy to keep dropping the pace, allowing all the others to catch back up. We're 14 laps away, and they're about to go through in around 14:30.
Well, there's quite a few athletes in this pack, though, that have been doing half marathons. So, you're not sure of what the athletes are doing exactly on the training track, but if Lauren Ryan's willing to slow the pace down and then kick it out again, you would think that she knows that she's got some speed in her legs to bring it home.
So there was an 86 they just threw in there. And you're sort of looking and thinking, well, do we go past her or just let her keep controlling? And is that element of fear there because she's just slowing and slowing and slowing? Holly's now just on the shoulder. Should she just charge forward and just lay it down? Let's find out.
Well, I think it's respect. You're the national record holder, and that's a new element that she brings into this race. Last year, she didn't have that on her shoulders, but when you come into a race as the national record holder, you've got respect, and the others will respect you. So they're possibly not going past because they don't want to take the lead, and they're happy just sitting in at the moment and just following. But she certainly has earned that respect, and they'll also know what she's capable of.
Well, we're actually watching a game of chess on legs here at the moment. That's exactly what this is, as the moves just keep coming down. And Lauren Ryan, the chess master, is just trying to play with them. And as they come out from under the bridge once again, let's see what's happening. And they're all bunched up. It's allowed Caitlin Adams to get back in, and Caitlin Adams has taken the lead. So Caitlin had fallen off the pack and was probably 30 to 40 metres off, and now she's leading the Zatopek 2024.
Well, she should come in with a lot of confidence as well, Caitlin Adams. She was second in the Burnie 10, fourth in the Melbourne half marathon in a personal best, a big personal best, run of 1:12:33.
Yeah, it was sort of forgotten about, wasn't it, with the 369s ahead of her, with Leanne, also Izzy, and splitting in the middle with Jess Stenson.
Yep, and
but then, 72, not to be sneezed at.
It's amazing, isn't it? So she trains alongside Jess Trengrove with Adam Diddick, and she's from Wallaroo, which is in South Australia, the York Peninsula originally, and
now a full-time teacher as well. Yes. So she's a big girl now and in the real world. So Caitlin,
adapting to that was a little bit difficult, going from being the athlete and doing the university and then being a full-time teacher. But she certainly looks like she's coping with it okay.
Well, another one in that half marathon that sort of gets forgotten about. She dished it up to them early, but unfortunately didn't finish. Nat Rule. She was right up there in that half. Didn't quite have the legs to get her through and pulled out around the 10k mark. But it shows that Nat will have a go. She'll have a dip.
And we've seen Nat run really well on internationally in some of the not necessarily a Diamond League meet, but just tiers below, and she's been racing really well, changing her training philosophies recently, but we wish her all the best. Keep in mind, as this big crowd watches with 12 laps to go, that it's about taxis because this is a national title up for grabs. But also, Tim, it's about getting your name on the honour board of the Zatopek. And I don't know what your first memories are of Zatopek Classics, but we've had so many champions who have been able to win this event. So to put your name alongside Lisa Ondieki and Carolyn Shawallo and Susie Power and the like, and Sonia O'Sullivan, is something that would be driving these athletes.
I think it's going to get down to who wants it the most in those last few laps, who's got the desperation and that desire. So 79 for that last lap. They're on about 33.10 pace.
I think when you are a teacher, Caitlin Adams leading this race, she's a health, PE and maths teacher. Surely she's got her students on the live stream cheering along as well. A little bit of extra support.
And hopefully the whole of Wallaroo.
Yes.
So 18-minute mark here in the 10K. I hope you're enjoying the action. Why don't we give them a really big cheer as they come down the straight with only 12 laps to go. They need your support, everyone at Lakeside, as we start to really crank this event up.
So 11 to go now. Adams still leading. Oates to the outside. On the rails, our defending champion Lauren Ryan, the Australian record holder, to the outside of her, Leanne Pompiani. Then it's Holly Campbell, Rose Davies, Taylor Werner on the rails, just behind her, Nat Rule, and to the outside, Sarah Klein. What a field.
It's a great field. Sarah Klein also works in schools. She works at Caulfield Grammar, head of campus. 39-year-old.
Is that in the Thames and Lewis wing?
Not quite.
Surely there's a statue of you there.
She's run 3 marathons this year, which sounds like quite a lot, doesn't it, Tim?
It does, but she's handled them with aplomb. A little bit disappointed with her time in Melbourne. She wanted to go for that sub 2:30, which has eluded her, but we know she's going to get it. She just needs the right race. And look at her go again. She's gone to the front.
And that shoe technology, allowing them, I mean, Tim, you would have grown up in an era where if you did 1 marathon a year, that was, you need a long time to recover. Yeah. Is it the new technology in regards to recovery, which is so different even, Tamsin, from when you competed, and also, let alone the technology in footwear to help the athletes recover. So now we're getting an opportunity in the sport that we love to see their great athletes more and more.
Well, hopefully Sarah Klein out in the front there that we're talking about, her brother-in-law, Nick Del Santo, played football for St Kilda and Collingwood.
No, North Melbourne.
North Melbourne, okay, I'm close. Okay, I remember the St Kilda days.
Well, they were the best days.
North Melbourne supporters would know they've never seen a crowd like they've seen tonight at Lakeside.
You spoke about the 2:30 that she's trying to get under. She ran 2:30.10 in Oregon. That was an unbelievable marathon race in the heat. Like, to run that fast in the conditions of Oregon was just a brilliant run by Sarah Klein.
It was one of the best ever World Championship marathons by an Australian woman too.
That was second fastest, I think. Yep. Second best position.
Yep.
So when does Lauren Ryan go
behind Jess, yeah.
Tim, when does Lauren Ryan push the button and say, okay, let's make it really genuine? And it's as though she's listening to us and she starts to move up onto the outside. Will Rose Davies go with her? And I'm going to call them the big four. Will they come away and start to really put the pace into this race?
I think it's Leanne Pompiani who's doing the job out front. Now, remember that famous win she had a few years ago. And what she did there, she just wound it up. And I think we're going to see Leanne maybe start to think, okay, I'm going to test you out now. We're coming through to get 9 laps to go. So they're well and truly into the second half here. And now Leanne Pompiani says, okay, I want this race. You're going to have to run me down, and I know how to wind up a race. It's the top 3, probably top 4 in those spots, because Holly's just sitting in that 4th position. She will not be easy to get rid of. Rose Davies, though, I think she really wants this one.
So Pompiani, she's an interesting athlete as well. She was a good soccer player. She was actually in the ACT Academy of Sports Soccer program, and Des Proctor was her PE teacher, and tried to convince her to join his running group, but she kept saying that her heart was in soccer. And finally, he must have worn her down and got her into athletics, and after she was disappointed in the 2014 soccer season. And Des gave her a call and said, how about you running a bit of a try? And so she's come back into athletics, and she went to the college system, lasted 18 months. It wasn't for her, and then came back. Has had a couple of injuries, but she's another athlete that you look at and is super brave. Her Bathurst World Cross Country Championships is etched in my brain of how brave she was running with the leaders for so super long, and the toughest course that I think has been in World Cross Country history. With 30 metres before the line, the heat exhaustion got to her, and 7 athletes, I think it was, that passed her, but she still managed to cross the line unaided and finished in an incredible 22nd.
She wasn't the only one to get wobbly in the last 30 metres of that.
The winner did as well. The person who was winning coming into the front.
Now, Tim, if you didn't know pedigrees, if you didn't know CVs at the moment, you just purely looked at them. Holly Campbell sitting in 4th, constantly checking her stride, constantly looking down as though she's got so much more to give, looking brilliant in that top 4 at the moment. The athlete who's sitting in 4th position at the moment. She was runner-up in the 2023 Zatopek, 31.44 PB, 12th fastest Australian of all time, and she sits in 4th, and she looks like she's got a lot of running.
But there's quality in front. There's the 3 former winners, Richo, and they are looking strong. Lauren Ryan just content now to let Leanne do it, because Leanne really wound it up and maybe didn't have the depth of field behind her when she did that. And Rose, look, you don't discount Rose Davies either. Taylor Werner made a very good move there, the American. She's latched herself on behind Holly, so it's a group of 5. Looks like Sarah is just starting to drift off a little bit as this pace. They've gone to constant 74s the last couple of laps, so they have picked it right up, courtesy of Leanne Pompiani.
Holly does look good, you're right, Richo. She's moving up into that third position and she looks like really relaxed and comfortable out there on the outside of lane 1 as she's coming into second position here. Now, Holly, she grew up on a 13,000 hectare farm, 600 kilometres from Sydney, and her twin sister Paige has represented Australia in the steeplechase. She has a Bachelor of Science, Nutrition and Food at the University of Sydney, and when she was at primary school, like, they were so far away from like the local primary school that
you
she
want to
actually...
say civilization.
I'm not going to say that. She was a School of the Air student, and so she's had a really interesting upbringing into running. But imagine having your twin sister being able to run with you on that much land out there in Australia. So I think she's one to watch, and I think she is looking really, really nice out there in second position where she's sitting. She's had a lot of personal bests this year, 5,000 metres in Austria, ran a 10,000 personal best in US in March, and ran awesome. I think surprised a few people in her Zatopek run last year.
Yeah, I think that set her up last year. That race gave her the confidence. She's been thereabouts for so long, and then Holly just launched into that race with a surprise second position. And now look at that. The strength of Holly Campbell just sitting to the outside on the shoulder of Leanne Pompiani. Lauren Ryan tucked on the rails. Rose Davies, do not discount Rose Davies. She's sitting there and still going nicely. And then Bronte Oates, look, I'm really impressed with this young lady. She's coming through 6 laps to go, just slightly ahead now of Nat Rule. Sarah Klein just grinding it out as well as they go into the final stages of this event.
So Taylor Werner jumps on the back, so the big 4 becomes a big 5 here. Pompiani keeps pushing the pace. Campbell's up for the challenge. Lauren Ryan, the national record holder, sits ominously in third. And then the Olympic finalist over 5,000 metres and two-time winner of the Zatopek, Rose Davies, sits fourth, and now a little gap to the American. Just enough to think that there's now a race in 4.
And Holly Campbell's the one who makes the move there, just pushes forward. They've been quite consistent around the 74s, 75s, and I think we'll see this lap just go up another cog again as they come back through, and they will be getting 5 laps to go. So 2 kilometres to go, or 2.1, as they come down into the home straight once again. We're 8 kilometres into this journey.
I think you're right. Holly really would have gained a lot of confidence after last year's Zatopek and knowing that she belongs in this field. She's certainly pushing the tempo now, and it is getting into the business end of this race. She was a 1,500 metre specialist, a good talent that's had to battle injuries, coached by Jeremy Roth, and looking really nice out there in front.
And of those top 4, if you like, Rose Davies, the only one that hasn't taken the lead, the one that's been sitting in 4th throughout, allowing the others to take turns leading, and Rose has been covering every move throughout.
Stalking her prey, isn't she? Like a lion.
And allowing now Taylor Werner to get back on, as we have a top 5 here in the Zatopek, as they're starting to really crank it up, and this huge crowd at Lakeside loving every minute of this.
And all those 5 athletes have really different techniques, don't they, in terms of the way that they've got, you know, Lauren Ryan's got that forward stance, and Rose Davies a little bit more upright. But they all look super relaxed in their faces. That's what you look at the end of a distance race. Who's the one who's looking like they've got the pain etched across their face? Who looks like they're struggling the most? But all of them look quite comfortable. Especially the top 4 athletes, the Australians, are looking fantastic. Look really smooth. Off the ground, their timing's still really nice. Tempo's good. Knee lift for this part of the race is great. You almost feel like they're all biding their time for that final kick. Just holding back a little bit. Holly looks across. Maybe she wants somebody to help her take the lead. You know the move is about to come. It's, you know, the business end of the race. You see Holly move really wide. She clearly doesn't want to be in that lead position at the moment.
No one really wants to take it, though, because Leanne was offered the spot and she does edge forward. Now we see Lauren. I think Lauren might make a move soon. We're just seeing that little up rise in the tempo once again. Rose, once again, just sitting in that 4th position. Taylor will just have to be brave here and hang on because the pace has once again gone up.
Well, that's the thing. When you do find yourself out in the front, it might not be part of your race plan, but once you're there, you're going to have to make a move. You're going to have to either, you know, dictate the pace and really put your foot down to make it a genuine, honest move, or you just basically sit back and you relax and try and pretend that someone's in front of you and you don't make the move for a little bit. But I think once you are out in front at this point, you might as well put a little bit of pressure on them.
So around 32.45 pace at the moment as it waxes and wanes with the paces we've seen right throughout the last 20 laps or so. A group of 4 into 3 don't go for those podium positions either. And Lauren Ryan now being tested a little bit as Leanne Pompiani once again takes it up. Rose Davies covers the move.
So the big 4 are really striding out. 3 laps to go. Who blinks first? Who's the one that says, I'm in really good shape? Pompiani just keeps grinding. Lauren Ryan's up to all of the moves. And Rose Davies, for the first time, moves out of 4th and goes into 3rd. And Holly Campbell, she'll just trail them along. And now there's a gap to Taylor Werner. So it's down to the big 4. When we started this competition, when we started this race, these 4 female athletes that you're seeing on your track right now are, when you consider the top 13 all-time in Australia, 4 of them are on the track right now in the 10,000 metres. It's the best of the best, former title winners. Who's going to take it out in 2024?
Well, this part of the race is not just about who's feeling the freshest, it's that mental game as well. So when you do find yourself out in front, if you can just make a little bit of a break, if you can, make them realise that your breathing's more relaxed than theirs. You're listening for anything as an athlete in the labouredness of the athletes behind you. You want to make sure that if you hear any chink in their armour, you strike.
So stride for stride, they come down to get 2 laps to go. We can't pick a winner. Let's see if anyone in the crowd can. But this is where you play your role. Get behind these 4 brilliant athletes. Taylor Werner coming now. She'll got 2 laps to go. 800 out. Bronte Oates still moving nicely. Sarah Klein just going and still going here. Nat Rule just behind her, but out front, no change. Top 4 still the same.
So Pompiani continues to be the pacemaker, continues to stretch Lauren Ryan, who constantly looks down at Pompiani's heels to make sure she doesn't clip them. Rose Davies looms large in behind Lauren Ryan, and is there a little gap? Is there the tiniest little gap to Holly Campbell? Are we down to 3?
Yep, and it looks like Rose Davies is starting to make her presence known. She has pushed up onto the shoulder of Pompiani, and she is wanting this tempo to really wind up now.
I think Rose has been out-kicked before, and I think she's trying to get rid of that little strategy. She wants to push forward, but Leanne's not letting her through yet, and Lauren's still being brave on the rails. Gap then to Holly, but they're going down for the last lap. Let's get behind these 4 wonderful athletes. This is on, Tamsin.
This is fantastic. This is what you want in a national championship on the line, and there are 4 athletes within grasp of getting a medal, and who's going to be the one who comes across as the new national champion.
So Rose Davies taking the wide line here. Jason, what's your tip from this point?
Well, Lauren Ryan's looking down at the heels of Pompiani. She looks like she's got a huge kick. She's trying to defend her title, and she goes. Accelerates down the back, and Rose Davies says, I'm going with you.
Wow.
Davies and Ryan. Ryan's kick clear, but Rose Davies is right up for the fight and takes the lead with 200 to go.
Keep going.
200 to go. Rose Davies looking for a 3rd Zatopek title. She'll join the absolute greats who have won 3 Zatopek titles. She'll defeat the reigning champion, and she'll sprint away. Wonderful performance from Rose Davies, and Lauren Ryan will not give up. She's courageous to the end. Rose Davies down from altitude. It's perfect. 32.21. Lauren Ryan runs 2nd. Leanne Pompiani, proud of herself. She really pushed them to run 3rd. And Holly Campbell rounds out the big 4.
Unreal. That was just fantastic. What a finishing 300 metres that was. 61-second last lap. That's incredible. And it all came down to the last 300. They still hadn't made that move in the first 100 metres of that last 400. So I'd love to know the last 300 metre speed, because Lauren Ryan just decided she was going, and she went like a sprinter down the back straight, and it was Rose Davies' reaction. She obviously had a little bit left in her tank, and so she reacted so quickly And it was wonderful to see both athletes down that front straight. They both looked really good. They both still were coming off the track nicely. They had good high knee lifts for the end of a 10,000 metres. Arms were pumping really well. And they both ran a great race. I mean, that was a fantastic race. You get to 400 metres to go in a national championship at 10,000 metres, and 3 athletes are right there with Holly just a little bit back. That was brilliant.
As I said, I think it was who wanted it the most, and I always thought Rose Davies really wanted this one. You could just tell the way she positioned herself throughout the course of the race. She wasn't going to do anything she didn't need to do, but when that kick came, and then the second kick, and then the third kick, it was on, and wasn't that so exciting for our crowd here, and didn't they get engaged?
It was tactically brilliant, wasn't it, Rose Davies? She covered all of the moves throughout, so... the Zatopek is a time-honoured classic, first run in 1976, and Rose Davies joins 4 other athletes when winning this great title on 3 occasions, and we hope that whets her appetite to come back next year and stand on top of the mountain with a big 4. But she joins someone that you spoke about, Eloise Wellings, is a great example, who won 3 titles, placed a number of times, exactly like Rose Davies, but Rose has done it at 24 years of age.
And Eloise is somebody that she looks up to, so she'll be absolutely stoked with that. What a 2024 Rose has had. National record holder, Olympic finalist over 5,000, and she's down with Nick. I look forward to hearing from Rose. Well done, Rose.
All right, I'm down here with Rose. Rose, we just talked about it. You turned the tables on last year, obviously. Almost the reverse result. You got out-kicked last year. 3 Zatopek titles. You must be really wrapped with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Such a good way to finish off my year.
So the class of Australian running at the moment is just going through the roof on a world level, from the 1,500, 800 metres right through now to our marathon girls. You must be just inspired what's going around you, but it also must really push you to train harder every year on year.
Definitely. All the girls are running so well. And, yeah, it just motivates me to be better. And I'm so happy to be part of, female distance running.
So the domestic summer's kicked off tonight with a phenomenal night. It really is a great event here. What's going to be the next event for you that we're going to see in the summer, and what are we going to head for in 2025 on the track?
Good question. I'm definitely be doing Murray Plant. I haven't actually spoke to my coach, so we'll see.
So 5K, 10K, what's your gut feel? What's your preference? What do you really love racing?
I love the 5K. I wouldn't mind to run another 10K, and I love running the 15 too, so it's fun just to dabble in every different distance.
Well, the Melbourne crowd here loved you tonight, Rose. Congratulations again, Rose Davies, winner of the 10,000 metres, her 3rd Australian title.
Thank you.
What a legend, and she sounded quite fresh, didn't she?
She certainly did, annoyingly fresh.
Annoyingly fresh. I agree with you, Richo. Annoyingly fresh.
Exhausted watching every lap of that, and what a character she is. For those who tune in and listen to her podcast, they're a lot of fun, and they're doing a great job. 21.71. Lauren Ryan, 32.23. Leanne Pompiani at 32.32. And Holly Campbell, 32.37. And Taylor Werner did a really good job at 32.47.
There was a lot to like about all 4 of those athletes' runs out there, like in terms of moving forward in the season. Rose Davies, I think, at the age of 24, has just really shown us that she is a world-class distance runner this year. She threatened it. For the last 4 years, she's threatened it. You feel like she's come out and she's done some great one-off races, but this year she's put together a string of races that have been so consistently at that world-class level. And then she's finished off the season, which, you could come off an Olympic final, have a bit of a downer and a bit of a breather, but she hasn't. She's come back out and she's won that 10,000 metres. I think she was really upset that she lost it last year. And I think sometimes that's the driver that you need after an Olympic Games to go, well, I want this next carrot. This is the thing that's dangling in front of me that I want back because it's mine.
And it shows you how much they value the Zatopek. The Zatopek means a lot in Australia. And for Rose now getting that win, once again joining all of those greats on that list, 3 times, she could be the most winningest Zatopek runner eventually.
Exciting finish for the Zatopek Women's 10,000. We had a mixed shot put event. And the trophy to be presented by Athletics Victoria board member Anna Devonish. Congratulations to team number 6 with a combined total of 33.67 metres. Please congratulate Shane Carstairs and Scott Lincoln. Scott Lincoln, 19 metres 61. Shane Carstairs, 14.06. Congratulations for taking out the inaugural mixed shot put competition.
Just, if we can find any footage, we'll make sure we get it up for later.
It'll be in an old beta tape somewhere.
But no, the 60-metre heats were really good. They were great. I mean, we have fantastic quality from in this women's 1500. I thought Ella Connolly looked absolutely brilliant in the heat.
Isn't it great that she's here?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Stretching her legs over 60 metres at the moment. We've seen her probably, through circumstances in the Oceania, she concentrated on the 100 metres.
Yep.
But, we've seen her in the past and probably marvelled and thought that her best event's the 200 metres. So if she can get her initial speed up over 60, well then that sets her up beautifully for the summer.
So she looked great. Celeste Mucci was in the first heat and she got beaten by the youngster Keely Boyne. Keely had an amazing start and was just really aggressive and strong through the race, and Celeste just popped up like she was running to the first hurdle. So she'll get that right in this final, and it was great to have Nana Owusu back, so she was fantastic as well.
Yeah, some great names, but also in the men's event. That mix of the quality with Despard and Willis, the established Olympians, but also McHugh and Cabangeli, the youngsters.
Yeah.
What a big night for them to be head-to-head on the 60 metres here. This will be. And with the 60, you just don't know. It's all about that start.
That's right.
All about the start.
Tim, you'll say three names.
Yeah.
Goes in 60 seconds. Archie McHugh, I got to see him over at the World Junior Championships. So he is a raw talent.
He's
so raw at the moment, and rather than, I'm celebrating how raw he is, because they're going to work on his technique, they're going to work on a whole lot of different areas, but he's got huge upside because of how raw he is.
But isn't it great for his coach as well? So that coach now goes on that journey. It's developmental for both the athlete and the coach, and who knows where both of them will go.
And then hopefully you'll be able to attract a good training group around him, because having a very quick chat to his coach, he's a quality young man, so he needs people in and around to train. He'd love to put his blocks down versus some of the best in Jacob Despard's here in Victoria. How good would it be to go into a start session with someone like him?
Okay, so that's probably what we saw in his heat. McHugh was wonderful in terms of his reaction, so he reacted so well, but I think he almost shocked himself that he was out before everybody, and then they just ran through him. So having that practice, I mean, he's only 19 years of age, and so being able to do that more often, having the athletes right next to him and then learning how to run fast under pressure will be his next step into senior ranks. But Jacob Despard looked fantastic. He looked really good. And what a year he's had, That Olympic 4x100 metres was just brilliant to watch by the men.
And the commitment they had to the relay program was superb, and they were rewarded by some really good performances.
Well, national record in Olympic Games is pretty much as good as it gets, right?
It certainly is. So we're just hearing that Celeste Mucci is coming out, which is disappointing, and let's hope it's not a physical thing with Celeste, because we know that she's had her fair share of injury concerns in recent years. Such is the nature of this sport, though. But it really tests the resilience of the athletes, and we see those that are back up year after year. I'm standing next to one right now, are the ones that are resilient and can keep pushing through, because there will be so many ups and downs in their young careers, and Celeste has done a really good job to keep pushing through those injury concerns.
Well, we know she's tough. We know she'd take the start line if she could, right? Because we saw what she did in Paris Olympics when she came back off that horrific injury that nobody should have been able to get back in time for an Olympic Games, and she still competed so well there. But she did look okay. She just, like I said, she missed that start. She probably just looked a little bit rusty, hasn't done a lot of races in a training block, and might not have pulled up as well as she would have liked to back up, and that's just the smart thing to do.
Stand by for introduction. Chris, you're ahead of me with the board. Get down to level 1 of the bowl for introduction. It's coming down. Over to you.
Ladies
Gentlemen, we turn from middle distance to sprint with the final of the Women's 60 metres Championship of Victoria. 7 competitors in lane number 1, Armani Anderson. In 2, Cassandra Wang Lecotier. In lane 4, fastest qualifier tonight from Queensland, Ella Connolly. In lane 5 from Victoria, Keely Boyne. In lane 6 from Victoria, Nana Adama Owasu Afrihi. In lane 7 from Victoria, Ariella Sprague. And in lane number 8 from Victoria, Amelia Spenceley. The Australian Open record 7.26 set by Ella Connolly in January 24. And the Victorian Open record 7.34. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second last time, can we have complete and utter silence? Shh.
That's going to make it harder. Ella Connolly, coached by Andrew Murphy, training alongside Rowan Browning now in New South Wales.
She made that transition last year.
Yep.
And she was able to continue to developing. I mean, Mark Ladbrook did a great job in the early part of her career and really fostering the great talent. And now Murph's been handed the baton to take her to the next level.
Is he on 0?
Great start by Nana. Boyne also going nicely. Now Connolly hitting her straps. But Connolly will lead this in. Boyne will take second. Nana will come through for third. 7.29. Just missing that Australian record. We might hold on for some Victorian records here as well. But Ella Connolly puts on a show over 60 metres here. Keely Boyne, she's stepping up big time. But Nana also out there.
Well, Keely Boyne's showing that she's in great shape as well, the youngster who has an 11.67 PB from earlier this year. I'm looking forward to seeing what she does with her 100 metres throughout this season. But I thought Ella Connolly then was fantastic. 7.27 it's been rounded down to, and that's very, very close to the Australian record of 7.26, which is her own record. So we know that she's in shape, ready to go for this season, but reacted well to the gun. She was strong on the push-off of those blocks, and that drive phase was fantastic. And what I love the most was once she was up and running, you could see that if it was any longer, she was going to run away even stronger from that.
So we haven't seen the wind gauge, have we, as yet? I mean, traditionally, Lakeside is not sprint like paradise.
No.
And it started to cool down a little bit. It looks a little blustery conditions. That is an elite performance for her to just miss her Australian record. I know we don't race a lot of 60 metres at this level, but ladies and gentlemen, Ella Connolly is in great touch, and we are set for a super summer of athletics with Ella Connolly.
I was just saying it reminds me of Melbourne Track Classic a little bit.
Okay, I'm just down here with Ella. We're just talking about the crowd and what a buzz it is down here. Ella, you've just missed your own Australian record by 0.01 of a second. Pretty exciting night here in Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah, I love coming down to Melbourne to race, and the atmosphere out here is really good. So, yeah, really happy to race. I know it's really early on in the season, but yeah, it was fun to go race over a 60.
You got a lot of good friends here in Melbourne, don't you? You must enjoy the whole experience. Is the summer really set for you to go on bigger and better things now after that taste of an Australian record in another Olympics?
Yeah, I think the goal is to keep building through the season. Hopefully race a few more 60s and see what happens from there.
Awesome. Ella Connolly, your 60-metre star tonight and going forward. Big things from Ella Connolly in the future again.
How's the wind?
Here's actually what the wind is just yet.
0.2.
0.2.
Went to Ash. It'll be Ella Connolly, Keely Boyne.
Wow, okay, that's surprising. It's very blustery. I know we're looking at the on flags at the beer and cheer tunnel, which will be no doubt jam-packed when we get to the men's Zatopek.
I think Jacob Despard looked the best by far. Like, he was the real
Now it's
standout.
time for the men. This is the Open 60 metres Victorian State Championships. In lane number 1 from Victoria, Hugh Cabangel. In 2 from Tasmania, ran 6.83 in the heats, Jacob Hybus. In lane number 3 from Victoria, ran 6.79 in the heats, Craig Concesso. In lane 4 from Victoria, ran 6.79 as well, Alexander Colgan. In lane number 5, with the fastest heat time of 6.71 from Tasmania, Jacob Despard. In lane number 6, with 6.75 in the heats, representing ring winner Victoria, Taylor Willis. Lane number 7, 6.86 in the heats from Glen Huntley, also representing Victoria, Ryan Hovey. And in lane number 8, running 6.82 to qualify, Archer McHugh. That is your field for the final of the men's 60 Victorian State Championships. And for the last
when you're in shape, why not keep trying to run fast times? Because you're not always in amazing shape through your career. But Jacob Despard showed in that heat that he's in good shape still.
No challenge those 6.52 here, the national record.
Good start by Willis. Despard going with him on the inside. Also Concesso, but Despard starting to surge forward. Willis with him, but Despard will take it. Willis second position. Colgan will come through for third. 6.74 on the clock there. So Jacob Despard, really close competition there from Willis. They embrace each other at the finish, but Colgan, Tamsin, you've said it before, this guy has got a future.
Yeah, Colgan ran really well as well, didn't he? Coached by Tom Morehouse, the Sandringham athlete. So one to watch. He's coming back from having that really fast time of 10.15 and showing that that just wasn't an outlier. He's got the potential to back it up. But what a great race by Taylor Willis as well as Jacob Despard. Fantastic to see the Olympians here finishing 1 and 2.
Just watching the replay just then, so I think Taylor Willis put Jacob under a little bit of pressure early on, and the more he'll look back at that race and thinks, okay, well it's 6.72, let's get the season started. We know that he's got his strength there, he's got his speed. He works hard on trying to stay relaxed because he got put under a little bit of pressure and looked a little tight at the end.
His start wasn't as good as it was in the heat, and then the thing that we saw with Jacob Despard then that he'll go back and he'll watch is that rather than relax and trusting in his ability to run away from that field, he tensed up ever so slightly, and in sprinting, as soon as you do that, that tension flows through your body and everything becomes just a little bit more difficult. Your stride length shortens a little bit, your shoulders become a little bit higher and your arms aren't in the right position. So just that little bit of tension through Jacob Despard's run there opposed to his more relaxed heat is probably why it wasn't as superior as we've seen Jacob Despard. But it's early in the season, and it's also, you know, he'd be in heavy training. He certainly would not have peaked for this race.
Presentation for the Athletics Victoria State Championship for the 60 metres. Medals to be presented by Samantha Kennard and AV President Rob Wendell. In fourth place and third Victorian in a time of 7.65, Armani Anderson. In third place, receiving the silver medal, representing Victoria with a time of 7.45, Nana Adama Owasu Afrihi. And in first place and Victorian champion with a time of 7.43, representing Diamond Valley, Keely Boyne. But ladies and gentlemen, we recognise the performance with an imitation gold medal in a time of 7.27, representing Queensland, Ella Connolly. Congratulations to our medalists in the Athletics Victoria 60 metre state championship.
December, isn't it? We just discussed your races. Your top speed looks great.
Yeah, definitely. Super happy with that. As you said, in December, I've only been back training 8 weeks now since the Olympics. So
to come out, get the win tonight. That was the objective. I would have loved to go under 670, but not to be. There's a few more coming, and then we'll have the Australian 60-metre championships in Feb, so looking forward to that.
Well, look, we appreciate that. It was great to have Taylor Willis next to you there, another Olympian as well. Bigger and better things, though, in 2025 for you, no doubt, Jacob. Well done.
Eight runners there breaking 7 seconds. Despard 672, Willis 674.
It was close, right?
And Colgan 680. I mean, Taylor Willis. All the European athletes and the American athletes are all running indoor 60. I think it's fantastic by Athletics Australia and also ATS Victoria to put this event on, and then AA to put on a national championship.
I do love how we've gone from a 10,000 metre national championships to a 60 metre sprint. Like, the difference in those races is immense. Like, I just loved it.
And there was hush.
Yeah.
Clapping for the 10,000. I mean, this Zatopek 10,000. I don't know if you've got a tip in this race, because it looks an absolute beauty. Jack Rayner, Brett Robinson back from injury. I mean, we love what Brett was able to do. I mean, in the marathon, he missed out in the marathon because he was injured, but then made the call to to get replaced, to call the athlete that is going to replace him, and Andy Buchanan is unbelievable to be able to do that. It showed great courage to put your hand up and say, listen, I'm just not right.
Yeah.
Even though there's still, 6 weeks to go, I'm just not right, and I'd rather someone who's in a better physical shape, even though he's got rush preparation, to take my spot.
Yep. And Andy Buchanan had obviously a fantastic experience at the Olympics, and then look what he's done recently. He's broken that national record in the marathon. So I think we'll see that record quite possibly not last that long, because I feel like there's a lot of men in the wings that are going to try and push for fast, including
we've got
Andy as well.
two, possibly three in this race. So you've got Brett, you've got Jack, obviously. Liam Booden's another one to watch out for. You can just see him coming out. He's got the new hair colour. But Liam is really making great steps forward, the Queenslander. And who else is coming? Haftus Rinstros is coming as well. So, he's gone up to the half. Will he go further? We're getting a lot of talent coming through, a lot of depth. And this race tonight is deep. We have knocked back guys who have broken 30 minutes from this race because they didn't have the national qualifier, all right? So we couldn't put them in. Wow. So it's just showing that a few years ago we would have struggled to get 10, 12 runners with that target time, and now we've got a full field of 24. They're all legitimate sub-29.45s.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It just sets up for an incredible race.
Ready to go in the bowl with
the
Yes, step by just working out the
Jack Rayner, who's the 2021-2022 Zatopek champion. He's been second 3 times as well, so
I'm talking
Jack
to Craig
with a
now.
flying mo, he
please.
tends to produce when he's on home soil.
Talking about Gap. He was doing his He was doing his 200-meter reps, and he was talking about what was he saying? He was talking about like just the intensity's still high, but the volume's down on race week, and then he's compared himself to Gout with his rep 200s this week. It was so funny. It was so funny. He thought he'd give him a run for his money with the way that he was running.
He might have been comparing when Gout was ever doing a couple of warm-up runs at the start before he even started stretching.
I can tell you one thing. I don't think Gout will compare himself to any 10,000-metre runner anytime soon. No, he is a character. He is brilliant.
It just adds spice, doesn't it? And that's what we need. We need those characters. And, you've got Sam Clifford in here too, the Tasmanian. Yep. He's a great kid, and he's got a great future ahead of him.
Yep.
It's a few New Zealanders too. So, yet again, from across the ditch, they've come over, and this is what we really want to foster now, because we're not seeing Kenyans and Ethiopians like the halcyon days of the 80s and 90s, but we've got good Australian domestic talent, and we've got the Kiwis coming over to challenge.
What was your first Zatopek, Tim, that you can remember?
Oh, it would have been early 1980s, Richo, probably when you were at the tail end of your career.
Very tail end, I would have thought. 1980s, I wasn't involved then. I'm not 605.
He's ageing like I do, remember?
I'm trying to think about some of the memories, whether it be Andrew Lloyd.
I remember I was there for the halcyon days of Monaghetti, winning at Olympic Park, winning something like 4 in a row, I think it was. And he'd just be meticulous, 67.
And it took a pretty good one to knock him off, and he came third after winning 4 in a row. And remember the epic talent that was Paul Patrick when he was able to win.
Ladies and gentlemen, after debate, we are now ready to present the medals in the Athletics Victoria 60-metre State Championships. Medals to be presented by Athletics Victoria President Rob Wendell. In third Victorian, and bronze medalist in time of 6.88, representing Dandenong Springvale, Craig Concesso. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 6.80 from Sandringham, Alexander Colgan. And in first place, gold medalist and Victorian champion from Ringwood in a time of 6.74, Taylor Willis. And ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the performance with an invitation gold medal in a time of 6.72 from Tasmania, Jacob Despard. Congratulations to our medalists in the Athletics Victoria Men's 60-metre Championship.
Sure.
And sold out of Carlton tops, clearly.
Oh. Talk about the 80s. You and I are going to fight in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next and the last event on the track is the men's 2024 Zatopek men's 10,000 metres.
There's a lot of talent to look at standing on the line right now, isn't there? Like,
certainly is.
it's really exciting. It is super exciting. Like, going through this field and doing the research on the athletes, you couldn't help but want it to happen right then and there. This is really exciting, this 10,000 metre national championship.
And I think the conditions are good for running too, because even though that women's race was all over the place, there were still 8 girls under 33 minutes. All right, 8 girls under 33, and the pace was fast slow. Yeah, so it was on when it really came down to when Leanne picked the pace up and got them going into those 75, 76s. A few went with her.
So do you think, can you see the men's being similar, or they think, you know what, we've got an elite field, let's try to post a time?
Yeah, I don't think you'll see the gamesmanship like we had in the women's. I think it'll be a more pure pace, but I don't know if it'll be really, because the world champs qualifying standards are so high.
What about that? You know, let's talk about poor Jack Rayner.
Yeah.
He was fantastic this year. He ran 27.09. And a national record, and he didn't get to go to the Olympics. I'm angry. I'm really angry about that, because I thought he ran so beautifully this year and still didn't make the Olympic time with our national record. The time that they put up was 27 flat.
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
Well, if I came back in a different life as a 10,000 metre runner, I know where I'm going to try to run a good time. San Juan Capistrano, because that's where everyone seems to run fast.
Certainly is. That's where Lauren's got her time. That's where Jack's got his time. And you know, even I think Holly might have been there as well. Yeah. So it's the place to be.
I hope you come back in another life as a 10,000 metre runner.
So 25 laps now ahead of this brilliant field in the 2024 Zatopek here at Lakeside Stadium. Brought to you by On Track Nights. What a sensational night it's been, and that will continue on post-event as we hit the dance floor with Tamsin and Richo. Can't wait for that. But they're settling down now, a little bit like the women's race, but a little bit tad faster as they start to settle. No one really wants to lead it. You can see that they're sitting a little bit to the outside, and I think you'll see the inside lane runners just starting to forge forward, and they're going to have to take the pace. And I think Seth O'Donnell might be one out there. Let's just wait until they come back around again.
You can see Sam Clifford's out there in the front as well. He's looking down. He's had a great season. The last couple of months have been brilliant for Sam Clifford, the 22-year-old talented junior who's had to navigate quite a few injuries. Won that Burnie 10, which was absolutely brilliant to watch. The second Tasmanian to do so in history, of course. Drew McSwain had done it as well. And he was 14th at the Australian Cross Country Championships, and sometimes Sam's been a little bit up and down, but one thing that has never been in question is the fact that he's got immense talent. And he's the one who's designated, he also almost looks like he needs one of those crossing paddles, basically trying to get people to come out and take the lead. It's a big field, and somebody needs to take it soon, otherwise it's going to get a little bit of argy-bargy in the sense you can see a lot of heads looking around. If you're stuck in the middle of that pack, you have absolutely no exit route. You just have to make sure your first few laps of this 10,000 metres is about staying on your feet.
So this will be interesting to see whether one of the athletes who probably don't fancy themselves as one of the top 5 think, well, out of an event like this, I'd love to get a great time, so I might get up and set the pace and make sure it is a really genuine and honest pace. Sam Clifford talking about that win in the Burnie 10. The fact that he also ran so well at Noosa. That Noosa Bolt is such a good event, yet he was
so good.
He was right there with Jude Thomas, which is a fantastic form reference for this. It's obviously over a shorter trip, but just shows that he's in good nick.
Yeah, he certainly is looking good, which is great. You kind of have just been waiting for Sam to come through the pack and come out the other side from those injuries. And I loved him in that Burnie 10 when he was interviewed. He just said he was going for the cash. I think he won $4,000 that day, and he was pretty rapt about it as well.
Yeah,
but
why not?
Don't knock 4,000, Tamsin.
It looks like it's a bit of a team tempo, teamwork at the moment out there. So Adam Diddick will be happy. So it's Clifford. To the outside of him is Hayne. Hansen, late addition. He's got Jack Rayner just to the outside of him. And Josh Phillips, he's one to watch too, the New South Wales athlete. Brett Robinson just sitting nicely as well, but they're just cruising along. 81-second lap. Gee, if Sarah Klein was in this race, she'd be leading it.
Right. So here's a question. I mean, I suppose the one athlete that's got the big query, what sort of shape is Robbo in? What sort of shape is Brett Robinson in at the moment? Obviously, just lost his Australian marathon record to Andy Buchanan. He's 33 years of age, Brett Robinson. We know what a great athlete he's been through many, many distances. 10,000 metre PB of 27.51. What sort of shape is he in this year?
He wouldn't be running if he wasn't in reasonable shape, I can tell you that now. So Robbo is very proud of his career. We saw him step out for the Melbourne Half Marathon, was still not quite right for that one. He's come out for the Zatopek. I think Robbo's going to put it down.
So he ran a 1:06 in that half marathon.
Yeah, but sometimes as an athlete, when you're on your comeback, you have to put your pride to the side and you have to put yourself out in those races. And those athletes that are willing to do that are the ones who are the real champions, because that race will have put him in good stead for today.
As we say, sometimes it's good to put your ego in a box and just get out there and race. Race yourself back into it.
Take the hit and then know that the quality, the cream will rise at some point. And Brett Robinson certainly is cream. He will rise because he's got so much talent. His credentials are phenomenal. He's made finals on global stage on the track in the 5,000 metres. He's made finals in 1,500 metres on the world stage as an under-20 athlete. So from 1,500, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 and marathon and cross-country, he's been absolutely brilliant for Australia.
And how brilliant is it in Australian marathon running that we've got a guy with a personal best at 2:07.31 who's not the national record holder. That shows the depth that we've got in distance running at the moment, and that's why we have this huge crowd here at Lakeside, and that's why a great company like On is wanting to support it, to build this, because there's so many people out there running at the moment. The boom in running is to be capitalised on by everyone involved in athletics. And have a look at this. At the moment, we've got two of the athletes looking around, saying, come on, let's pick the pace up.
They want to, but the three athletes out in front, you can see Clifford, Isaac Hayne, Jack Rayner. They're athletes that you will expect to be, still there in the mid phases and back end of this race. They're athletes that we've been speaking about in the lead up to this event. Isaac Hayne and Clifford are now training partners. They ran together in that Tasmanian race, the Burnie 10. And Isaac Hayne's been running really well as well. So he's an athlete that we're wanting to try and get his personal best down for the 10,000.
An interesting one, though, will be Matty Buckle, because he did take Isaac Hayne's scalp and various other scalps of the Victorian 5,000 metres here on this track just a few weeks ago. So Buckle's stepping up. Yeah,
Isaac Hayne was fourth in that big 5,000 metre championships, and only 24 years of age. He was fourth in the Australian cross-country championships. He's a physiotherapist.
Does he bake?
No, he doesn't bake. Or maybe he does. We'll ask him after the race.
I believe he's in
what his specialty is. But no, a physiotherapist, and he's been around for a little while now. He's been a fantastic junior athlete that's come through the ranks, and his story's been quite well documented. He came out for that junior race where he was covered in tattoos in support of his mum.
I know it's early stages, but I do like the look of Jack Rayner right now. He looks very, very comfortable. Just sitting in third.
You've got 20 laps to go. You've called it early.
I've called it early.
Well, he's got the same race pattern at the moment, and that his training partner in Rose Davies has, all part of MTC, and he's just sitting in there behind the pace at the moment. Haftu Strinsos is a really interesting athlete. He's a little far down the field at the moment. Wonder if he starts to get into the race. He ran a 28.09 on the road here at Albert Park in September, and of course a half marathon in Melbourne, a 1:02.24. So we saw him at Villanova. The talent he has, there's no doubting he's in really, really good shape. And he'd be one that a guy like Jack Rayner and Brett Robinson would be fearing, because there's so much upside.
Well, he was fourth in the Zatopek last year and won the bronze medal at the Australian Cross Country Championships as well. He's had an interesting journey to representing Australia. He was adopted by a Melbourne-based Greek family from Ethiopia. SBS did a wonderful story on him and spoke about how that came to happen, and he moved to Australia in 2011 because his mum Maria was an aid worker in Ethiopia, and he's gone to the college system to do his, fine-tune his skills in the running caper, and he's back here, and he shocked us a little bit last year in the way that he stood up and he competed, and he
certainly did.
Threatened as a main contender for the podium for such a long time in that race, and he'll be hoping to be on the podium this year.
How good is track and field around the world when we've got an Ethiopian with a Greek surname who represents Australia, who's a five-time All-American in NCAAs.
Love it.
a universal sport.
Yeah.
We've got to celebrate everything brilliant about it.
And I'm sure Maria's here tonight, so big shout out to Maria. She is so supportive of Have To and always has been, goes to all of his races, and he has got a wonderful support network, now coached by Adam Diddick as well, so he's made the move across to Adam.
Well, and let's not forget, off the track, he's got a master's degree in electrical engineering, so he's certainly...
And we're just seeing him make the move. I think we've stirred him up a little bit there, and we're seeing Have To now moving into 5th position.
Well, his world cross-country race this year was pretty special too, I thought, Tim, the 22nd. Yeah. That was phenomenal effort.
The toughest race in the World Cross. It's truly such a deep event now.
And to finish 22nd, just an unbelievable effort.
When you consider there's 6 Kenyans, there's 6 Ethiopians, there's 6 Ugandans.
Yeah.
Will we see cross-country in the Olympics moving forward? There is discussion about it.
Wouldn't that be
Winter
nice?
Or summer?
Winter.
Winter, I love it, yes. Give us athletics, tragic, something to watch.
And it's interesting also, Tim, that you spoke about early in the race. It was 20 laps to go. I love the look of Jack Rayner came out of your mouth, and straight away Jack Rayner's now actually saying to this whole field, I'm in really good shape. You're going to need to be at the absolute best to be able to knock me off tonight, and I'm going to go to the front and make sure it's a really genuine 10,000 metres, and they're starting to string out behind him as the two-time champion starts to really stretch his legs. He's been runner-up on 3 occasions. Have To. Strintzis goes, I better get nice and close because there could be further kickdowns coming.
And why wouldn't he be confident? You know, he did break that national record in California in March this year, 27:09. And unfortunately, because that Paris time, like I said, I'm angry, was super fast, 27 flat. He just missed out on the quota spots and wasn't in Paris. And it was shocking to me that he wasn't there, because to run the national record and be in the shape that he was in was just, you really wanted him to be there, especially after his journey in Tokyo.
Yeah.
You know, he was a marathoner before he was really showing signs of being an amazing track athlete. So it's been an interesting journey for Jack Rayner, the athlete who got into athletics at the age of 7 when his neighbour suggested that he try a little athletics. And I think that going from the marathon, his experience there, and back to the track has been really successful for him. And so I feel like if we can just see him break that 27-minute barrier, he's going to be really world-class. We just need him to get on the team, because those qualifying standards for the men's distance races are so super hard.
So 16 laps to go. We've seen Robertson just moving up alongside Rayner now. So Have To. Strintzis leading the way. Clifford in next position. The kilometres, we're well and truly into the 4th kilometre now, but 3:11, 2:55, 2:52, according to Ross, are the paces they've been going, and they've just been sitting around 68s and 67s now, so they're starting to get into really good rhythm, hence why we're seeing that long line of athletes now, no longer bunched up. You can see O'Donnell sitting there probably around 10th. We've got Buden just the back of him. Also, we've got Mbambo from New Zealand. He is sitting in that mid-pack as well. And Matty Buckle, I've got my eyes on him. He's wearing a blue top tonight, not in the traditional Bendigo uni white and yellow. And we're seeing him just sitting nicely in that midfield. And this will be a big step forward for Matty Buckle, Victorian 5K champion. What a finish. He came over the top of Have To. Strintzis in that one like you would not believe.
Well, they've certainly strung it out, haven't they? They've really upped the tempo, which is a fantastic thing to see when you've got such a big field. But all the big names are still tucked in there nicely, which you would expect at this early stages of the 10,000 metres. A few athletes making a bit of a move. You can see James Hansen, who you said was a late entry into this race. He's made a bit of a move, which is then... can just see them jostling a little bit. A few stutters for the athletes, but they've all managed to stay on their feet, which is great. But it is still bunched, even though they have opened up the tempo.
So that was Andre Waring, who nearly had a little stutter there. So great to see Andre. He's been up in falls, I think, and he is coming back into form. He had, I think, a few changes in life and work and all those sort of things. And the last season we didn't see the Andre Waring that we were used to, but it looks like, going by the early stages of this race, that he is well and truly back. So 2:52 again for that last kilometre, and they're on 29:35 schedule. So not blisteringly fast, but I think we will be treated to a very good race.
Well, Andre Waring, the 31-year-old, of course, he's running like fresh and happy. He's just recently got engaged to his partner, Jess. So he's kicking goals off the track.
And, of course, he was runner-up in this title to Jack Rayner 2 years ago. And he really pushed him. He was only beaten by a couple of seconds there. So it's great to see him back in some sort of shape, as Have To just keeps building the tempo with 14 to go, and they're strung out. Brett Robinson sits there in 5th and just keeps checking the heels. He looks in shape. It can get a little messy.
Hands on the back. It's a little bit congested there in the middle of the pack. You can see Seth O'Donnell was affected a little bit there as well, and from that he started to make a bit of a move around the outside, because sometimes that's just the little bit of the heart scare that you need. Have to certainly wanting to make that tempo fast. He looks like he's able to use his nice leg stride. No body stopping him in front of him to chop that leg stride down. That's where it gets a little bit hard in distance races. If you don't have that free-flowing ability to use your natural technique, your natural leg stride, it means you have to cut it down a little bit. It does affect you. So sometimes being out in the front is actually the best place to be.
Yeah, it's what we call clear space, and it is nice just to be able to control your movement pattern, not have any. The only fear can be the clipping from behind, and we're seeing Jack just sitting there nicely, trailing along. He's on the inside. Have-to's just drifted out a little bit, maybe trying to encourage someone else to take the pace up. I like what I'm seeing from Phillips at the moment too, and also Mbambo just now making a bit of a move as well, the first of the New Zealand contingent.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves being made. A lot of the athletes who have been finding themselves on the rail or a little bit towards the back of this pack, they're starting to make a move up because they can sense that the athletes towards the front are starting to want to wind it up.
And it's Rayner. So Rayner's gone forward to try to change up this race. It got a little messy, and Tamsin identified that. So the safest way to be, the safest place to be, is right out in front, and that's where Jack Rayner is right now. And as a result, you can see the tempo starting to go on. And a few of the athletes who are really feeling good have responded quickly to make sure they take their position.
You see the respect that Jack Rayner has. As soon as he goes to the front and puts the foot down and makes it faster, all the athletes from the back have gone, oh my gosh, it's Jack, it's the national record holder, let's move to the front, we've got to cover this move because he could mean business. This could be the move that he's going to put down, and he's going to hold it because he has that ability and those capabilities to hold a pace like this for the rest of the way with another kick down. So still looking nice and relaxed. Jack Rayner out the front of the pack. All the big names are still there. You can see Isaac Hayne, a few of the athletes. Sam Clifford putting hands on the back because the tempo, once it slows down even a slight bit at the front, it's felt through the middle of that pack, and they have to be really alert the whole way through. There's no way that they can switch off in the middle phases of this race at the moment because it is so congested.
It's getting a little bit like watching Monaghetti back in the day. We're just seeing consistent 67s, 68s. So once they really got out of that drift pattern, they've moved into the last 7 laps, have been quite consistent around between the 67 and 69. And the last 3 kilometres were 252, 252 and 252.
So Rayner's starting to stretch out. Is he about to get into the home straight? What about everyone at Lakeside? Let's get really around all these brilliant athletes and push them towards some special times here at Zatopek at Lakeside. A big crowd here. And they're getting behind the athletes and the national record holders out in front at the moment. The flying moustache is showing them a clean set of heels at the moment.
And they're all still looking really comfortable, aren't they? I think if you go to the front, you'd be hoping that you'd drop a few more off this pack, but such is the quality of the field. And we knew that looking in how deep it was with the ability. And there was a few unknowns, a few of these athletes. You knew that they were in shape coming in, but they hadn't got their 10,000 metre PB down. And they're showing that they really are going to rewrite their PB books at the moment if they can manage to hold on to this tempo.
It's quite often in this event you will see right from the get-go Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, but it's taken a long time to get there. We are seeing that starting to form now, but early on it wasn't the case, and we've seen a very big bunch up forward, but now we're starting to see those separations in field. But that front group is still big. There's still chances of a lot of problems to go on if they start to play around with the pace, but I think because we're going so consistently on those sub-70s that they are moving quite smoothly. As I said, though, Tamsin, all the big names are there, and we're seeing the likes of Seth O'Donnell now being a little bit more aggressive in the pack. Phillips just sitting nicely. Now, I've wondered what's for is Chignell from New Zealand. He's sitting mid-pack there as well. Now Booden's starting to make his move. He's alongside Buckle. Liam Cashin, then Andre Waring in that order. So good names up there. Great to see Liam Cashin. He's had a great season this year as well, and good to see him, like his sister Amy, really on the national stage.
Have a look at the tempo now. Rayner is really starting to stretch them out.
Brett
That's
Robinson.
Robbo, actually.
Yeah.
Robbo takes over. It's Brett Robinson in the same kit as Jack Rayner, and can Jack respond? The question was posed, what sort of shape is Robbo in?
Yep.
Well, he's just given us a fair indication. The former Australian marathon record holder is starting to stretch his legs, and at the moment he's put a big space into the national record holder in Jack Rayner, who's going to grind his way back up to Robbo, but most importantly now the tempo has come right into the race, and the contenders are now starting to really find the right spot, and those that are, and the surprise, Strinsos has straight away been broken, and that's a surprise.
Well, see, this is what you want to have happen. When you go to the front, you want the pack to break up. There were so many athletes. A lap before, everyone was still there. It was a huge bunch. And Brett Robinson, the quality athlete that he is, at 33 years of age, we spoke about how he had to pull out of that Olympics, and that would have broken him. He would have hated that, because he lives to represent his country on the world stage. And we've spoken about his ability to be brilliant over 1500 as a junior, and how he's taken that to World Championship finals over 5,000 metres. 10,000 metres is an event that he loves. It's an event where he can go over it. He can run a great marathon, as we know, but he can also go globally at a 5,000.
Yeah.
So the 10,000 metres is an event for Brett that's a really good comeback race for him, and he's looking fantastic out there. And it's actually really lovely as an athletics fan to see Brett Robinson back out there running so well. He looks wonderful off the ground. He's really pushing the tempo of this race, and he's making the others, the 5 in the pack that have come trying to chase him, he's making them work hard at this part of the race where you probably don't want to. You probably want to give it a few more laps before you start to really, turn that throttle to empty, with nothing left in the legs. But he's making them work hard, and it's great.
Well, a 62-second lap certainly did that to the field, then followed up with a 65. So he's applying the pressure, and we're seeing that Rayner can't breach the gap at the moment, but there's still 8 laps out, and that's a good bunch sitting behind. You've still got Phillips there, O'Donnell sitting in 3rd position, and Chignell in next position.
So when you are in that chasing pack and you realise that somebody the quality of Brett Robinson has gone, and you can't quite bridge that gap, and you know that you've got enough laps left to be able to hope that something happens, you just stay calm. That's what you got to do. You stay calm, you stay relaxed, you don't panic. As soon as you panic in a 10,000 metres, you're going to suffer and pay for that at the end of the race, in those parts of the race where there's a kick down. So you have to stay calm, just work with each other to try and bridge that gap. But Brett Robinson is certainly not taking his foot off the pedal. He is holding this tempo, and he is making them work hard to try and catch up to him.
And Rayner's starting to bridge the gap. He's realised the danger of Brett Robinson. He just got to about that 10-metre gap, and Jack Rayner has said, I've got to get this a little bit closer. And you just sense that suddenly 1 might be 3. And Brett Robinson, I can imagine he would have been smarting after that 1:06 half marathon. Tim, you spoke about how proud he is about his running career, and he's got so much to be proud of. Anyone who's represented Australia in the Olympic Games, whether it be 5,000 or marathon, as he's done on a couple of occasions, should be proud of everything he's achieved. But by gee, he's bounced through that half marathon. He looks in great shape, and Jack Rayner's keen to chase him.
So 240 kilometre there, that has really opened this race up. O'Donnell's still in the picture here. He's just going nicely with Jack Rayner sitting in 3rd position. Clifford's still thereabouts as well, so hanging on nicely. Chignell, the New Zealander, also in the game. Looks like Phillips might just be drifting off that pack.
Well, Brett Robinson's another athlete who grew up in Canberra, and soccer was his main sport as well when he was coming through. And a PE teacher, see how important teachers are to finding the talent.
And look
PE
at Seth
teacher
O'Donnell.
Encouraged him, and Seth O'Donnell has gone past Jack Rayner here, and he's working really hard, but he will have so much confidence, will Seth O'Donnell. He won that Australian cross-country championships in late August, and he's been making every post a winner. So why not? If you're full of confidence and full of running, and possibly he's the one who, they're not going to be talking about it when you've got athletes of the calibre of Jack Rayner and Brett Robinson. He's got nothing to lose here, so take it to them, see what you've got.
We've yet to see the strength of Seth O'Donnell in a track race. I don't think he's really shown really good form on track. He's won 2 national cross-country championships, both in disgusting conditions. So he is a tough, muddy, he is tough as nails. Can he now show us on the track that he's got it? And I think tonight might be the night for Seth, and I hope he's got the drum kit sitting around somewhere. That'd be one wonderful thing to watch post-Zatopek. And it is. They're starting to draw in slightly on Robinson. I don't think Brett's panicking, though. He's still maintaining good movement pattern, but that group of 4, and Clifford is still there.
It doesn't matter if they catch back up to Brett here because he's done the damage that he needed to do. So if they come back, he can then take a little bit of a breather and know that they're with him, and then just, reassess and then wait just to, for his final kick. But he's certainly the one who has broken this race apart, and he deserves to have a little bit of a breather if he can for a lap or two when Seth O'Donnell's about to catch him.
So here we go. We've suddenly got a big 5 because Brett Robinson broke the race apart. Seth O'Donnell's worked so hard to bring the others up, and now Lakeside's in for a treat. The big 5 are going to fight out over 5 laps to see who is the Zatopek champion.
Yeah, it's a strong 5 too. They all come into this race with a little bit of different credentials of not knowing sometimes what their 10,000 form is for tonight's race, because you can't. It's not like a sprint where you run the 100 metres the week before and you know what sort of shape you're in. They've all come at it quite differently. Some have come from that half marathon background. Some have done a few pacing roles overseas and come back, and
some have run marathons.
Some have run marathons, yes. 10 kilometres on road and done really well, the cross-country championships, but they're all certainly here and all within a chance. And Brett Robinson still looks nice and relaxed out the front. See how he's so relaxed through those shoulders, and his legs, just the way he's able to turn them over, even with those 4 laps to go. He still looks like he's as fresh as he was in the first 4 laps of this race.
Now, Jason, I think you asked for this, didn't you? You wanted a pack as we get into the final stages. We're 4 laps out and there's 5. There's even more than in the women's race. This is where we expect some moves to come, but they're quite content at this stage to sit on Brett. And you're just going to see Clifford pushing forward, O'Donnell just nicely sitting there, and now I think Seth's got a little bit of momentum and starts to move forward. Jack Rayner, how dangerous will he be over the last few laps?
So, Tim, off that big 5 that's there, if it came down to a last lap, who would you want? Who would have the speed over the last 400 metres of these 5?
I think it's going to get like the last one, who wants it the most. And I think Seth O'Donnell's one guy who would really love to have this crown, but you've got the quality in the class of Robinson and Rayner. And don't forget Chignell, he's run 27.51. This New Zealander, he can run.
I think, at this point of the race, sometimes, your mental state, how your mind is working at this end of the race, how it is, plays a part, but also technique. So the athletes who have that ability to be running off the ground nicely, have good form, their arm carry is a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more accurate in terms of how you would want it to be textbook-like in terms of when you start to drive your arms. You can see here Seth O'Donnell is working really hard to try and run the sting out of the athletes behind him, but look at Brett Robinson. He looks so fantastic sitting in second, doesn't he? Like, even though he was the one who made the move and did the work and broke the pack apart, he still looks like he's still got a finishing sprint in him. And Jack Rayner, he still looks good too. And they're the quality athletes.
And Chignell from New Zealand keeps checking heels. He's running up behind them. We had an international winner last year, an Irish winner. Couldn't we see a Kiwi win here in Chignell, who's going really well? Jack Rayner starting to go out and now charging up to the outside of Brett Robinson. We're getting set for what's going to be an epic last 800.
Chignell, the New Zealander, the 26-year-old, he's a sub-28 man at best, and that makes him dangerous as well. His motto is life's too short to be slow. So
it's a good motto as a track athlete.
Now, has O'Donnell done his time out front? Now we're seeing the move, and it's the 2 Nike uniforms that are getting out there. It is Robinson and also Rayner. I think Rayner leading the way at the moment. Chignell going with them. Clifford sitting beautifully in that 4th position. He's not letting them go at all. These are 2 teammates from MTC. They're starting to push forward. Chignell does look good.
So the Kiwi looms large, sitting in 3rd, but Jack Rayner, who is looking for his 3rd title, and he's been on the podium on so many occasions. He's been runner-up on 3 occasions, and Jack says, I'm back, and starts to extend away. He's opened up a big gap here. He's decided he's going to really push for the last 500 metres.
He looks great, doesn't he? And Sam Clifford is really working hard to bridge that gap to Jack, and you can see in Sam Clifford's technique, he's really fixed quite a few of those technique flaws that he's had that have caused the injuries, and he's looking great. Isn't it wonderful to see Sam Clifford back as well?
So Melbourne crowd get behind Jack Rayner. We saw him dominate the Melbourne Marathon, 2:11 there to take the victory. He's back home here at Lakeside Stadium, down the back straight the last time. Let's really get behind them.
Clifford is not done yet. He's lifting. Chignall from New Zealand will be third. Brett Robinson's run a great race. He'll be off the podium. But it's Jack Rayner who looks like he's off and away.
He is. He looks fantastic, Jack Rayner. And Brett Robinson, who broke that race apart, at least there's a New Zealander in front of him, so he can still get on the podium for the Aussies.
He'll get on the podium from an Australian champ's point of view. Stand up, Lakeside. Jack is back, and back in a big way. He is nearly unbeatable on home soil. The Flying Mo. Done it again. Clifford superb in second. Chignall will be third. Brett Robinson made the race. You're back, baby.
Yep.
He runs fourth and will be the third Aussie across the line, and Seth O'Donnell was huge.
What a race.
So Liam Buden will be the next one through, the marathoner. Mark that name down. He is one talent. Matty Buckle, he'll come out of this with a sub 29. He'll be a happy man. That'll be a new personal best. Have to do Strinsos next one through. So a nice kick down there. 2:35 the last kilometre and a 58-second last lap. As we see the rest of the competitors coming through. So Phillips in now, just ahead of him. That was James Hansen. So good to have Hansen back on track. And sprint finish here now. Cox just behind Babambo. And also Isaac Hayne. Liam Cashin, one of the locals, wearing his Western Athletics uniform with pride. He will finish around just under that 29:30 mark. And good to have Andre Waring back. 29:33 for Andre unofficially. But what do we say? Great racing once again. Jack Rayner, he is the king of Lakeside. What a fantastic performance. Just a well-measured race, but what an exciting race it was.
And third title for Jack Rayner. He equals Stu McSwain, and his training partner, he might say, come on, Stu, we haven't seen you in the Zatopek for a few years.
Yeah.
Let's get it on and see who can make it number 4 and join the greats like Andrew Lloyd and Steve Monaghetti. And, of course, dream of Ron Clark, who is the greatest, who won it on 5 occasions. Hey, Lakeside, a huge round of applause for all of our athletes. What a show they put on tonight.
They did. They put on such a great show. And the athletes ran so heroically. I really loved Brett Robinson's race, the way that he did break that race apart when it needed to happen. He really stretched the field, and for an athlete who's been world class, and he was 7th in that half marathon in Melbourne, you can see that trajectory, right?
Yeah.
He looked much better than he looked in the half marathon, and so his season, he should walk away from that and go, okay, I'm starting to come back into some great shape. Now I can start planning out my season. I thought Seth O'Donnell was great as well. Like he really pushed. He didn't get. He wasn't fearful of the names with faster personal best, and he really took a step up. Sam Clifford, wow, isn't it wonderful to see him come through those junior years where he's had so many disappointments, and he's coming through that other side where he's starting to have true success, and second at a national title and a 10,000 Open is brilliant. And tonight is all about our national record holder, Jack Rayner, and that was just brilliant. A stylish athlete, a beautiful technician, and a wonderful, wonderful athlete. Let's hear from him.
Thanks there, Tamsin. Jack, we're just talking about no one wanted to take the lead in the stage there.
Not at all, yeah. I think we ran the first K in like 3:10 almost, so it was a bit pedestrian for a few of us. So, yeah, people were getting a little bit frustrated, I think, and then after sort of 1K we started to get rolling from there.
So your good mate Brett out there obviously took the charge with about 11 laps to go, maybe about 4K to go. Were you confident that you'd always be able to reel him in? Obviously slightly different preparation from you that he's had, but are you confident you hadn't let him go too far at any stage?
I led a few laps and I'm like, you know what, it's time for someone else to do some work, and then when Brett made that move I was like, oh geez, he's made it tough from here on, and then it just got quicker and quicker on from that 4K to go mark.
It was a really strong move he made. You've led into this on issue with a 2:11 marathon. You're still playing obviously with all your distances, 5K, and you work your way up. Where do you see your sweet spot?
I don't know. On paper it's a 10K, but I still think I've got a better 5K in me, so I'm going to go over and do some indoor races at the start of next year, and then maybe a marathon after that. Who knows? See how it goes.
Importantly tonight, though, you've taken your 4th national title in a row, and you've gone through a couple of names on that list there. I reckon you've taken down Stewie and possibly even Collis in that time, who's hit on 3. So you must be a little bit proud of that one too.
Oh, without a doubt. They don't come easy. So, yeah, very, very stoked to get another one.
So, Jack, tonight, first across the line and national champion. Must feel a little bit sweeter. Like last year, I'm sure we're going to see you out there dancing with those DJs later on.
Absolutely. I'll see everyone out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Rayner, your Zatopek champion.
Isn't that fantastic? And what an athlete he is. And I think, Tim, with about 8 laps to go, I think he was ruining you putting together such a quality field, thinking he's not making this easy for me as Tim Crosby. He's put together an unbelievable field, but it showed the quality, wasn't it? The kick down was elite. And also the maturity. When Brett Robinson put speed in, he didn't panic. He didn't try to catch him straight away. He just worked through the gears, grinding down, and didn't change his tempo. It was a really mature run.
But I think there's a few good stories coming out tonight. Clifford, obviously. Also Chignall. We haven't seen much of him over this side of the ditch. And I think it'd be great to see Ollie back for more races here, road and track, because that guy is quality. He really served it up to them. He always looked comfortable. But gee, Sam Clifford, it's good to see him back, isn't it?
And Brett Robinson will be the one guy that, even though he'd be smarting because he's so proud and he's of his record, he's finished 4th tonight. But you can imagine he'd be the one that walks away and go, I tell you what, from where I was, where I am now, by gee, I'm set for a summer.
But in track and field, it's not just necessarily about the results. Yes, that's what you see when you look back at the records. But for the people who are here watching, he certainly will walk away with a lot of fans, Brett Robertson, because it just showed the character of athlete that he is. He was so brave. I love the way that he ran that race tonight. He would have had some self-doubt because you don't know what sort of shape you're in when you're coming back, but he wasn't scared to take the race to them. And he was the one who pushed it to make the time as respectable as it was. And Jack Rayner, I told you at the start of the race, I was actually so super angry that he wasn't in Paris, because the fact is he's a quality athlete. And in terms of all the athletes that you take overseas from Olympic Games, he ran our national record in the 10,000 metres. He deserved to be there. And when that 10,000 metres was on, just wasn't right not having him there. Like, I really wanted him to be out there. And so this is a wonderful reward for an athlete who would have had that disappointment. He's come through the other side. He's won another national title, and let's get him on the plane to the World Championships because he deserves to be there.
Yeah, and he's showed his range, hasn't he? And he's speaking about running a 5,000 or running a marathon. I mean, your predictions are good, but you didn't tell us 20 laps out that Jack Rayner was looking really good.
Yeah, that was a good call.
I'll take that one. That and my Oates comment, I reckon, my highlights of the night. So it's been a great night of athletics once again. The Zatopek is back on the national and international calendar. Big thank you to On and the team there. Big thanks to the staff at Athletics Victoria. They put a huge amount of work into this event now, and it's just good to see it come to fruition. And now we just want everyone to have a bit of fun out there as the music starts up.
Yeah, and the beauty of that is it's attracting a whole different audience. So ATS fans are bringing along their kids and their teenage kids and the like, who are bringing their mates along to see music acts. They're getting to fall in love with a great sport like athletics. How do you not love what we've seen, whether it be the speed of the 60 metres, and you compare that to what we see in other sports? I mean, the speed is incredible, and versus the endurance that we see over 10,000 metres here. The 3,000s were absolutely fantastic, weren't they? I mean, wasn't Rose Davies great to win Zatopek? But then 3,000 metres when Lyndon Hall's out kicking Abby Corwell, you know that we've got such quality athletes here, and then you add in Cam Myers. We've never seen a faster teenager in this country, and there's only ever been one faster around the whole world, so how lucky we've been tonight.
It's been a special night, and it shows that we've got track and field is certainly on the map here in Australia after the Olympics this year, with the medalists that we had, with the juniors that competed so well at the Australian All Schools last weekend. Track and field in Australia is certainly in a really healthy position.
So still a few presentations to go, but we're seeing the crowd now starting to assemble over near the stage, which is fantastic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation, the victory ceremony for the women's Zatopek 10,000 metres and the Championship of Australia. Medals to be presented by Athletics Victoria Vice President Claire Burton.
Certainly brought in all.
In relation to the Australian champions and the Zatopek medals, in third place in a time of 32:32:51 from the ACT, Leanne Pompiani. In second place, receiving the Australian medal and second in the Zatopek in a time of 32:23:30 from Victoria, Lauren Ryan. And in first place and gold medalist for the Australian Championship, Also the recipient of the Ron Clark Medal and the Zatopek Trophy in a time of 32:21.71 from New South Wales, Rose Davies. Congratulations to our medalists in the Women's 10,000 metres Championship of Australia and Zatopek 10.